Chapter 10, Filibusters, A Fatal Morning. 1. The adventure that befell us on the way was also a surprising one, but I must tell the story in due order. An hour before Stepan Trofimovitch and I came out into the street, a crowd of people, the hands from S.H. Pigulin's factory, 70 or more in number, had been marching through the town and had been an object of curiosity to many spectators. They walked intentionally in good order and almost in silence. Afterwards, it was asserted that these 70 had been elected out of the whole number of factory hands, amounting to about 900, to go to the governor and to try and get from him, in the absence of their employer, a just settlement of their grievances against the manager, who, in closing the factory and dismissing the workmen, had cheated them all in an impudent way, a fact which has since been proved conclusively. Some people still deny that there was any election of delegates, maintaining that 70 was too large a number to elect, and that the crowd simply consisted of those who had been most unfairly treated, and that they only came to ask for help in their own case, so that the general mutiny of the factory workers, about which there was such an uproar later on, had never existed at all. Others fiercely maintained that these 70 men were not simple strikers, but revolutionists. That is, not merely that they were the most turbulent, but that they must have been worked upon by seditious manifestos. The fact is, it is still uncertain whether there had been any outside influence or incitement at work or not. My private opinion is that the workmen had not read the seditious manifestos at all, and if they had read them, would not have understood one word. For one reason, because the authors of such literature write very obscurely in spite of the boldness of their style. But as the workmen really were in a difficult plight, and the police to whom they appealed would not enter into their grievances, what could be more natural than their idea of going in a body to the general himself, if possible, with the petition at their head, forming up in an orderly way before his door, and as soon as he showed himself, all falling on their knees and crying out to him as to Providence itself. To my mind, there is no need to see in this a mutiny or even a deputation, for it's a traditional, historical mode of action. The Russian people have always loved to parley with the general himself for the mere satisfaction of doing so, regardless of how the conversation may end. And so I am quite convinced that even though Fyodor Stepanovitch, Liputin, and perhaps some others, perhaps even Fedka too, had been flitting about among the workpeople talking to them, and there is fairly good evidence of this, they had only approached 2, 3, 5 at the most, trying to sound them, and nothing had come of their conversation. As for the mutiny they advocated, if the factory workers did understand anything of their propaganda, they would have left off listening to it at once as to something stupid that had nothing to do with them. Fedka was a different matter. He had more success, I believe, than Fyodor Stepanovitch. 2 workmen are now known for a fact to have assisted Fedka in causing the fire in the town, which occurred 3 days afterwards. And a month later, 3 men who had worked in the factory were arrested for robbery and arson in the province. But if in these cases Fedka did lure them to direct and immediate action, he could only have succeeded with these 5, for we heard of nothing of the sort being done by others. Be that as it may, the whole crowd of workpeople had at last reached the open space in front of the governor's house and were drawn up there in silence and good order. Then, gaping open-mouthed at the front door, they waited. I am told that as soon as they halted they took off their caps, that is, a good half-hour before the appearance of the governor, who, as ill luck would have it, was not at home at the moment. The police made their appearance at once, at first individual policemen, and then as large a contingent of them as could be gathered together. They began, of course, by being menacing, ordering them to break up. But the workmen remained obstinately, like a flock of sheep at a fence, and replied laconically that they had come to see the general himself. It was evident that they were firmly determined. The unnatural shouting of the police ceased, and was quickly succeeded by deliberations, mysterious whispered instructions, and stern, fussy perplexity, which wrinkled the brows of the police officers. The head of the police preferred to await the arrival of the governor himself. It was not true that he galloped to the spot with 3 horses at full speed and began hitting out right and left before he alighted from his carriage. It's true that he used to dash about and was fond of dashing about at full speed in a carriage with a yellow back, and while his trace horses, who were so trained to carry their heads that they looked positively perverted, galloped more and more frantically. Rousing the enthusiasm of all the shopkeepers in the bazaar, he would rise up in the carriage, stand erect, holding on by a strap which had been fixed on purpose at the side, and with his right arm extended into space like a figure on a monument. Survey the town majestically. But in the present case, he did not use his fists, and though as he got out of the carriage he could not refrain from a forcible expression, this was simply done to keep up his popularity. There is a still more absurd story that soldiers were brought up with bayonets, and that a telegram was sent for artillery and Cossacks. Those are legends which are not believed now even by those who invented them. It's an absurd story, too, that barrels of water were brought from the fire brigade, and that people were drenched with water from them. The simple fact is that Ilya Ilyich shouted in his heat that he wouldn't let one of them come dry out of the water. Probably this was the foundation of the barrel legend, which got into the columns of the Petersburg and Moscow newspapers. Probably the most accurate version was that at first all the available police formed a cordon round the crowd, and a messenger was sent for Lemk, a police superintendent, who dashed off in the carriage belonging to the head of the police on the way to Vorshniki, knowing that Lemk had gone there in his carriage half an hour before. But I must confess that I am still unable to answer the question how they could at first sight, from the first moment, have transformed an insignificant, that is to say an ordinary, crowd of petitioners, even though there were several of them, into a rebellion which threatened to shake the foundations of the state. Why did Lemk himself rush at that idea when he arrived 20 minutes after the messenger? I imagine, but again it's only my private opinion, that it was to the interest of Ilya Ilyich, who was a crony of the factory managers, to represent the crowd in this light to Lemk, in order to prevent him from going into the case. And Lemk himself had put the idea into his head. In the course of the last 2 days, he had had 2 unusual and mysterious conversations with him. It is true they were exceedingly obscure, but Ilya Ilyich was able to gather from them that the governor had thoroughly made up his mind that there were political manifestos, and that S.H. Pigolin's factory hands were being incited to a socialist rising, and that he was so persuaded of it that he would perhaps have regretted it if the story had turned out to be nonsense. He wants to get distinction in Petersburg, our wily Ilya Ilyich thought to himself as he left von Lemk. Well, that just suits me. But I am convinced that poor Andrei Antonovitch would not have desired a rebellion even for the sake of distinguishing himself. He was a most conscientious official who had lived in a state of innocence up to the time of his marriage. And was it his fault that, instead of an innocent allowance of wood from the government and an equally innocent Minchin, a princess of 40 summers had raised him to her level? I know almost for certain that the unmistakable symptoms of the mental condition which brought poor Andrei Antonovitch to a well-known establishment in Switzerland, where, I am told, he is now regaining his energies, were first apparent on that fatal morning. But once we admit that unmistakable signs of something were visible that morning, it may well be allowed that similar symptoms may have been evident the day before, though not so clearly. I happen to know from the most private sources. Well, you may assume that Yulia Mihailovna later on, not in triumph, but almost in remorse for, a woman is incapable of complete remorse revealed part of it to me herself. That Andrei Antonovitch had gone into his wife's room in the middle of the previous night, past 2 o'clock in the morning, had waked her up, and had insisted on her listening to his ultimatum. He demanded it so insistently that she was obliged to get up from her bed in indignation and curl papers, and, sitting down on a couch, she had to listen, though with sarcastic disdain. Only then she grasped for the first time how far gone her Andrei Antonovitch was, and was secretly horrified. She ought to have thought what she was about and have been softened, but she concealed her horror and was more obstinate than ever. Like every wife, she had her own method of treating Andrei Antonovitch, which she had tried more than once already, and with it driven him to frenzy. Yulia Mihailovna's method was that of contemptuous silence, for 1 hour, 2, a whole day, and almost for 3 days and nights silence whatever happened, whatever he said, whatever he did, even if he had clambered up to throw himself out of a 3-story window, a method unendurable for a sensitive man. Whether Yulia Mihailovna meant to punish her husband for his blunders of the last few days, and the jealous envy he, as the chief authority in the town, felt for her administrative abilities, whether she was indignant at his criticism of her behavior with the young people and local society generally, and lack of comprehension of her subtle and far-sighted political aims, or was angry with his stupid and senseless jealousy of Fyodor Stepanovitch. However that may have been, she made up her mind not to be softened even now, in spite of its being 3 o'clock at night, and though Andrei Antonovitch was in a state of emotion such as she had never seen him in before. Pacing up and down in all directions over the rugs of her boudoir, beside himself, he poured out everything, quite disconnectedly, it's true, but everything that had been rankling in his heart, for it was outrageous. He began by saying that he was a laughingstock to everyone and was being led by the nose. "Curse the expression," he squealed, at once catching her smile. "Let it stand, it's true. No, madam, the time has come. Let me tell you it's not a time for laughter and feminine arts now. We are not in the boudoir of a mincing lady, but like two abstract creatures in a balloon who have met to speak the truth." He was no doubt confused and could not find the right words for his ideas, however just they were. "It is you, madam, you who have destroyed my happy past. I took up this post simply for your sake, for the sake of your ambition." You smile sarcastically? Don't triumph, don't be in a hurry. "Let me tell you, madam, let me tell you that I should have been equal to this position, and not only this position but a dozen positions like it, for I have abilities. But with you, madam, with you it's impossible, for with you here I have no abilities. There cannot be two centers, and you have created two, one of mine and one in your boudoir, two centers of power, madam, but I won't allow it, I won't allow it. In the service, as in marriage, there must be one center, two are impossible. How have you repaid me?" he went on. "Our marriage has been nothing but your proving to me all the time, every hour, that I am a nonentity, a fool, and even a rascal, and I have been all the time, every hour, forced in a degrading way to prove to you that I am not a nonentity, not a fool at all, and that I impress everyone with my honorable character. Isn't that degrading for both sides?" At this point he began rapidly stamping with both feet on the carpet, so that Yulia Mihailovna was obliged to get up with stern dignity. He subsided quickly, but passed to being pathetic and began sobbing. Yes, sobbing, beating himself on the breast almost for 5 minutes, getting more and more frantic at Yulia Mihailovna's profound silence. At last he made a fatal blunder and let slip that he was jealous of Fyodor Stepanovitch. Realizing that he had made an utter fool of himself, he became savagely furious and shouted that he would not allow them to deny God and that he would send her salon of irresponsible infidels packing, that the governor of a province was bound to believe in God, and so his wife was too, that he wouldn't put up with these young men. That you, madam, for the sake of your own dignity, ought to have thought of your husband and to have stood up for his intelligence even if he were a man of poor abilities, and I'm by no means a man of poor abilities. And yet it's your doing that everyone here despises me, it was you put them all up to it." He shouted that he would annihilate the woman question, that he would eradicate every trace of it, that tomorrow he would forbid and break up their silly fete for the benefit of the governesses, damn them. That the first governess he came across tomorrow morning he would drive out of the province, with a Cossack, I'll make a point of it, he shrieked. "Do you know," he screamed, "do you know that your rascals are inciting men at the factory, and that I know it? Let me tell you, I know the names of 4 of these rascals, and that I am going out of my mind, hopelessly, hopelessly." But at this point, Yulia Mihailovna suddenly broke her silence and sternly announced that she had long been aware of these criminal designs, and that it was all foolishness, and that he had taken it too seriously, and that, as for these mischievous fellows, she knew not only those 4 but all of them, it was a lie. But that she had not the faintest intention of going out of her mind on account of it, but, on the contrary, had all the more confidence in her intelligence, and hoped to bring it all to a harmonious conclusion. To encourage the young people, to bring them to reason, to show them suddenly and unexpectedly that their designs were known, and then to point out to them new aims for rational and more noble activity. Oh, how can I describe the effect of this on Andrei Antonovitch? Hearing that Fyodor Stepanovitch had duped him again and had made a fool of him so coarsely, that he had told her much more than he had told him, and sooner than him, and that perhaps Fyodor Stepanovitch was the chief instigator of all these criminal designs, he flew into a frenzy. "Senseless but malignant woman," he cried, snapping his bonds at one blow, "let me tell you, I shall arrest your worthless lover at once. I shall put him in fetters and send him to the fortress, or I shall jump out of a window before your eyes this minute." Yulia Mihailovna, turning green with anger, greeted this tirade at once with a burst of prolonged, ringing laughter, going off into peals such as one hears at the French theater when a Parisian actress, imported for a fee of 100,000 to play a coquette, laughs in her husband's face for daring to be jealous of her. Von Lemke rushed to the window, but suddenly stopped as though rooted to the spot, folded his arms across his chest, and white as a corpse, looked with a sinister gaze at the laughing lady. "Do you know, Yulia, do you know?" he said in a gasping and suppliant voice. "Do you know that even I can do something?" But at the renewed and even louder laughter that followed his last words, he clenched his teeth, groaned, and suddenly rushed, not towards the window, but at his spouse with his fist raised. He did not bring it down, no. I repeat again and again, no, but it was the last straw. He ran to his own room, not knowing what he was doing, flung himself, dressed as he was, face downwards on his bed, wrapped himself convulsively, head and all, in the sheet, and lay so for 2 hours, incapable of sleep, incapable of thought, with a load on his heart and blank, immovable despair in his soul. Now and then he shivered all over with an agonizing, feverish tremor. Disconnected and irrelevant things kept coming into his mind. At one minute he thought of the old clock, which used to hang on his wall 15 years ago in Petersburg, and had lost the minute hand. At another of the cheerful clerk, Millebois, and how they had once caught a sparrow together in Alexandrovsky Park, and had laughed so that they could be heard all over the park, remembering that one of them was already a college assessor. I imagine that about 7 in the morning he must have fallen asleep without being aware of it himself, and must have slept with enjoyment, with agreeable dreams. Waking about 10 o'clock, he jumped wildly out of bed, remembered everything at once, and slapped himself on the head. He refused his breakfast, and would see neither Blum nor the chief of the police nor the clerk, who came to remind him that he was expected to preside over a meeting that morning. He would listen to nothing, and did not want to understand. He ran like one possessed to Yulia Mihailovna's part of the house. Their Sofia Antropovna, an old lady of good family who had lived for years with Yulia Mihailovna, explained to him that his wife had set off at 10 o'clock that morning with a large company in 3 carriages to Varvara Petrovna Stavrogin's, to Vorshniki, to look over the place with a view to the second fete, which was planned for a fortnight later, and that the visit today had been arranged with Varvara Petrovna 3 days before. Overwhelmed with this news, Andrei Antonovitch returned to his study and impulsively ordered the horses. He could hardly wait for them to be got ready. His soul was hungering for Yulia Mihailovna to look at her, to be near her for 5 minutes. Perhaps she would glance at him, notice him, would smile as before, forgive him. Oh, aren't the horses ready? Mechanically, he opened a thick book lying on the table. He sometimes used to try his fortune in this way with a book, opening it at random and reading the 3 lines at the top of the right-hand page. What turned up was, "Tout est pour la mia dans le meilleur des mondes possibles." Voltaire, Candide. He uttered an ejaculation of contempt and ran to get into the carriage. Vorshniki. The coachman said afterwards that his master urged him on all the way, but as soon as they were getting near the mansion, he suddenly told him to turn and drive back to the town, bidding him drive fast. Please drive fast. Before they reached the town wall, master told me to stop again, got out of the carriage, and went across the road into the field. I thought he felt ill, but he stopped and began looking at the flowers, and so he stood for a time. It was strange, really. I began to feel quite uneasy. This was the coachman's testimony. I remember the weather that morning. It was a cold, clear, but windy September day, before Andrei Antonovitch stretched a forbidding landscape of bare fields from which the crop had long been harvested. There were a few dying yellow flowers, pitiful relics blown about by the howling wind. Did he want to compare himself and his fate with those wretched flowers battered by the autumn and the frost? I don't think so. In fact, I feel sure it was not so, and that he realized nothing about the flowers in spite of the evidence of the coachman and of the police superintendent, who drove up at that moment and asserted afterwards that he found the governor with a bunch of yellow flowers in his hand. This police superintendent, Flibusterov by name, was an ardent champion of authority who had only recently come to our town, but had already distinguished himself and become famous by his inordinate zeal, by a certain vehemence in the execution of his duties, and his inveterate inebriety. Jumping out of the carriage and not the least disconcerted at the sight of what the governor was doing, he blurted out all in one breath, with a frantic expression, yet with an air of conviction, that there's an upset in the town. "Eh, what?" said Andrei Antonovitch, turning to him with a stern face, but without a trace of surprise or any recollection of his carriage and his coachman, as though he had been in his own study. "Police Superintendent Flibusterov, Your Excellency, there's a riot in the town." "Filibusters," Andrei Antonovitch said thoughtfully. "Just so, Your Excellency. The S.H. Pigulin men are making a riot." The S.H. Pigulin men. The name S.H. Pigulin seemed to remind him of something. He started and put his finger to his forehead. "The S.H. Pigulin men?" In silence, and still plunged in thought, he walked without haste to the carriage, took his seat, and told the coachman to drive to the town. The police superintendent followed in the droshky. I imagine that he had vague impressions of many interesting things of all sorts on the way, but I doubt whether he had any definite idea or any settled intention as he drove into the open space in front of his house. But no sooner did he see the resolute and orderly ranks of the rioters, the cordon of police, the helpless, and perhaps purposely helpless, chief of police, and the general expectation of which he was the object, than all the blood rushed to his heart. With a pale face, he stepped out of his carriage. "Caps off," he said breathlessly and hardly audibly. "On your knees," he squealed, to the surprise of everyone, to his own surprise too, and perhaps the very unexpectedness of the position was the explanation of what followed. Can a sledge on a switchback at carnival stop short as it flies down the hill? What made it worse, Andrei Antonovitch had been all his life serene in character, and never shouted or stamped at anyone, and such people are always the most dangerous if it once happens that something sets their sledge sliding downhill. Everything was whirling before his eyes. "Filibusters," he yelled still more shrilly and absurdly, and his voice broke. He stood, not knowing what he was going to do, but knowing and feeling in his whole being that he certainly would do something directly. "Lord," was heard from the crowd. A lad began crossing himself. 3 or 4 men actually did try to kneel down, but the whole mass moved 3 steps forward, and suddenly all began talking at once. "Your Excellency, we were hired for a term, the manager, you mustn't say," and so on and so on. It was impossible to distinguish anything. Alas, Andrei Antonovitch could distinguish nothing. The flowers were still in his hands. The riot was as real to him as the prison carts were to Stepan Trofimovitch. And flitting to and fro in the crowd of rioters who gazed open-eyed at him, he seemed to see Fyodor Stepanovitch, who had egged them on, Fyodor Stepanovitch, whom he hated and whose image had never left him since yesterday. "Rods," he cried even more unexpectedly. A dead silence followed. "From the facts I have learnt and those I have conjectured, this must have been what happened at the beginning, but I have no such exact information for what followed, nor can I conjecture it so easily. There are some facts, however. In the first place, rods were brought on the scene with strange rapidity. They had evidently been got ready beforehand in expectation by the intelligent chief of the police. Not more than 2, or at most 3, were actually flogged, however. That fact I wish to lay stress on. It's an absolute fabrication to say that the whole crowd of rioters, or at least half of them, were punished. It is a nonsensical story, too, that a poor but respectable lady was caught as she passed by and promptly thrashed. Yet I read myself an account of this incident afterwards among the provincial items of a Petersburg newspaper. Many people in the town talked of an old woman called Varvara Petrovna Terapigin who lived in the almshouse by the cemetery. She was said, on her way home from visiting a friend, to have forced her way into the crowd of spectators through natural curiosity. Seeing what was going on, she cried out, "What a shame!" and spat on the ground. For this it was said she had been seized and flogged too. This story not only appeared in print, but in our excitement we positively got up a subscription for her benefit. I subscribed 20 kopecks myself, and would you believe it? It appears now that there was no old woman called Terapigin living in the almshouse at all. I went to inquire at the almshouse by the cemetery myself. They had never heard of anyone called Terapigin there, and, what's more, they were quite offended when I told them the story that was going round. I mention this fabulous Varvara Petrovna because what happened to her, if she really had existed, very nearly happened to Stepan Trofimovitch. Possibly, indeed, His adventure may have been at the bottom of the ridiculous tale about the old woman. That is, as the gossip went on growing, he was transformed into this old dame. What I find most difficult to understand is how he came to slip away from me as soon as he got into the square. As I had a misgiving of something very unpleasant, I wanted to take him round the square straight to the entrance to the governor's, but my own curiosity was roused, and I stopped only for 1 minute to question the first person I came across, and suddenly I looked round and found Stepan Trofimovitch no longer at my side. Instinctively, I darted off to look for him in the most dangerous place. Something made me feel that his sledge, too, was flying downhill. And I did, as a fact, find him in the very center of things. I remember I seized him by the arm, but he looked quietly and proudly at me with an air of immense authority. "Cher," he pronounced in a voice which quivered on a breaking note, "if they are dealing with people so unceremoniously before us, in an open square, what is to be expected from that man, for instance, if he happens to act on his own authority?" And shaking with indignation, and with an intense desire to defy them, he pointed a menacing, accusing finger at Flibistérov, who was gazing at us open-eyed 2 paces away. "That man," cried the latter, blind with rage. "What man, and who are you?" He stepped up to him, clenching his fist. "Who are you?" he roared ferociously, hysterically, and desperately. I must mention that he knew Stepan Trofimovitch perfectly well by sight. Another moment and he would have certainly seized him by the collar, but luckily, hearing him shout, Lemk turned his head. He gazed intensely but with perplexity at Stepan Trofimovitch, seeming to consider something, and suddenly he shook his hand impatiently. Flibistérov was checked. I drew Stepan Trofimovitch out of the crowd, though perhaps he may have wished to retreat himself. "Home, home," I insisted. It was certainly thanks to Lemk that we were not beat. "Go, my friend. I am to blame for exposing you to this. You have a future and a career of a sort before you, while I moan Hura est sani." He resolutely mounted the governor's steps. The hall porter knew me. I said that we both wanted to see Yulia Mihailovna. We sat down in the waiting room and waited. I was unwilling to leave my friend, but I thought it unnecessary to say anything more to him. He had the air of a man who had consecrated himself to certain death for the sake of his country. We sat down, not side by side, but in different corners, I nearer to the entrance, he at some distance facing me, with his head bent in thought, leaning lightly on his stick. He held his wide-brimmed hat in his left hand. We sat like that for 10 minutes. 2. Lemk suddenly came in with rapid steps, accompanied by the chief of police, looked absent-mindedly at us, and taking no notice of us, was about to pass into his study on the right, but Stepan Trofimovitch stood before him, blocking his way. The tall figure of Stepan Trofimovitch, so unlike other people, made an impression. Lemk stopped. "Who is this?" he muttered, puzzled, as if he were questioning the chief of police, though he did not turn his head towards him, and was all the time gazing at Stepan Trofimovitch. "Retired college assessor, Stepan Trofimovitch Verhovensky, Your Excellency," answered Stepan Trofimovitch, bowing majestically. His Excellency went on staring at him with a very blank expression, however. "What is it?" And with the curtness of a great official, he turned his ear to Stepan Trofimovitch with disdainful impatience, taking him for an ordinary person with a written petition of some sort. "I was visited, and my house was searched today by an official acting in Your Excellency's name. Therefore, I am desirous." "Name, name?" Lemk asked impatiently, seeming suddenly to have an inkling of something. Stepan Trofimovitch repeated his name still more majestically. It's that hotbed. You have shown yourself, sir, in such a light. Are you a professor, a professor?" "I once had the honor of giving some lectures to the young men of the X-University." "The young men?" Lemk seemed to start, though I am ready to bet that he grasped very little of what was going on, or even, perhaps, did not know with whom he was talking. "That, sir, I won't allow," he cried, suddenly getting terribly angry. "I won't allow young men. It's all these manifestos. It's an assault on society, sir, a piratical attack, filibustering. What is your request?" "On the contrary, your wife requested me to read something tomorrow at her fête. I've not come to make a request, but to ask for my rights." "At the fête, there'll be no fête. I won't allow your fête. A lecture, a lecture," he screamed furiously. "I should be very glad if you would speak to me rather more politely. "Your Excellency," without stamping or shouting at me as though I were a boy. "Perhaps you understand whom you are speaking to," said Lemke, turning crimson. "Perfectly, Your Excellency. I am protecting society while you are destroying it. I remember about you, though. You used to be a tutor in the house of Madame Stavrogin." "Yes, I was in the position of tutor in the house of Madame Stavrogin, and have been for 20 years the hotbed of all that has now accumulated. All the fruits. I believe I saw you just now in the square. You'd better look out, sir. You'd better look out. Your way of thinking is well known. You may be sure that I keep my eye on you. I cannot allow your lectures, sir. I cannot. Don't come with such requests to me." He would have passed on again. "I repeat that Your Excellency is mistaken. It was your wife who asked me to give, not a lecture, but a literary reading at the fair tomorrow. But I decline to do so in any case now. I humbly request that you will explain to me if possible how, why, and for what reason I was subjected to an official search today? Some of my books and papers, private letters to me, were taken from me and wheeled through the town in a barrow." "Who searched you?" said Lemke, starting and returning to full consciousness of the position. He suddenly flushed all over. He turned quickly to the chief of police. At that moment, the long, stooping, and awkward figure of Blum appeared in the doorway. "Why, this official here," said Stepan Trofimovitch, indicating him. Blum came forward with a face that admitted his responsibility but showed no contrition. "Vous ne faites que des bêtises," Lemke threw at him in a tone of vexation and anger, and suddenly he was transformed and completely himself again. "Excuse me," he muttered, utterly disconcerted and turning absolutely crimson. All this was probably a mere blunder, a misunderstanding. Nothing but a misunderstanding." "Your Excellency," observed Stepan Trofimovitch, "once when I was young I saw a characteristic incident. In the corridor of a theater, a man ran up to another and gave him a sounding smack in the face before the whole public. Perceiving at once that his victim was not the person whom he had intended to chastise, but someone quite different who only slightly resembled him, he pronounced angrily, with the haste of one whose moments are precious as Your Excellency did just now, I've made a mistake. Excuse me, it was a misunderstanding, nothing but a misunderstanding." And when the offended man remained resentful and cried out, he observed to him, with extreme annoyance, "Why, I tell you it was a misunderstanding. What are you crying out about?" That's very amusing." Of course, Lemke gave a wry smile, but can't you see how unhappy I am myself?" He almost screamed, and seemed about to hide his face in his hands. This unexpected and piteous exclamation, almost a sob, was almost more than one could bear. It was probably the first moment since the previous day that he had full, vivid consciousness of all that had happened, and it was followed by complete, humiliating despair that could not be disguised. Who knows? In another minute, he might have sobbed aloud. For the first moment Stepan Trofimovitch looked wildly at him. Then he suddenly bowed his head, and in a voice pregnant with feeling pronounced, "Your Excellency, don't trouble yourself with my petulant complaint, and only give orders for my books and letters to be restored to me." He was interrupted. At that very instant Yulia Mihailovna returned and entered noisily with all the party which had accompanied her. But at this point, I should like to tell my story in as much detail as possible. 3. In the first place, the whole company, who had filled 3 carriages, crowded into the waiting room. There was a special entrance to Yulia Mihailovna's apartments on the left as one entered the house. But on this occasion, they all went through the waiting room, and I imagine just because Stepan Trofimovitch was there, and because all that had happened to him, as well as the Sh. Pigulin affair, had reached Yulia Mihailovna's ears as she drove into the town. Lyamshin, who for some misdemeanor had not been invited to join the party, and so knew all that had been happening in the town before anyone else, brought her the news. With spiteful glee, he hired a wretched Cossack nag and hastened on the way to Vorshniki to meet the returning cavalcade with the diverting intelligence. I fancy that, in spite of her lofty determination, Yulia Mihailovna was a little disconcerted on hearing such surprising news, but probably only for an instant. The political aspect of the affair, for instance, could not cause her uneasiness. Fyodor Stepanovitch had impressed upon her 3 or 4 times that the Sh. Pigulin ruffians ought to be flogged, and Fyodor Stepanovitch certainly had for some time past been a great authority in her eyes. "But, anyway, I shall make him pay for it," she doubtless reflected, the he, of course, referring to her spouse. I must observe in passing that on this occasion, as though purposely, Fyodor Stepanovitch had taken no part in the expedition, and no one had seen him all day. I must mention, too, by the way, that Varvara Petrovna had come back to the town with her guests, in the same carriage with Yulia Mihailovna, in order to be present at the last meeting of the committee, which was arranging the fete for the next day. She too must have been interested, and perhaps even agitated, by the news about Stepan Trofimovitch communicated by Lyamshin. The hour of reckoning for Andrei Antonovitch followed at once. Alas! He felt that from the first glance at his admirable wife. With an open air and an enchanting smile, she went quickly up to Stepan Trofimovitch, held out her exquisitely gloved hand, and greeted him with a perfect shower of flattering phrases as though the only thing she cared about that morning was to make haste to be charming to Stepan Trofimovitch, because at last she saw him in her house. There was not one hint of the search that morning. It was as though she knew nothing of it. There was not one word to her husband, not one glance in his direction as though he had not been in the room. What's more, she promptly confiscated Stepan Trofimovitch and carried him off to the drawing room as though he had had no interview with Lemke, or as though it was not worth prolonging if he had. I repeat again, I think that in this, Yulia Mihailovna, in spite of her aristocratic tone, made another great mistake. And Karmazinov particularly did much to aggravate this. He had taken part in the expedition at Yulia Mihailovna's special request, and in that way had, incidentally, paid his visit to Varvara Petrovna, and she was so poor-spirited as to be perfectly delighted at it. On seeing Stepan Trofimovitch, he called out from the doorway, he came in behind the rest, and pressed forward to embrace him, even interrupting Yulia Mihailovna. What years, what ages, at last, excellent Ami. He made as though to kiss him, offering his cheek, of course, and Stepan Trofimovitch was so fluttered that he could not avoid saluting it. Cher, he said to me that evening, recalling all the events of that day, I wondered at that moment which of us was the most contemptible, he, embracing me only to humiliate me, or I, despising him and his face and kissing it on the spot, though I might have turned away. Phoo! Come, tell me about yourself, tell me everything, Karmazinov drawled and lisped, as though it were possible for him on the spur of the moment to give an account of 25 years of his life. But this foolish trifling was the height of chic. Remember that the last time we met was at the Granovsky dinner in Moscow, and that 24 years have passed since then. Stepan Trofimovitch began very reasonably, and consequently not at all in the same chic style. See, cher homme, Karmazinov interrupted with shrill familiarity, squeezing his shoulder with exaggerated friendliness. Make haste and take us to your room, Yulia Mihailovna. There he'll sit down and tell us everything. And yet I was never at all intimate with that peevish old woman. Stepan Trofimovitch went on complaining to me that same evening, shaking with anger. We were almost boys, and I'd begun to detest him even then, just as he had me, of course. Yulia Mihailovna's drawing room filled up quickly. Varvara Petrovna was particularly excited, though she tried to appear indifferent, but I caught her once or twice glancing with hatred at Karmazinov, and with wrath at Stepan Trofimovitch, the wrath of anticipation, the wrath of jealousy and love. If Stepan Trofimovitch had blundered this time and had let Karmazinov make him look small before everyone, I believe she would have leapt up and beaten him. I have forgotten to say that Lisa too was there, and I had never seen her more radiant, carelessly light-hearted, and happy. Mavriky Nikolaevich was there too, of course. In the crowd of young ladies and rather vulgar young men who made up Yulia Mihailovna's usual retinue, and among whom this vulgarity was taken for sprightliness, and cheap cynicism for wit, I noticed 2 or 3 new faces. A very obsequious Pole who was on a visit in the town, a German doctor, a sturdy old fellow who kept loudly laughing with great zest at his own wit. And lastly, a very young princeling from Petersburg like an automaton figure, with the deportment of a state dignitary and a fearfully high collar. But it was evident that Yulia Mihailovna had a very high opinion of this visitor, and was even a little anxious of the impression her salon was making on him. Cher M. Karmazinov, said Stepan Trofimovitch, sitting in a picturesque pose on the sofa and suddenly beginning to lisp as daintily as Karmazinov himself. Cher M. Karmazinov, the life of a man of our time and of certain convictions, even after an interval of 25 years, is bound to seem monotonous. The German went off into a loud, abrupt guffaw like a neigh, evidently imagining that Stepan Trofimovitch had said something exceedingly funny. The latter gazed at him with studied amazement but produced no effect on him whatever. The prince, too, looked at the German, turning head, collar and all, towards him and putting up his pince-nez, though without the slightest curiosity. "Is bound to seem monotonous," Stepan Trofimovitch intentionally repeated, drawling each word as deliberately and nonchalantly as possible. "And so my life has been throughout this quarter of a century, et comme on trouve partout plus de moines que de racine, and as I am entirely of this opinion, it has come to pass that throughout this quarter of a century C'est charmant, les moines," whispered Yulia Mihailovna, turning to Varvara Petrovna, who was sitting beside her. Varvara Petrovna responded with a look of pride. But Karmazinov could not stomach the success of the French phrase and quickly and shrilly interrupted Stepan Trofimovitch. "As for me, I am quite at rest on that score, and for the past 7 years I've been settled at Karlsruhe. And last year, when it was proposed by the town council to lay down a new water pipe, I felt in my heart that this question of water pipes in Karlsruhe was dearer and closer to my heart than all the questions of my precious fatherland. In this period of so-called reform, I can't help sympathizing, though it goes against the grain," sighed Stepan Trofimovitch, bowing his head significantly. Yulia Mihailovna was triumphant. The conversation was becoming profound and taking a political turn. "A drain pipe?" the doctor inquired in a loud voice. "A water pipe, doctor, a water pipe," and I positively assisted them in drawing up the plan. The doctor went off into a deafening guffaw. Many people followed his example, laughing in the face of the doctor, who remained unconscious of it and was highly delighted that everyone was laughing. "You must allow me to differ from you, Karmazinov," Yulia Mihailovna hastened to interpose. "Karlsruhe is all very well, but you are fond of mystifying people, and this time we don't believe you. What Russian writer has presented so many modern types, has brought forward so many contemporary problems, has put his finger on the most vital modern points which make up the type of the modern man of action? You, only you, and no one else. It's no use your assuring us of your coldness towards your own country and your ardent interest in the water pipes of Karlsruhe. Ha ha." "Yes, no doubt," lisped Karmazinov. "I have portrayed in the character of Pogachev all the failings of the Slavophiles, and in the character of Nikodimov all the failings of the Westerners." "I say hardly all," Lyamshin whispered slyly. "But I do this, by the way, simply to while away the tedious hours and to satisfy the persistent demands of my fellow countrymen. You are probably aware, Stepan Trofimovitch," Yulia Mihailovna went on enthusiastically, "that tomorrow we shall have the delight of hearing the charming lines. One of the last of Semyon Yakovlevitch's exquisite literary inspirations, it's called Merci. He announces in this piece that he will write no more, that nothing in the world will induce him to, if angels from heaven or, what's more, all the best society were to implore him to change his mind. In fact, he is laying down the pen for good, and this graceful merci is addressed to the public in grateful acknowledgement of the constant enthusiasm with which it has for so many years greeted his unswerving loyalty to true Russian thought." Yulia Mihailovna was at the acme of bliss. "Yes, I shall make my farewell. I shall say my merci and depart, and there, in Karlsruhe, I shall close my eyes." Karmazinov was gradually becoming maudlin. Like many of our great writers, and there are numbers of them amongst us, he could not resist praise and began to be limp at once, in spite of his penetrating wit. But I consider this is pardonable. They say that one of our Shakespeares positively blurted out in private conversation that we great men can't do otherwise, and so on, and, what's more, was unaware of it. There in Karlsruhe I shall close my eyes. When we have done our duty, all that's left for us great men is to make haste to close our eyes without seeking a reward. I shall do so too. Give me the address and I shall come to Karlsruhe to visit your tomb," said the German, laughing immoderately. "They send corpses by rail nowadays," one of the less important young men said unexpectedly. Lyamshin positively shrieked with delight. Yulia Mihailovna frowned. Nikolay Stavrogin walked in. "Why, I was told that you were locked up," he said aloud, addressing Stepan Trofimovitch before everyone else. No, it was a case of unlocking, jested Stepan Trofimovitch. But I hope that what's happened will have no influence on what I asked you to do, Yulia Mihailovna put in again. I trust that you will not let this unfortunate annoyance, of which I had no idea, lead you to disappoint our eager expectations and deprive us of the enjoyment of hearing your reading at our literary matinee. I don't know now. Really, I am so unlucky, Varvara Petrovna. And only fancy, just when I was so longing to make the personal acquaintance of one of the most remarkable and independent intellects of Russia, and here Stepan Trofimovitch suddenly talks of deserting us. Your compliment is uttered so audibly that I ought to pretend not to hear it, Stepan Trofimovitch said neatly, but I cannot believe that my insignificant presence is so indispensable at your fete tomorrow. However, Why, you'll spoil him, cried Fyodor Stepanovitch, bursting into the room. I've only just got him in hand, and in one morning he has been searched, arrested, taken by the collar by a policeman, and here ladies are cooing to him in the governor's drawing room. Every bone in his body is aching with rapture. In his wildest dreams, he had never hoped for such good fortune. Now he'll begin informing against the socialists after this. Impossible, Fyodor Stepanovitch. Socialism is too grand an idea to be unrecognized by Stepan Trofimovitch. Yulia Mihailovna took up the gauntlet with energy. It's a great idea, but its exponents are not always great men. Et brissons, la mon cher, Stepan Trofimovitch ended, addressing his son and rising gracefully from his seat. But at this point, an utterly unexpected circumstance occurred. Von Lemke had been in the room for some time, but seemed unnoticed by anyone, though everyone had seen him come in. In accordance with her former plan, Yulia Mihailovna went on ignoring him. He took up his position near the door and with a stern face listened gloomily to the conversation. Hearing an allusion to the events of the morning, he began fidgeting uneasily, stared at the prince, obviously struck by his stiffly starched, prominent collar. Then suddenly he seemed to start on hearing the voice of Fyodor Stepanovitch and seeing him burst in. And no sooner had Stepan Trofimovitch uttered his phrase about socialists than Lemke went up to him, pushing against Lyamshin, who at once skipped out of the way with an affected gesture of surprise, rubbing his shoulder and pretending that he had been terribly bruised. Enough, said von Lemke to Stepan Trofimovitch, vigorously gripping the hand of the dismayed gentleman and squeezing it with all his might in both of his. Enough! The filibusters of our day are unmasked. Not another word. Measures have been taken. He spoke loudly enough to be heard by all the room and concluded with energy. The impression he produced was poignant. Everybody felt that something was wrong. I saw Yulia Mihailovna turn pale. The effect was heightened by a trivial accident. After announcing that measures had been taken, Lemke turned sharply and walked quickly towards the door, but he had hardly taken 2 steps when he stumbled over a rug, swerved forward, and almost fell. For a moment he stood still, looked at the rug at which he had stumbled, and uttering aloud, "Change it," went out of the room. Yulia Mihailovna ran after him. Her exit was followed by an uproar in which it was difficult to distinguish anything. Some said he was deranged, others that he was liable to attacks, others put their fingers to their forehead. Lyamshin in the corner put his 2 fingers above his forehead. People hinted at some domestic difficulties in a whisper, of course. No one took up his hat, all were waiting. I don't know what Yulia Mihailovna managed to do, but 5 minutes later she came back, doing her utmost to appear composed. She replied evasively that Andrei Antonovitch was rather excited, but that it meant nothing, that he had been like that from a child, that she knew much better, and that the fete next day would certainly cheer him up. Then followed a few flattering words to Stepan Trofimovitch simply from civility, and a loud invitation to the members of the committee to open the meeting now, at once. Only then, all who were not members of the committee prepared to go home, but the painful incidents of this fatal day were not yet over. I noticed at the moment, when Nikolay Stavrogin came in, that Lisa looked quickly and intently at him, and was for a long time unable to take her eyes off him so much, so that at last it attracted attention. I saw Mavriky Nikolaevich bend over her from behind. He seemed to mean to whisper something to her, but evidently changed his intention and drew himself up quickly, looking round at everyone with a guilty air. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch too excited curiosity. His face was paler than usual, and there was a strangely absent-minded look in his eyes. After flinging his question at Stepan Trofimovitch, he seemed to forget about him altogether, and I really believe he even forgot to speak to his hostess. He did not once look at Lisa, not because he did not want to, but I am certain because he did not notice her either. And suddenly, after the brief silence that followed Yulia Mihailovna's invitation to open the meeting without loss of time, Lisa's musical voice, intentionally loud, was heard. She called to Stavrogin. "Nikolay Vsevolodovitch, a captain who calls himself a relation of yours, the brother of your wife, and whose name is Lebyadkin, keeps writing impertinent letters to me, complaining of you and offering to tell me some secrets about you. If he really is a connection of yours, please tell him not to annoy me and save me from this unpleasantness." There was a note of desperate challenge in these words. Everyone realized it. The accusation was unmistakable, though perhaps it was a surprise to herself. She was like a man who shuts his eyes and throws himself from the roof. But Nikolay Stavrogin's answer was even more astounding. To begin with, it was strange that he was not in the least surprised and listened to Lisa with unruffled attention. There was no trace of either confusion or anger in his face. Simply, firmly, even with an air of perfect readiness, he answered the fatal question. "Yes, I have the misfortune to be connected with that man. I have been the husband of his sister for nearly 5 years. You may be sure I will give him your message as soon as possible, and I'll answer for it that he shan't annoy you again." I shall never forget the horror that was reflected on the face of Varvara Petrovna. With a distracted air, she got up from her seat, lifting up her right hand as though to ward off a blow. Nikolay Vsevolodovitch looked at her, looked at Lisa, at the spectators, and suddenly smiled with infinite disdain. He walked deliberately out of the room. Everyone saw how Lisa leapt up from the sofa as soon as he turned to go and unmistakably made a movement to run after him. But she controlled herself and did not run after him. She went quietly out of the room without saying a word or even looking at anyone, accompanied, of course, by Mavriky Nikolaevich, who rushed after her. The uproar and the gossip that night in the town I will not attempt to describe. Varvara Petrovna shut herself up in her townhouse, and Nikolay Vsevolodovitch, it was said, went straight to S.K. Vorshniki without seeing his mother. Stepan Trofimovitch sent me that evening to set cheer Amy to implore her to allow him to come to her, but she would not see me. He was terribly overwhelmed. He shed tears. Such a marriage, such an awful thing in the family, he kept repeating. He remembered Karmazinov, however, and abused him terribly. He set to work vigorously to prepare for the reading too, and the artistic temperament, rehearsed before the looking-glass, and went over all the jokes and witticisms uttered in the course of his life which he had written down in a separate notebook, to insert into his reading next day. "My dear, I do this for the sake of a great idea," he said to me, obviously justifying himself. "Cher Ami, I have been stationary for 25 years, and suddenly I've begun to move with her. I know not, but I've begun to move." Part 3. Chapter 1. The Fate First Part. 1. The fete took place in spite of all the perplexities of the preceding Sh. Pigulin day. I believe that even if Lemke had died the previous night, the fete would still have taken place next morning. So peculiar was the significance Yulia Mihailovna attached to it. Alas! Up to the last moment she was blind and had no inkling of the state of public feeling. No one believed at last that the festive day would pass without some tremendous scandal, some catastrophe, as some people expressed it, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Many people, it is true, tried to assume a frowning and diplomatic countenance, but speaking generally, every Russian is inordinately delighted at any public scandal and disorder. It is true that we did feel something much more serious than the mere craving for a scandal. There was a general feeling of irritation, a feeling of implacable resentment. Everyone seemed thoroughly disgusted with everything. A kind of bewildered cynicism, a forced, as it were, strained cynicism was predominant in everyone. The only people who were free from bewilderment were the ladies, and they were clear on only one point: their remorseless detestation of Yulia Mihailovna. Ladies of all shades of opinion were agreed in this, and she, poor dear, had no suspicion. Up to the last hour she was persuaded that she was surrounded by followers, and that they were still fanatically devoted to her. I have already hinted that some low fellows of different sorts had made their appearance amongst us. In turbulent times of upheaval or transition, low characters always come to the front everywhere. I am not speaking now of the so-called advanced people who are always in a hurry to be in advance of everyone else, their absorbing anxiety, and who always have some more or less definite, though often very stupid, aim. No, I am speaking only of the riffraff. In every period of transition, this riffraff, which exists in every society, rises to the surface, and is not only without any aim but has not even a symptom of an idea, and merely does its utmost to give expression to uneasiness and impatience. Moreover, this riffraff almost always falls unconsciously under the control of the little group of advanced people who do act with a definite aim, and this little group can direct all this rabble as it pleases, if only it does not itself consist of absolute idiots, which, however, is sometimes the case. It is said among us now that it is all over, that Fyodor Stepanovitch was directed by the Internationale, and Yulia Mihailovna by Fyodor Stepanovitch, while she controlled, under his rule, a rabble of all sorts. The more sober minds amongst us wonder at themselves now, and can't understand how they came to be so foolish at the time. What constituted the turbulence of our time, and what transition it was we were passing through, I don't know, nor I think does anyone, unless it were some of those visitors of ours. Yet the most worthless fellows suddenly gained predominant influence, began loudly criticizing everything sacred, though till then they had not dared to open their mouths, while the leading people, who had till then so satisfactorily kept the upper hand, began listening to them and holding their peace, some even simpered approval in a most shameless way. People like Lyamshin and Telyatnikov, like Gogol's Tentyatnikov, driveling homebred editions of Radishchev, wretched little Jews with a mournful but haughty smile, guffawing foreigners, poets of advanced tendencies from the capital, poets who made up with peasant coats and tarred boots for the lack of tendencies or talents, majors and colonels who ridiculed the senselessness of the service, and who would have been ready for an extra ruble to unbuckle their swords and take jobs as railway clerks. Generals who had abandoned their duties to become lawyers, advanced mediators, advancing merchants, innumerable divinity students, women who were the embodiment of the woman question all these suddenly gained complete sway among us, and over whom? Over the club, the venerable officials, over generals with wooden legs, over the very strict and inaccessible ladies of our local society. Since even Varvara Petrovna was almost at the beck and call of this rabble, right up to the time of the catastrophe with her son, our other local Minervas may well be pardoned for their temporary aberration. Now all this is attributed, as I have mentioned already, to the Internationale. This idea has taken such root that it is given as the explanation to visitors from other parts. Only lately Councillor Kubrakov, a man of 62, with the Stanislav Order on his breast, came forward uninvited and confessed in a voice full of feeling that he had beyond a shadow of doubt been for fully 3 months under the influence of the Internationale. When with every deference for his years and services he was invited to be more definite, he stuck firmly to his original statement, though he could produce no evidence except that he had felt it in all his feelings, so that they cross-examined him no further. I repeat again, there was still even among us a small group who held themselves aloof from the beginning and even locked themselves up. But what lock can stand against a law of nature? Daughters will grow up even in the most careful families, and it is essential for grown-up daughters to dance. And so all these people, too, ended by subscribing to the governess's fund. The ball was assumed to be an entertainment so brilliant, so unprecedented. Marvels were told about it. There were rumors of princes from a distance with lorgnettes, of 10 stewards, all young dandies, with rosettes on their left shoulder, of some Petersburg people who were setting the thing going. There was a rumor that Karmazinov had consented to increase the subscriptions to the fund by reading his merci in the costume of the governesses of the district. That there would be a literary quadrille all in costume, and every costume would symbolize some special line of thought, and finally that honest Russian thought would dance in costume, which would certainly be a complete novelty in itself. Who could resist subscribing? Everyone subscribed. 2. The program of the fête was divided into 2 parts, the literary matinee from midday till 4 o'clock, and afterwards a ball from 10 o'clock onwards through the night. But in this very program, there lay concealed germs of disorder. In the first place, from the very beginning, a rumor had gained ground among the public concerning a luncheon immediately after the literary matinee, or even while it was going on, during an interval arranged expressly for it, a free luncheon, of course, which would form part of the program and be accompanied by champagne. The immense price of the tickets, 3 rubles, tended to confirm this rumor. As though one would subscribe for nothing, the fete is arranged for 24 hours, so food must be provided. People will get hungry. This was how people reasoned in the town. I must admit that Yulia Mihailovna did much to confirm this disastrous rumor by her own heedlessness. A month earlier, under the first spell of the great project, she would babble about it to anyone she met, and even sent a paragraph to one of the Petersburg papers about the toasts and speeches arranged for her fete. What fascinated her most at that time was the idea of these toasts. She wanted to propose them herself and was continually composing them in anticipation. They were to make clear what was their banner. What was it? I don't mind betting that the poor dear composed nothing after all. They were to get into the Petersburg and Moscow papers, to touch and fascinate the higher powers, and then to spread the idea over all the provinces of Russia, rousing people to wonder and imitation. But for toasts, champagne was essential. And as champagne can't be drunk on an empty stomach, it followed that a lunch was essential too. Afterwards, when by her efforts a committee had been formed and had attacked the subject more seriously, it was proved clearly to her at once that if they were going to dream of banquets, there would be very little left for the governesses, however well people subscribed. There were 2 ways out of the difficulty. Either Belshazzar's feast with toasts and speeches and 90 rubles for the governesses, or a considerable sum of money with the fete only as a matter of form to raise it. The committee, however, only wanted to scare her, and had of course worked out a third course of action, which was reasonable and combined the advantages of both. That is, a very decent fete in every respect, only without champagne, and so yielding a very respectable sum, much more than 90 rubles. But Yulia Mihailovna would not agree to it. Her proud spirit revolted from paltry compromise. She decided at once that if the original idea could not be carried out, they should rush to the opposite extreme. That is, raise an enormous subscription that would be the envy of other provinces. The public must understand, she said at the end of her flaming speech to the committee, that the attainment of an object of universal human interest is infinitely loftier than the corporeal enjoyments of the passing moment, that the fete in its essence is only the proclamation of a great idea, and so we ought to be content with the most frugal German ball simply as a symbol. That is, if we can't dispense with this detestable ball altogether. So great was the aversion she suddenly conceived for it. But she was pacified at last. It was then that the literary quadrille and the other aesthetic items were invented and proposed as substitutes for the corporeal enjoyments. It was then that Karmazinov finally consented to read Merci. Until then he had only tantalized them by his hesitation, and so eradicate the very idea of victuals from the minds of our incontinent public. So the ball was once more to be a magnificent function, though in a different style. And not to be too ethereal, it was decided that tea with lemon and round biscuits should be served at the beginning of the ball, and later on orchard and lemonade, and at the end even ices but nothing else. For those who always and everywhere are hungry, and, still more, thirsty, they might open a buffet in the farthest of the suite of rooms and put it in charge of Prohorovitch, the head cook of the club, who would, subject to the strict supervision of the committee, serve whatever was wanted at a fixed charge, and a notice should be put up on the door of the hall that refreshments were extra. But on the morning, they decided not to open the buffet at all for fear of disturbing the reading, though the buffet would have been 5 rooms off the White Hall in which Karmazinov had consented to read Merci. It is remarkable that the committee, and even the most practical people in it, attached enormous consequence to this reading. As for people of poetical tendencies, the marshal's wife, for instance, informed Karmazinov that after the reading she would immediately order a marble slab to be put up in the wall of the White Hall with an inscription in gold letters, that on such a day and year, here, in this place, the great writer of Russia and of Europe had read Merci on laying aside his pen, and so had for the first time taken leave of the Russian public represented by the leading citizens of our town. and that this inscription would be read by all at the ball, that is, only 5 hours after Merci had been read. I know for a fact that Karmazinov it was who insisted that there should be no buffet in the morning on any account, while he was reading, in spite of some protests from members of the committee that this was rather opposed to our way of doing things. This was the position of affairs, while in the town people were still reckoning on a Belshazzar feast, that is, on refreshments provided by the committee. They believed in this to the last hour. Even the young ladies were dreaming of masses of sweets and preserves, and something more beyond their imagination. Everyone knew that the subscriptions had reached a huge sum, that all the town was struggling to go, that people were driving in from the surrounding districts, and that there were not tickets enough. It was known, too, that there had been some large subscriptions apart from the price paid for tickets. Varvara Petrovna, for instance, had paid 300 rubles for her ticket and had given almost all the flowers from her conservatory to decorate the room. The marshal's wife, who was a member of the committee, provided the house and the lighting. The club furnished the music, the attendance, and gave up Prohorovitch for the whole day. There were other contributions as well, though lesser ones, so much so indeed that the idea was mooted of cutting down the price of tickets from 3 rubles to 2. Indeed, the committee were afraid at first that 3 rubles would be too much for young ladies to pay, and suggested that they might have family tickets, so that every family should pay for one daughter only, while the other young ladies of the family, even if there were a dozen specimens, should be admitted free. But all their apprehensions turned out to be groundless. It was just the young ladies who did come. Even the poorest clerks brought their girls, and it was quite evident that if they had had no girls it would never have occurred to them to subscribe for tickets. One insignificant little secretary brought all his 7 daughters, to say nothing of his wife and a niece into the bargain, and every one of these persons held in her hand an entrance ticket that cost 3 rubles. It may be imagined what an upheaval it made in the town. One has only to remember that, as the fete was divided into 2 parts, every lady needed 2 costumes for the occasion a morning, one for the matinee, and a ball dress for the evening. Many middle-class people, as it appeared afterwards, had pawned everything they had for that day, even the family linen, even the sheets, and possibly the mattresses, to the Jews, who had been settling in our town in great numbers during the previous 2 years, and who became more and more numerous as time went on. Almost all the officials had asked for their salary in advance, and some of the landowners sold beasts they could ill spare, and all simply to bring their ladies got up as marchionesses, and to be as good as anybody. The magnificence of dresses on this occasion was something unheard of in our neighborhood. For a fortnight beforehand, the town was overflowing with funny stories, which were all brought by our wits to Yulia Mihailovna's court. Caricatures were passed from hand to hand. I have seen some drawings of the sort myself, in Yulia Mihailovna's album. All this reached the ears of the families who were the source of the jokes. I believe this was the cause of the general hatred of Yulia Mihailovna, which had grown so strong in the town. People swear and gnash their teeth when they think of it now. But it was evident, even at the time, that if the committee were to displease them in anything, or if anything went wrong at the ball, the outburst of indignation would be something surprising. That's why everyone was secretly expecting a scandal, and if it was so confidently expected, how could it fail to come to pass? The orchestra struck up punctually at midday. Being one of the stewards, that is, one of the 12 young men with a rosette, I saw with my own eyes how this day of ignominious memory began. It began with an enormous crush at the doors. How was it that everything, including the police, went wrong that day? I don't blame the genuine public. The fathers of families did not crowd, nor did they push against anyone, in spite of their position. On the contrary, I am told that they were disconcerted even in the street, at the sight of the crowd shoving in a way unheard of in our town, besieging the entry and taking it by assault, instead of simply going in. Meanwhile, the carriages kept driving up, and at last blocked the street. Now, at the time I write, I have good grounds for affirming that some of the lowest rabble of our town were brought in without tickets by Lyamshin and Liputin, possibly, too, by other people who were stewards like me. Anyway, some complete strangers, who had come from the surrounding districts and elsewhere, were present. As soon as these savages entered the hall, they began asking where the buffet was, as though they had been put up to it beforehand, and learning that there was no buffet, they began swearing with brutal directness and an unprecedented insolence. Some of them, it is true, were drunk when they came. Some of them were dazed like savages at the splendor of the hall, as they had never seen anything like it, and subsided for a minute gazing at it open-mouthed. This great white hall really was magnificent, though the building was falling into decay. It was of immense size, with 2 rows of windows, with an old-fashioned ceiling covered with gilt carving, with a gallery with mirrors on the walls, red and white draperies, marble statues, nondescript but still statues, with heavy old furniture of the Napoleonic period, white and gold, upholstered in red velvet. At the moment I am describing, a high platform had been put up for the literary gentlemen who were to read, and the whole hall was filled with chairs like the parterre of a theater, with wide aisles for the audience. But after the first moments of surprise, the most senseless questions and protests followed. Perhaps we don't care for a reading. We've paid our money. The audience has been impudently swindled. This is our entertainment, not the Lemks. They seemed, in fact, to have been let in for this purpose. I remember specially an encounter in which the princeling with the stand-up collar and the face of a Dutch doll, whom had met the morning before at Yulia Mihailovna's, distinguished himself. He had, at her urgent request, consented to pin a rosette on his left shoulder and to become one of our stewards. It turned out that this dumb wax figure could act after a fashion of his own, if he could not talk. When a colossal pockmarked captain, supported by a herd of rabble following at his heels, pestered him by asking which way to the buffet, he made a sign to a police sergeant. His hint was promptly acted upon, and in spite of the drunken captain's abuse, he was dragged out of the hall. Meantime, the genuine public began to make its appearance and stretched in 3 long files between the chairs. The disorderly elements began to subside, but the public, even the most respectable among them, had a dissatisfied and perplexed air. Some of the ladies looked positively scared. At last all were seated, the music ceased. People began blowing their noses and looking about them. They waited with too solemn an air, which is always a bad sign, but nothing was to be seen yet of the lemks. Silks, velvets, diamonds glowed and sparkled on every side, whiffs of fragrance filled the air. The men were wearing all their decorations, and the old men were even in uniform. At last the marshal's wife came in with Lisa. Lisa had never been so dazzlingly charming or so splendidly dressed as that morning. Her hair was done up in curls, her eyes sparkled, a smile beamed on her face. She made an unmistakable sensation. People scrutinized her and whispered about her. They said that she was looking for Stavrogin, but neither Stavrogin nor Varvara Petrovna were there. At the time, I did not understand the expression of her face. Why was there so much happiness, such joy, such energy and strength in that face? I remembered what had happened the day before and could not make it out. But still, the Lemks did not come. This was distinctly a blunder. I learned that Yulia Mihailovna waited till the last minute for Fyodor Stepanovitch, without whom she could not stir a step, though she never admitted it to herself. I must mention, in parenthesis, that on the previous day Fyodor Stepanovitch had at the last meeting of the committee declined to wear the rosette of a steward, which had disappointed her dreadfully, even to the point of tears. To her surprise and, later on, her extreme discomfiture to anticipate things, he vanished for the whole morning and did not make his appearance at the literary matinee at all, so that no one met him till evening. At last, the audience began to manifest unmistakable signs of impatience. No one appeared on the platform either. The back rows began applauding, as in a theater. The elderly gentlemen and the ladies frowned. The Lemks are really giving themselves unbearable airs. Even among the better part of the audience, an absurd whisper began to gain ground that perhaps there would not be a fair at all, that Lemk perhaps was really unwell, and so on and so on. But thank God, the Lemks at last appeared. She was leaning on his arm. I must confess I was in great apprehension myself about their appearance. But the legends were disproved, and the truth was triumphant. The audience seemed relieved. Lemk himself seemed perfectly well. Everyone, I remember, was of that opinion, for it can be imagined how many eyes were turned on him. I may mention, as characteristic of our society, that there were very few of the better class people who saw reason to suppose that there was anything wrong with him. His conduct seemed to them perfectly normal, and so much so that the action he had taken in the square the morning before was accepted and approved. That's how it should have been from the first, the higher officials declared. If a man begins as a philanthropist, he has to come to the same thing in the end, though he does not see that it was necessary from the point of view of philanthropy itself. That, at least, was the opinion at the club. They only blamed him for having lost his temper. It ought to have been done more coolly, but there, he is a new man, said the authorities. All eyes turned with equal eagerness to Yulia Mihailovna. Of course, no one has the right to expect from me an exact account in regard to one point. That is a mysterious, a feminine question. But I only know one thing. On the evening of the previous day, she had gone into Andrei Antonovitch's study and was there with him till long after midnight. Andrei Antonovitch was comforted and forgiven. The husband and wife came to a complete understanding. Everything was forgotten. And when at the end of the interview Lemk went down on his knees, recalling with horror the final incident of the previous night, the exquisite hand, and after it the lips of his wife, checked the fervent flow of penitent phrases of the chivalrously delicate gentleman who was limp with emotion. Everyone could see the happiness in her face. She walked in with an open-hearted air, wearing a magnificent dress. She seemed to be at the very pinnacle of her heart's desires. The ferte goal and crown of her diplomacy was an accomplished fact. As they walked to their seats in front of the platform, the Lemks bowed in all directions and responded to greetings. They were at once surrounded. The marshal's wife got up to meet them. But at that point, a horrid misunderstanding occurred. The orchestra, apropos of nothing, struck up a flourish, not a triumphal march of any kind, but a simple flourish such as was played at the club when someone's health was drunk at an official dinner. I know now that Lyamshin, in his capacity of steward, had arranged this, as though in honor of the Lemk's entrance. Of course he could always excuse it as a blunder or excessive zeal. Alas! I did not know at the time that they no longer cared even to find excuses, and that all such considerations were from that day a thing of the past. But the flourish was not the end of it. In the midst of the vexatious astonishment and the smiles of the audience there was a sudden hurrah from the end of the hall and from the gallery also, apparently in Lemk's honor. The hurrahs were few, but I must confess they lasted for some time. Yulia Mihailovna flushed, her eyes flashed. Lemk stood still at his chair, and turning towards the voices sternly and majestically scanned the audience. They hastened to make him sit down. I noticed with dismay the same dangerous smile on his face as he had worn the morning before in his wife's drawing room when he stared at Stepan Trofimovitch before going up to him. It seemed to me that now, too, there was an ominous, and, worst of all, a rather comic expression on his countenance, the expression of a man resigned to sacrifice himself to satisfy his wife's lofty aims. Yulia Mihailovna beckoned to me hurriedly, and whispered to me to run to Karmazinov and entreat him to begin. And no sooner had I turned away than another disgraceful incident, much more unpleasant than the first, took place. On the platform, the empty platform, on which till that moment all eyes and all expectations were fastened, and where nothing was to be seen but a small table, a chair in front of it, and on the table a glass of water on a silver salver on the empty platform, there suddenly appeared the colossal figure of Captain Lebyadkin wearing a dress coat and a white tie. I was so astounded I could not believe my eyes. The captain seemed confused and remained standing at the back of the platform. Suddenly there was a shout in the audience. "Lebyadkin, you!" The captain's stupid red face, he was hopelessly drunk, expanded in a broad vacant grin at this greeting. He raised his hand, rubbed his forehead with it, shook his shaggy head, and as though making up his mind to go through with it, took 2 steps forward and suddenly went off into a series of prolonged, blissful, gurgling but not loud guffaws, which made him screw up his eyes and set all his bulky person heaving. This spectacle set almost half the audience laughing. 20 people applauded. The serious part of the audience looked at one another gloomily. It all lasted only half a minute, however. Liputin, wearing his steward's rosette, ran onto the platform with 2 servants. They carefully took the captain by both arms, while Liputin whispered something to him. The captain scowled, muttered, "Ah, well, if that's it," waved his hand, turned his huge back to the public and vanished with his escort. But a minute later Liputin skipped onto the platform again. He was wearing the sweetest of his invariable smiles, which usually suggested vinegar and sugar, and carried in his hands a sheet of notepaper. With tiny but rapid steps, he came forward to the edge of the platform. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, addressing the public, "through our inadvertency there has arisen a comical misunderstanding, which has been removed, but I've hopefully undertaken to do something at the earnest and most respectful request of one of our local poets, deeply touched by the humane and lofty object, in spite of his appearance, the object which has brought us all together. to wipe away the tears of the poor but well-educated girls of our province. This gentleman, I mean this local poet, although desirous of preserving his incognito, would gladly have heard his poem read at the beginning of the ball. That is, I mean, of the matinee, though this poem is not in the program, for it has only been received half an hour ago. Yet it has seemed to us, whom did he mean by us? I report his confused and incoherent speech word for word. That through its remarkable naivete of feeling together with its equally remarkable gaiety, the poem might well be read, that is, not as something serious, but as something appropriate to the occasion, that is, to the idea, especially as some lines, and I wanted to ask the kind permission of the audience. Read it, boomed a voice at the back of the hall. Then I am to read it. Read it, cried many voices. With the permission of the audience, I will read it. Liputin minced again, still with the same sugary smile. He still seemed to hesitate, and I even thought that he was rather excited. These people are sometimes nervous in spite of their impudence. A divinity student would have carried it through without winking, but Liputin did, after all, belong to the last generation. I must say, that is, I have the honor to say by way of preface, that it is not precisely an ode such as used to be written for fairs, but is rather, so to say, a jest, but full of undoubted feeling, together with playful humor, and, so to say, the most realistic truthfulness. Read it. He unfolded the paper. No one, of course, was in time to stop him. Besides, he was wearing his steward's badge. In a ringing voice, he declaimed. To the local governesses of the fatherland, from the poet at the Fert. Governesses all, good morrow triumph on this festive day. Retrograde or vowed George Sander, never mind, just frisk away. But that's Lebyadkin's, cried several voices. There was laughter and even applause, though not from very many. Teaching French to wet-nosed children, you are glad enough to think you can catch a worn-out sexton, even he is worth a wink. Hurrah. But in these great days of progress, ladies, to your sorrow no, you can't even catch a sexton if you have not got a dot. To be sure, that's realism. You can't hook a husband without a dot. But henceforth, since through our feasting capital has flowed from all, and we send you forth to conquest dancing, dowried from this hall retrograde or vowed George Sander, never mind, rejoice you may. You're a governess with a dowry, spit on all and frisk away. I must confess I could not believe my ears. The insolence of it was so unmistakable that there was no possibility of excusing Liputin on the ground of stupidity. Besides, Liputin was by no means stupid. The intention was obvious to me, anyway. They seemed in a hurry to create disorder. Some lines in these idiotic verses, for instance the last, were such that no stupidity could have let them pass. Liputin himself seemed to feel that he had undertaken too much. When he had achieved his exploit, he was so overcome by his own impudence that he did not even leave the platform, but remained standing, as though there were something more he wanted to say. He had probably imagined that it would somehow produce a different effect, but even the group of ruffians who had applauded during the reading suddenly sank into silence, as though they, too, were overcome. What was silliest of all, many of them took the whole episode seriously, that is, did not regard the verses as a lampoon, but actually thought it realistic and true as regards the governess' a poem with a tendency, in fact. But the excessive freedom of the verses struck even them at last. As for the general public, they were not only scandalized, but obviously offended. I am sure I am not mistaken as to the impression. Yulia Mihailovna said afterwards that in another moment she would have fallen into a swoon. One of the most respectable old gentlemen helped his old wife on to her feet, and they walked out of the hall accompanied by the agitated glances of the audience. Who knows, the example might have infected others if Karmazinov himself, wearing a dress coat and a white tie and carrying a manuscript in his hand, had not appeared on the platform at that moment. Yulia Mihailovna turned an ecstatic gaze at him as on her deliverer, but I was by that time behind the scenes. I was in quest of Liputin. You did that on purpose, I said, seizing him indignantly by the arm. I assure you I never thought, he began, cringing and lying at once, pretending to be unhappy. The verses had only just been brought, and I thought that as an amusing pleasantry. You did not think anything of the sort. You can't really think that stupid rubbish an amusing pleasantry. Yes, I do. You are simply lying, and it wasn't brought to you just now. You helped Lebyadkin to compose it yourself, yesterday very likely, to create a scandal. The last verse must have been yours, the part about the sexton too. Why did he come on in a dress coat? You must have meant him to read it too, if he had not been drunk. Liputin looked at me coldly and ironically. What business is it of yours? He asked suddenly with strange calm. What business is it of mine? You are wearing the steward's badge too. Where is Fyodor Stepanovitch? I don't know, somewhere here. Why do you ask? Because now I see through it. It's simply a plot against Yulia Mihailovna so as to ruin the day by a scandal. Liputin looked at me askance again. But what is it to you? He said, grinning. He shrugged his shoulders and walked away. It came over me with a rush. All my suspicions were confirmed. Till then, I had been hoping I was mistaken. What was I to do? I was on the point of asking the advice of Stepan Trofimovitch, but he was standing before the looking-glass, trying on different smiles, and continually consulting a piece of paper on which he had notes. He had to go on immediately after Karmazinov and was not in a fit state for conversation. Should I run to Yulia Mihailovna? But it was too soon to go to her. She needed a much sterner lesson to cure her of her conviction that she had a following, and that everyone was fanatically devoted to her. She would not have believed me and would have thought I was dreaming. Besides, what help could she be? I thought, after all, what business is it of mine? I'll take off my badge and go home when it begins. That was my mental phrase. When it begins, I remember it. But I had to go and listen to Karmazinov. Taking a last look round behind the scenes, I noticed that a good number of outsiders, even women among them, were flitting about, going in and out. Behind the scenes was rather a narrow space completely screened from the audience by a curtain and communicating with other rooms by means of a passage. Here our readers were awaiting their turns. But I was struck at that moment by the reader who was to follow Stepan Trofimovitch. He, too, was some sort of professor. I don't know to this day exactly what he was, who had voluntarily left some educational institution after a disturbance among the students, and had arrived in the town only a few days before. He, too, had been recommended to Yulia Mihailovna, and she had received him with reverence. I know now that he had only spent one evening in her company before the reading. He had not spoken all that evening, had listened with an equivocal smile to the jests and the general tone of the company surrounding Yulia Mihailovna, and had made an unpleasant impression on everyone by his air of haughtiness, and at the same time almost timorous readiness to take offense. It was Yulia Mihailovna herself who had enlisted his services. Now he was walking from corner to corner, and, like Stepan Trofimovitch, was muttering to himself, though he looked on the ground instead of in the looking-glass. He was not trying on smiles, though he often smiled rapaciously. It was obvious that it was useless to speak to him either. He looked about 40, was short and bald, had a grayish beard, and was decently dressed. But what was most interesting about him was that at every turn he threw up his right fist, brandished it above his head, and suddenly brought it down again as though crushing an antagonist to atoms. He went through this by play every moment. It made me uncomfortable. I hastened away to listen to Karmazinov. 3. There was a feeling in the hall that something was wrong again. Let me state to begin with that I have the deepest reverence for genius, but why do our geniuses in the decline of their illustrious years behave sometimes exactly like little boys? What though he was Karmazinov, and came forward with as much dignity as 5 Kammerhers rolled into one? How could he expect to keep an audience like ours listening for a whole hour to a single paper? I have observed, in fact, that however big a genius a man may be, he can't monopolize the attention of an audience at a frivolous literary matinee for more than 20 minutes with impunity. The entrance of the great writer was received, indeed, with the utmost respect. Even the severest elderly men showed signs of approval and interest, and the ladies even displayed some enthusiasm. The applause was brief, however, and somehow uncertain and not unanimous. Yet there was no unseemly behavior in the back rows, till Karmazinov began to speak. Not that anything very bad followed then, but only a sort of misunderstanding. I have mentioned already that he had rather a shrill voice, almost feminine in fact, and at the same time, a genuinely aristocratic lisp. He had hardly articulated a few words when someone had the effrontery to laugh aloud, probably some ignorant simpleton who knew nothing of the world, and was congenitally disposed to laughter. but there was nothing like a hostile demonstration. On the contrary, people said SHH, and the offender was crushed. But Mr. Karmazinov, with an affected air and intonation, announced that at first he had declined absolutely to read. Much need there was to mention it. There are some lines which come so deeply from the heart that it is impossible to utter them aloud, so that these holy things cannot be laid before the public. Why lay them then? But as he had been begged to do so, he was doing so, and as he was, moreover, laying down his pen forever and had sworn to write no more, he had written this last farewell. And as he had sworn never on any inducement to read anything in public, and so on, all in that style. But all that would not have mattered. Everyone knows what authors' prefaces are like, though I may observe that considering the lack of culture of our audience and the irritability of the back rows, all this may have had an influence. Surely it would have been better to have read a little story, a short tale such as he had written in the past over elaborate, that is, and affected, but sometimes witty. It would have saved the situation. No, this was quite another story. It was a regular oration. Good heavens, what wasn't there in it? I am positive that it would have reduced to rigidity even a Petersburg audience, let alone ours. Imagine an article that would have filled some 30 pages of print of the most affected, aimless prattle. And to make matters worse, the gentleman read it with a sort of melancholy condescension as though it were a favor, so that it was almost insulting to the audience. The subject, who could make it out? It was a sort of description of certain impressions and reminiscences. But of what? And about what? Though the leading intellects of the province did their utmost during the first half of the reading, they could make nothing of it, and they listened to the second part simply out of politeness. A great deal was said about love, indeed, of the love of the genius for some person, but I must admit it made rather an awkward impression. For the great writer to tell us about his first kiss seemed to my mind a little incongruous with his short and fat little figure. Another thing that was offensive, these kisses did not occur as they do with the rest of mankind. There had to be a framework of gorse, it had to be gorse or some such plant that one must look up in a flora, and there had to be a tint of purple in the sky, such as no mortal had ever observed before, or if some people had seen it, they had never noticed it, but he seemed to say, I have seen it and am describing it to you, fools, as if it were a most ordinary thing. The tree under which the interesting couple sat had of course to be of an orange color. They were sitting somewhere in Germany. Suddenly they see Pompey or Cassius on the eve of a battle, and both are penetrated by a thrill of ecstasy. Some wood nymphs squeaked in the bushes. Gluck played the violin among the reeds. The title of the piece he was playing was given in full, but no one knew it, so that one would have had to look it up in a musical dictionary. Meanwhile a fog came on, such a fog, that it was more like a million pillows than a fog. And suddenly everything disappears, and the great genius is crossing the frozen Volga in a thaw. 2.5 pages are filled with the crossing, and yet he falls through the ice. The genius is drowning you, imagine he was drowned. Not a bit of it. This was simply in order that when he was drowning and at his last gasp, he might catch sight of a bit of ice, the size of a pea, but pure and crystal as a frozen tear. And in that tear was reflected Germany, or more accurately the sky of Germany, and its iridescent sparkle recalled to his mind the very tear which, dost thou remember, fell from thine eyes when we were sitting under that emerald tree, and thou didst cry out joyfully. There is no crime. No, I said through my tears, but if that is so, there are no righteous either. We sobbed and parted forever. She went off somewhere to the sea-coast, while he went to visit some caves, and then he descends and descends and descends for 3 years under Suharev Tower in Moscow, and suddenly in the very bowels of the earth, he finds in a cave a lamp, and before the lamp a hermit. The hermit is praying. The genius leans against a little barred window, and suddenly hears a sigh. Do you suppose it was the hermit sighing? Much he cares about the hermit. Not a bit of it, this sigh simply reminds him of her first sigh, 37 years before, in Germany, when, dost thou remember, we sat under an agate tree and thou didst say to me, why love? See, ochra is growing all around and I love thee, but the ochra will cease to grow, and I shall cease to love. Then the fog comes on again, Hoffmann appears on the scene, the wood nymph whistles a tune from Chopin, and suddenly out of the fog appears Ancus Marcius over the roofs of Rome, wearing a laurel wreath. A chill of ecstasy ran down our backs and we parted forever, and so on and so on. Perhaps I am not reporting it quite right and don't know how to report it, but the drift of the babble was something of that sort. And after all, how disgraceful this passion of our great intellects for jesting in a superior way really is. The great European philosopher, the great man of science, the inventor, the martyr, all these who labor and are heavy laden, are to the great Russian genius no more than so many cooks in his kitchen. He is the master and they come to him, cap in hand, awaiting orders. It is true he jeers superciliously at Russia too, and there is nothing he likes better than exhibiting the bankruptcy of Russia in every relation before the great minds of Europe, but as regards himself, no, he is at a higher level than all the great minds of Europe. They are only material for his jests. He takes another man's idea, tacks on to it its antithesis, and the epigram is made. There is such a thing as crime, there is no such thing as crime, there is no such thing as justice, there are no just men, atheism, Darwinism, the Moscow bells. But alas, he no longer believes in the Moscow bells, Rome laurels. But he has no belief in laurels even. We have a conventional attack of Byronic spleen, a grimace from Heine, something of Pechorin, and the machine goes on rolling, whistling at full speed. But you may praise me, that I like extremely. It's only in a manner of speaking that I lay down the pen. I shall bore you 300 times more, you'll grow weary of reading me. Of course it did not end without trouble, but the worst of it was that it was his own doing. People had for some time begun shuffling their feet, blowing their noses, coughing, and doing everything that people do when a lecturer, whoever he may be, keeps an audience for longer than 20 minutes at a literary matinee. But the genius noticed nothing of all this. He went on lisping and mumbling, without giving a thought to the audience, so that everyone began to wonder. Suddenly, in a back row, a solitary, but loud voice was heard. "Good Lord, what nonsense!" The exclamation escaped involuntarily, and I am sure was not intended as a demonstration. The man was simply worn out. But Mr. Karmazinov stopped, looked sarcastically at the audience, and suddenly lisped with the deportment of an aggrieved cammerherr. "I'm afraid I've been boring you dreadfully, gentlemen." That was his blunder, that he was the first to speak. For provoking an answer in this way, he gave an opening for the rabble to speak, too, and even legitimately, so to say, while if he had restrained himself, people would have gone on blowing their noses and it would have passed off somehow. Perhaps he expected applause in response to his question, but there was no sound of applause. On the contrary, everyone seemed to subside and shrink back in dismay. "You never did see Ancus Martius, that's all brag," cried a voice that sounded full of irritation and even nervous exhaustion. Just so, another voice agreed at once. "There are no such things as ghosts nowadays, nothing but natural science. Look it up in a scientific book." "Gentlemen, there was nothing I expected less than such objections," said Karmazinov, extremely surprised. The great genius had completely lost touch with his fatherland in Karlsruhe. "Nowadays it's outrageous to say that the world stands on 3 fishes," a young lady snapped out suddenly. "You can't have gone down to the hermit's cave, Karmazinov, and who talks about hermits nowadays? Gentlemen, what surprises me most of all is that you take it all so seriously. However, you are perfectly right. No one has greater respect for truth and realism than I have." Though he smiled ironically, he was tremendously overcome. His face seemed to express, "I am not the sort of man you think. I am on your side, only praise me more, as much as possible, I like it extremely." "Gentlemen," he cried, completely mortified at last, "I see that my poor poem is quite out of place here. And indeed, I am out of place here myself, I think. You threw at the crow and you hit the cow." Some fool, probably drunk, shouted at the top of his voice, and of course no notice ought to have been taken of him. It is true there was a sound of disrespectful laughter. "A cow, you say?" Karmazinov caught it up at once. His voice grew shriller and shriller. "As for crows and cows, gentlemen, I will refrain. I've too much respect for any audience to permit myself comparisons, however harmless, but I did think." "You'd better be careful, sir," someone shouted from a back row. But I had supposed that laying aside my pen and saying farewell to my readers, I should be heard. No, we want to hear you, we want to." A few voices from the front row plucked up spirit to exclaim at last. Read." Several enthusiastic ladies' voices chimed in, and at last there was an outburst of applause, sparse and feeble, it is true. "Believe me, Karmazinov, everyone looks on it as an honor. the marshal's wife herself could not resist saying. "Mr. Karmazinov," cried a fresh young voice in the back of the hall suddenly. It was the voice of a very young teacher from the district school who had only lately come among us, an excellent young man, quiet and gentlemanly. He stood up in his place. "Mr. Karmazinov, if I had the happiness to fall in love as you have described to us, I really shouldn't refer to my love in an article intended for public reading." He flushed red all over. "Ladies and gentlemen," cried Karmazinov, "I have finished. I will omit the end and withdraw. Only allow me to read the 6 last lines. Yes, dear reader, farewell?" He began at once from the manuscript without sitting down again in his chair. "Farewell, reader. I do not greatly insist on our parting friends. What need to trouble you indeed? You may abuse me as you will if it affords you any satisfaction, but best of all if we forget one another forever. And if you all, readers, were suddenly so kind as to fall on your knees and begin begging me with tears, write, oh, write for us, Karmazinov, for the sake of Russia, for the sake of posterity, to win laurels. Even then I would answer you, thanking you, of course, with every courtesy. No, we've had enough of one another, dear fellow countrymen, merci. It's time we took our separate ways. Merci, merci, merci." Karmazinov bowed ceremoniously, and, as red as though he had been cooked, retired behind the scenes. Nobody would go down on their knees, a wild idea. "What conceit?" "That's only humor," someone more reasonable suggested. "Spare me your humor. I call it impudence, gentlemen." "Well, he's finished now anyway." What a dull show." But all these ignorant exclamations in the back rows, though they were confined to the back rows, were drowned in applause from the other half of the audience. They called for Karmazinov. Several ladies with Yulia Mihailovna and the marshal's wife crowded round the platform. In Yulia Mihailovna's hands was a gorgeous laurel wreath resting on another wreath of living roses on a white velvet cushion. "Laurels," Karmazinov pronounced with a subtle and rather sarcastic smile. "I am touched, of course, and accept with real emotion this wreath prepared beforehand, but still fresh and unwithered. But I assure you, mesdames, that I have suddenly become so realistic that I feel laurels would in this age be far more appropriate in the hands of a skillful cook than in mine." "Well, a cook is more useful," cried the divinity student, who had been at the meeting at Virginsky's. There was some disorder. In many rows, people jumped up to get a better view of the presentation of the laurel wreath. "I'd give another 3 rubles for a cook this minute." Another voice assented loudly, too loudly, insistently in fact. "So would I." "And I." "Is it possible there's no buffet?" "Gentlemen, it's simply a swindle." It must be admitted, however, that all these unbridled gentlemen still stood in awe of our higher officials and of the police superintendent, who was present in the hall. 10 minutes later, all had somehow got back into their places, but there was not the same good order as before, and it was into this incipient chaos that poor Stepan Trofimovitch was thrust. 4. I ran out to him behind the scenes once more, and had time to warn him excitedly that in my opinion the game was up, that he had better not appear at all, but had better go home at once on the excuse of his usual ailment, for instance, and I would take off my badge and come with him. At that instant he was on his way to the platform. He stopped suddenly, and haughtily looking me up and down, he pronounced solemnly, "What grounds have you, sir, for thinking me capable of such baseness?" I drew back. I was as sure as twice 2 make 4 that he would not get off without a catastrophe. Meanwhile, as I stood utterly dejected, I saw moving before me again the figure of the professor, whose turn it was to appear after Stepan Trofimovitch, and who kept lifting up his fist and bringing it down again with a swing. He kept walking up and down, absorbed in himself, and muttering something to himself with a diabolical but triumphant smile. I somehow almost unintentionally went up to him. I don't know what induced me to meddle again. "Do you know," I said, judging from many examples, "if a lecturer keeps an audience for more than 20 minutes it won't go on listening. No celebrity is able to hold his own for half an hour." He stopped short and seemed almost quivering with resentment. Infinite disdain was expressed in his countenance. "Don't trouble yourself," he muttered contemptuously and walked on. At that moment, Stepan Trofimovitch's voice rang out in the hall. "Oh, hang you all," I thought, and ran to the hall. Stepan Trofimovitch took his seat in the lecturer's chair in the midst of the still persisting disorder. He was greeted by the first rows with looks which were evidently not over-friendly. Of late, at the club people almost seemed not to like him and treated him with much less respect than formerly. But it was something to the good that he was not hissed. I had had a strange idea in my head ever since the previous day. I kept fancying that he would be received with hisses as soon as he appeared. They scarcely noticed him, however, in the disorder. What could that man hope for if Karmazinov was treated like this? He was pale. It was 10 years since he had appeared before an audience. From his excitement and from all that I knew so well in him, it was clear to me that he, too, regarded his present appearance on the platform as a turning point of his fate or something of the kind. That was just what I was afraid of. The man was dear to me. And what were my feelings when he opened his lips and I heard his first phrase? "Ladies and gentlemen," he pronounced suddenly, as though resolved to venture everything, though in an almost breaking voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, only this morning there lay before me one of the illegal leaflets that have been distributed here lately, and I asked myself for the 100th time, wherein lies its secret?" The whole hall became instantly still, all looks were turned to him, some with positive alarm. There was no denying he knew how to secure their interest from the first word. Heads were thrust out from behind the scenes, Liputin and Lyamshin listened greedily. Yulia Mihailovna waved to me again. "Stop him, whatever happens, stop him," she whispered in agitation. I could only shrug my shoulders. How could one stop a man resolved to venture everything? Alas, I understood what was in Stepan Trofimovitch's mind. "Ha ha, the manifestos," was whispered in the audience. The whole hall was stirred. "Ladies and gentlemen, I've solved the whole mystery. The whole secret of their effect lies in their stupidity." His eyes flashed. "Yes, gentlemen, if this stupidity were intentional, pretended, and calculated, oh, that would be a stroke of genius. But we must do them justice, they don't pretend anything. It's the barest, most simple-hearted, most shallow stupidity. C'est la berdise dans son essence la plus pure, quelque chose comme un simple chimique." If it were expressed ever so little more cleverly, everyone would see at once the poverty of this shallow stupidity. But as it is, everyone is left wondering. No one can believe that it is such elementary stupidity. It's impossible that there's nothing more in it. Everyone says to himself and tries to find the secret of it, sees a mystery in it, tries to read between the lines the effect is attained. Oh, never has stupidity been so solemnly rewarded, though it has so often deserved it. For en parenthese, stupidity is of as much service to humanity as the loftiest genius. Epigram of 1840 was commented in a very modest voice, however, but it was followed by a general outbreak of noise and uproar. "Ladies and gentlemen, hurrah, I propose a toast to stupidity," cried Stepan Trofimovitch, defying the audience in a perfect frenzy. I ran up on the pretext of pouring out some water for him. "Stepan Trofimovitch, leave off, Yulia Mihailovna entreats you to." "No, you leave me alone, idle young man," he cried out at me at the top of his voice. I ran away. "Messieurs," he went on, "why this excitement, why the outcries of indignation I hear? I have come forward with an olive branch. I bring you the last word, for in this business I have the last word and we shall be reconciled." "Down with him," shouted some. "Hush, let him speak, let him have his say," yelled another section. The young teacher was particularly excited. Having once brought himself to speak, he seemed now unable to be silent. "Messieurs, the last word in this business is forgiveness. I, an old man at the end of my life, I solemnly declare that the spirit of life breathes in us still, and there is still a living strength in the young generation. The enthusiasm of the youth of today is as pure and bright as in our age. All that has happened is a change of aim, the replacing of one beauty by another. The whole difficulty lies in the question which is more beautiful, Shakespeare or boots, Raphael or petroleum. It's treachery, growled some. Compromising questions. Agent provocateur. But I maintain, Stepan Trofimovitch shrilled at the utmost pitch of excitement. I maintain that Shakespeare and Raphael are more precious than the emancipation of the serfs, more precious than nationalism, more precious than socialism, more precious than the young generation, more precious than chemistry, more precious than almost all humanity because they are the fruit, the real fruit of all humanity and perhaps the highest fruit that can be. A form of beauty already attained, but for the attaining of which I would not perhaps consent to live. Oh, heavens! He cried, clasping his hands. 10 years ago I said the same thing from the platform in Petersburg, exactly the same thing in the same words, and in just the same way they did not understand it, they laughed and hissed as now. Shallow people, what is lacking in you that you cannot understand? But let me tell you, without the English, life is still possible for humanity, without Germany. Life is possible, without the Russians it is only too possible, without science, without bread. Life is possible only without beauty it is impossible, for there will be nothing left in the world. That's the secret at the bottom of everything, that's what history teaches. Even science would not exist a moment without beauty, do you know that? You who laugh it will sink into bondage, you won't invent a nail even. I won't yield an inch. He shouted absurdly in confusion, and with all his might banged his fist on the table. But all the while that he was shrieking senselessly and incoherently, the disorder in the hall increased. Many people jumped up from their seats, some dashed forward, nearer to the platform. It all happened much more quickly than I describe it, and there was no time to take steps, perhaps no wish to either. It's all right for you, with everything found for you, you pampered creatures. The same divinity student bellowed at the foot of the platform, grinning with relish at Stepan Trofimovitch, who noticed it and darted to the very edge of the platform. Haven't I just declared that the enthusiasm of the young generation is as pure and bright as it was, and that it is coming to grief through being deceived only in the forms of beauty? Isn't that enough for you? And if you consider that he who proclaims this is a father crushed and insulted, can shallow heartskin one rise to greater heights of impartiality and fairness? Ungrateful. Unjust. Why can't you be reconciled? And he burst into hysterical sobs. He wiped away his dropping tears with his fingers. His shoulders and breast were heaving with sobs. He was lost to everything in the world. A perfect panic came over the audience. Almost all got up from their seats. Yulia Mihailovna, too, jumped up quickly, seizing her husband by the arm and pulling him up too. The scene was beyond all belief. Stepan Trofimovitch, the divinity student roared gleefully. There's Fedka the convict wandering about the town and the neighborhood, escaped from prison. He is a robber and has recently committed another murder. Allow me to ask you, if you had not sold him as a recruit 15 years ago to pay a gambling debt, that is, more simply, lost him at cards, tell me, would he have got into prison? Would he have cut men's throats now in his struggle for existence? What do you say, Mr. Aesthete? I decline to describe the scene that followed. To begin with, there was a furious volley of applause. The applause did not come from all probably from some fifth part of the audience, but they applauded furiously. The rest of the public made for the exit, but as the applauding part of the audience kept pressing forward towards the platform, there was a regular block. The ladies screamed, some of the girls began to cry and asked to go home. Lemke, standing up by his chair, kept gazing wildly about him. Yulia Mihailovna completely lost her head for the first time during her career amongst us. As for Stepan Trofimovitch, for the first moment, he seemed literally crushed by the divinity student's words, but he suddenly raised his arms as though holding them out above the public and yelled, "I shake the dust from off my feet and I curse you. It's the end, the end." And turning, he ran behind the scenes, waving his hands menacingly. He has insulted the audience? Verhovensky, the angry section roared. They even wanted to rush in pursuit of him. It was impossible to appease them at the moment, anyway, and a final catastrophe broke like a bomb on the assembly and exploded in its midst. The third reader, the maniac who kept waving his fist behind the scenes, suddenly ran on to the platform. He looked like a perfect madman. With a broad, triumphant smile, full of boundless self-confidence, he looked round at the agitated hall, and he seemed to be delighted at the disorder. He was not in the least disconcerted at having to speak in such an uproar. On the contrary, he was obviously delighted. This was so obvious that it attracted attention at once. "What's this now?" people were heard asking. "Who is this, SHH, what does he want to say?" "Ladies and gentlemen," the maniac shouted with all his might, standing at the very edge of the platform and speaking with almost as shrill, feminine a voice as Karmazinov's, but without the aristocratic lisp. "Ladies and gentlemen, 20 years ago, on the eve of war with half Europe, Russia was regarded as an ideal country by officials of all ranks. Literature was in the service of the censorship. Military drill was all that was taught at the universities. The troops were trained like a ballet, and the peasants paid the taxes and were mute under the lash of serfdom. Patriotism meant the wringing of bribes from the quick and the dead. Those who did not take bribes were looked upon as rebels because they disturbed the general harmony. The birch copses were extirpated in support of discipline. Europe trembled. But never in the 1,000 years of its senseless existence had Russia sunk to such ignominy. He raised his fist, waved it ecstatically and menacingly over his head, and suddenly brought it down furiously, as though pounding an adversary to powder. A frantic yell rose from the whole hall. There was a deafening roar of applause. Almost half the audience was applauding. Their enthusiasm was excusable. Russia was being put to shame publicly, before everyone. Who could fail to roar with delight? This is the real thing. Come, this is something like, hurrah, yes, this is none of your aesthetics. The maniac went on ecstatically. 20 years have passed since then. Universities have been opened and multiplied. Military drill has passed into a legend. Officers are too few by thousands. The railways have eaten up all the capital and have covered Russia as with a spider's web, so that in another 15 years one will perhaps get somewhere. Bridges are rarely on fire, and fires in towns occur only at regular intervals, in turn, at the proper season. In the law courts, judgments are as wise as Solomon's, and the jury only take bribes through the struggle for existence, to escape starvation. The serfs are free, and flog one another instead of being flogged by the landowners. Seas and oceans of vodka are consumed to support the budget, and in Novgorod, opposite the ancient and useless Saint Sophia, there has been solemnly put up a colossal bronze globe to celebrate 1,000 years of disorder and confusion. Europe scowls and begins to be uneasy again. 15 years of reforms, and yet never even in the most grotesque periods of its madness has Russia sunk. The last words could not be heard in the roar of the crowd. One could see him again raise his arm and bring it down triumphantly again. Enthusiasm was beyond all bounds. People yelled, clapped their hands, even some of the ladies shouted, "Enough, you can't beat that." Some might have been drunk. The orator scanned them all and seemed reveling in his own triumph. I caught a glimpse of Lemk in indescribable excitement, pointing something out to somebody. Yulia Mihailovna, with a pale face, said something in haste to the prince, who had run up to her. But at that moment a group of 6 men, officials more or less, burst onto the platform, seized the orator and dragged him behind the scenes. I can't understand how he managed to tear himself away from them, but he did escape, darted up to the edge of the platform again and succeeded in shouting again at the top of his voice, waving his fist. But never has Russia sunk. But he was dragged away again. I saw some 15 men dash behind the scenes to rescue him, not crossing the platform but breaking down the light screen at the side of it. I saw afterwards, though I could hardly believe my eyes, the girl student Virginsky's sister leap on to the platform with the same roll under her arm, dressed as before, as plump and rosy as ever, surrounded by 2 or 3 women and 2 or 3 men, and accompanied by her mortal enemy, the schoolboy. I even caught the phrase, "Ladies and gentlemen, I've come to call attention to the sufferings of poor students and to rouse them to a general protest." But I ran away. Hiding my badge in my pocket, I made my way from the house into the street by back passages which I knew of. First of all, of course, I went to Stepan Trofimovitch's. Chapter 2. The End of the Fate. 1. He would not see me. He had shut himself up and was writing. At my repeated knocks and appeals, he answered through the door. "My friend, I have finished everything. Who can ask anything more of me?" "You haven't finished anything, you've only helped to make a mess of the whole thing. For God's sake, no epigrams, Stepan Trofimovitch. Open the door. We must take steps, they may still come and insult you." I thought myself entitled to be particularly severe and even rigorous. I was afraid he might be going to do something still more mad. But to my surprise, I met an extraordinary firmness. "Don't be the first to insult me, then. I thank you for the past, but I repeat I've done with all men, good and bad. I am writing to Darya Pavlovna, whom I've forgotten so unpardonably till now. You may take it to her tomorrow, if you like, now merci. Stepan Trofimovitch, I assure you that the matter is more serious than you think. Do you think that you've crushed someone there? You've pulverized no one, but have broken yourself to pieces like an empty bottle. Oh, I was coarse and discourteous, I remember it with regret. You've absolutely no reason to write to Darya Pavlovna, and what will you do with yourself without me? What do you understand about practical life? I expect you're plotting something else. You'll simply come to grief again if you go plotting something more. He rose and came close up to the door. You've not been long with them, but you've caught the infection of their tone and language. Dieu vous pardonne, mon ami, et Dieu vous garde. But I've always seen in you the germs of delicate feeling, and you will get over it perhaps après le temps, of course, like all of us Russians. As for what you say about my impracticability, I'll remind you of a recent idea of mine. A whole mass of people in Russia do nothing whatever but attack other people's impracticability with the utmost fury and with the tiresome persistence of flies in the summer, accusing every one of it except themselves. Cher, remember that I am excited, and don't distress me. Once more merci for everything, and let us part like Karmazinov and the public, that is, let us forget each other with as much generosity as we can. He was posing and begging his former readers so earnestly to forget him. Quant à moi, I am not so conceited, and I rest my hopes on the youth of your inexperienced heart. How should you remember a useless old man for long? Live more, my friend, as Nastasia wished me on my last name day, ces pauvres gens ont quelquefois des mots charmants et pleins de philosophie. I do not wish you much happiness, it will bore you. I do not wish you trouble either, but following the philosophy of the peasant, I will repeat simply, live more and try not to be much bored. This useless wish I add from myself. Well, goodbye and goodbye for good. Don't stand at my door, I will not open it. He went away, and I could get nothing more out of him. In spite of his excitement, he spoke smoothly, deliberately, with weight, obviously trying to be impressive. Of course, he was rather vexed with me and was avenging himself indirectly, possibly even for the yesterday's prison carts and floors that give way. His tears in public that morning, in spite of a triumph of a sort, had put him, he knew, in rather a comic position, and there never was a man more solicitous of dignity and punctilio in his relations with his friends than Stepan Trofimovitch. Oh, I don't blame him. But this fastidiousness and irony which he preserved in spite of all shocks reassured me at the time. A man who was so little different from his ordinary self was, of course, not in the mood at that moment for anything tragic or extraordinary. So I reasoned at the time, and heavens, what a mistake I made. I left too much out of my reckoning. In anticipation of events, I will quote the few first lines of the letter to Darya Pavlovna, which she actually received the following day. Mon enfant, my hand trembles, but I've done with everything. You were not present at my last struggle. You did not come to that matinee, and you did well to stay away. But you will be told that in our Russia, which has grown so poor in men of character, one man had the courage to stand up, and in spite of deadly menaces showered on him from all sides, to tell the fools the truth, that is, that they are fools. O si sont des pauvres petits vauriens et rien de plus, des petits fools voilà le mot. The die is cast. I am going from this town forever, and I know not whither. Every one I loved has turned from me. But you are a pure and naive creature. You, a gentle being whose life has been all but linked with mine at the will of a capricious and imperious heart. You who looked at me perhaps with contempt when I shed weak tears on the eve of our frustrated marriage. You, who cannot in any case look on me except as a comic figure for you is the last cry of my heart, for you my last duty, for you alone. I cannot leave you forever thinking of me as an ungrateful fool, a churlish egoist, as probably a cruel and ungrateful heart whom, alas, I cannot forget is every day describing me to you. And so on, 4 large pages. Answering his I won't open with 3 bangs with my fist on the door, and shouting after him that I was sure he would send Nastasia for me 3 times that day. But I would not come. I gave him up and ran off to Yulia Mihailovna. 2. There I was the witness of a revolting scene. The poor woman was deceived to her face, and I could do nothing. Indeed, what could I say to her? I had had time to reconsider things a little and reflect that I had nothing to go upon but certain feelings and suspicious presentiments. I found her in tears, almost in hysterics, with compresses of eau de cologne and a glass of water. Before her stood Fyodor Stepanovitch, who talked without stopping, and the prince, who held his tongue as though it had been under a lock. With tears and lamentations, she reproached Fyodor Stepanovitch for his desertion. I was struck at once by the fact that she ascribed the whole failure, the whole ignominy of the matinee, everything in fact, to Fyodor Stepanovitch's absence. In him I observed an important change. He seemed a shade too anxious, almost serious. As a rule, he never seemed serious. He was always laughing, even when he was angry, and he was often angry. Oh, he was angry now. He was speaking coarsely, carelessly, with vexation and impatience. He said that he had been taken ill at Gaganov's lodging, where he had happened to go early in the morning. Alas, the poor woman was so anxious to be deceived again. The chief question which I found being discussed was whether the ball, that is, the whole second half of the fair, should or should not take place. Yulia Mihailovna could not be induced to appear at the ball after the insults she had received that morning. In other words, her heart was set on being compelled to do so, and by him, by Fyodor Stepanovitch. She looked upon him as an oracle, and I believe if he had gone away she would have taken to her bed at once. But he did not want to go away. He was desperately anxious that the ball should take place, and that Yulia Mihailovna should be present at it. Come, what is there to cry about? Are you set on having a scene? On venting your anger on somebody? Well, vent it on me, only make haste about it, for the time is passing and you must make up your mind. We made a mess of it with the matinee, we'll pick up on the ball. Here, the prince thinks as I do. Yes, if it hadn't been for the prince, how would things have ended there? The prince had been at first opposed to the ball, that is, opposed to Yulia Mihailovna's appearing at it. The ball was bound to go on in any case. But after 2 or 3 such references to his opinion, he began little by little to grunt his acquiescence. I was surprised, too, at the extraordinary rudeness of Fyodor Stepanovitch's tone. Oh, I scout with indignation the contemptible slander which was spread later of some supposed liaison between Yulia Mihailovna and Fyodor Stepanovitch. There was no such thing, nor could there be. He gained his ascendancy over her from the first only by encouraging her in her dreams of influence in society and in the ministry, by entering into her plans, by inventing them for her, and working upon her with the grossest flattery. He had got her completely into his toils and had become as necessary to her as the air she breathed. Seeing me, she cried, with flashing eyes. Here, ask him. He kept by my side all the while, just like the prince did. Tell me, isn't it plain that it was all a preconcerted plot, a base, designing plot to damage Andrei Antonovitch and me as much as possible? Oh, they had arranged it beforehand. They had a plan. It's a party, a regular party. You are exaggerating as usual. You've always some romantic notion in your head, but I am glad to see Mr. He pretended to have forgotten my name. He'll give us his opinion. My opinion, I hasten to put in, is the same as Yulia Mihailovna's. The plot is only too evident. I have brought you these ribbons, Yulia Mihailovna. Whether the ball is to take place or not is not my business, for it's not in my power to decide, but my part as steward is over. Forgive my warmth, but I can't act against the dictates of common sense and my own convictions. You hear, she clasped her hands. I hear and I tell you this. He turned to me. I think you must have eaten something which has made you all delirious. To my thinking, nothing has happened, absolutely nothing but what has happened before and is always liable to happen in this town. A plot, indeed. It was an ugly failure, disgracefully stupid. But where's the plot? A plot against Yulia Mihailovna, who has spoiled them and protected them and fondly forgiven them all their schoolboy pranks. Yulia Mihailovna. What have I been hammering into you for the last month continually? What did I warn you? What did you want with all these people? What did you want with them? What induced you to mix yourself up with these fellows? What was the motive? What was the object of it? To unite society? But mercy on us, will they ever be united? When did you warn me? On the contrary, you approved of it, you even insisted on it. I confess I am so surprised. You brought all sorts of strange people to see me yourself. On the contrary, I opposed you. I did not approve of it. As for bringing them to see you, I certainly did, but only after they'd got in by dozens and only of late to make up the literary quadrille we couldn't get on without these rogues. Only I don't mind betting that 12 or 2 more of the same sort were let in without tickets today. Not a doubt of it, I agreed. There, you see, you are agreeing already. Think what the tone has been lately here I mean in this wretched town. It's nothing but insolence, impudence, it's been a crying scandal all the time. And who's been encouraging it? Who's screened it by her authority? Who's upset them all? Who has made all the small fry huffy? All their family secrets are caricatured in your album. Didn't you pat them on the back, your poets and caricaturists? Didn't you let Lyamshin kiss your hand? Didn't a divinity student abuse an actual state counselor in your presence and spoil his daughter's dress with his tarred boots? Now, can you wonder that the public is set against you? But that's all you're doing, yours. Oh my goodness. No, I warned you, we quarreled. Do you hear, we quarreled? Why, you're lying to my face. Of course it's easy for you to say that. You need a victim to vent your wrath on. Well, vent it on me, as I've said already. I'd better appeal to you, mister. He was still unable to recall my name. We'll reckon on our fingers. I maintain that, apart from Liputin, there was nothing preconcerted, nothing. I will prove it, but first let us analyze Liputin. He came forward with that fool Lebyadkin's verses. Do you maintain that that was a plot? But do you know, it might simply have struck Liputin as a clever thing to do. Seriously, seriously. He simply came forward with the idea of making everyone laugh and entertaining them, his protectress Yulia Mihailovna first of all. That was all. Don't you believe it? Isn't that in keeping with all that has been going on here for the last month? Do you want me to tell the whole truth? I declare that under other circumstances it might have gone off all right. It was a coarse joke, well, a bit strong perhaps, but it was amusing, you know, wasn't it? What, you think what Liputin did was clever? Yulia Mihailovna cried in intense indignation. Such stupidity, such tactlessness, so contemptible, so mean. It was intentional. Oh, you are saying it on purpose. I believe after that you are in the plot with them yourself. Of course I was behind the scenes, I was in hiding, I set it all going. But if I were in the plot, understand that, anyway it wouldn't have ended with Liputin. So according to you I had arranged with my papa too that he should cause such a scene on purpose. Well, whose fault is it that my papa was allowed to read? Who tried only yesterday to prevent you from allowing it, only yesterday? Oh, hirer il avait tant d'esprit, I was so reckoning on him, and then he has such manners. I thought with him and Karmazinov, only think. Yes, only think. But in spite of tant d'esprit, papa has made things worse, and if I'd known beforehand that he'd make such a mess of it, I should certainly not have persuaded you yesterday to keep the goat out of the kitchen garden, should I, since I am taking part in this conspiracy against your ferret that you are so positive about? And yet, I did try to dissuade you yesterday. I tried to, because I foresaw it. To foresee everything was, of course, impossible. He probably did not know himself a minute before what he would fire off. These nervous old men can't be reckoned on like other people. But you can still save the situation. To satisfy the public, send to him tomorrow by administrative order, and with all the ceremonies, 2 doctors to inquire into his health. Even today, in fact, and take him straight to the hospital and apply cold compresses. Everyone would laugh anyway and see that there was nothing to take offense at. I'll tell people about it in the evening at the ball, as I am his son. Karmazinov is another story. He was a perfect ass and dragged out his article for a whole hour. He certainly must have been in the plot with me. I'll make a mess of it too, he thought, to damage Yulia Mihailovna. Oh, Karmazinov, Quellhaunt, I was burning with shame for his audience. Well, I shouldn't have burnt but have cooked him instead. The audience was right, you know. Who was to blame for Karmazinov again? Did I foist him upon you? Was I one of his worshippers? Well, hang him. But the third maniac, the political, that's a different matter. That was everyone's blunder, not only my plot. Ah, don't speak of it. That was awful, awful. That was my fault, entirely my fault. Of course it was, but I don't blame you for that. No one can control them, these candid souls. You can't always be safe from them, even in Petersburg. He was recommended to you, and in what terms too, so you will admit that you are bound to appear at the ball tonight. It's an important business. It was you put him onto the platform. You must make it plain now to the public that you are not in league with him, that the fellow is in the hands of the police, and that you were in some inexplicable way deceived. You ought to declare with indignation that you were the victim of a madman, because he is a madman and nothing more. That's how you must put it about him. I can't endure these people who bite. I say worse things perhaps, but not from the platform, you know, and they are talking about a senator too. What senator? Who's talking? I don't understand it myself, you know. Do you know anything about a senator, Yulia Mihailovna? A senator? You see, they are convinced that a senator has been appointed to be governor here, and that you are being superseded from Petersburg. I've heard it from lots of people. I've heard it too, I put in. Who said so? Asked Yulia Mihailovna, flushing all over. You mean, who said so first? How can I tell? But there it is, people say so. Masses of people are saying so. They were saying so yesterday particularly. They are all very serious about it, though I can't make it out. Of course, the more intelligent and competent don't talk, but even some of those listen. How mean and how stupid. Well, that's just why you must make your appearance, to show these fools. I confess I feel myself that it's my duty, but what if there's another disgrace in store for us? What if people don't come? No one will come, no one. How hot you are, they not come. What about the new clothes? What about the girls' dresses? I give you up as a woman after that. Is that your knowledge of human nature? The marshal's wife won't come, she won't. But after all, what has happened? Why won't they come? He cried at last with angry impatience. Ignominy, disgrace, that's what's happened. I don't know what to call it, but after it I can't face people. Why, how are you to blame for it after all? Why do you take the blame of it on yourself? Isn't it rather the fault of the audience, of your respectable residents, your patres familias? They ought to have controlled the roughs, and the rowdies, for it was all the work of roughs and rowdies, nothing serious. You can never manage things with the police alone in any society, anywhere. Among us, everyone asks for a special policeman to protect him wherever he goes. People don't understand that society must protect itself. And what do our paterfamilias, the officials, the wives and daughters, do in such cases? They sit quiet and sulk. In fact, there's not enough social initiative to keep the disorderly in check. Ah, that's the simple truth. They sit quiet, sulk, and gaze about them. If it's the truth, you ought to say so aloud, proudly, sternly, just to show that you are not defeated to those respectable residents and mothers of families. Oh, you can do it. You have the gift when your head is clear. You will gather them round you and say it aloud. And then a paragraph in the Voice and the Financial News. Wait a bit, I'll undertake it myself. I'll arrange it all for you. Of course, there must be more superintendents. You must look after the buffet. You must ask the prince. You must ask Mr. You must not desert us, monsieur, just when we have to begin all over again. And finally, you must appear arm in arm with Andrei Antonovitch. How is Andrei Antonovitch? Oh, how unjustly, how untruly, how cruelly you have always judged that angelic man. Yulia Mihailovna cried in a sudden outburst, almost with tears, putting her handkerchief to her eyes. Fyodor Stepanovitch was positively taken aback for the moment. Good heavens, what have I said? I've always. You never have, never. You have never done him justice. There's no understanding a woman, grumbled Fyodor Stepanovitch with a wry smile. He is the most sincere, the most delicate, the most angelic of men, the most kind-hearted of men. Well, really, as for kind-heartedness, I've always done him justice. Never, but let us drop it. I am too awkward in my defense of him. This morning that little Jesuit, the marshal's wife, also dropped some sarcastic hints about what happened yesterday. Oh, she has no thoughts to spare for yesterday now, she is full of today. And why are you so upset at her not coming to the ball tonight? Of course, she won't come after getting mixed up in such a scandal. Perhaps it's not her fault, but still her reputation. Her hands are soiled. What do you mean? I don't understand. Why are her hands soiled? Yulia Mihailovna looked at him in perplexity. I don't vouch for the truth of it, but the town is ringing with the story that it was she brought them together. What do you mean, brought whom together? What do you mean to say you don't know? He exclaimed with well-simulated wonder. Why Stavrogin and Lizaveta Nikolaevna? What, how? We all cried out at once. Is it possible you don't know? Phew! Why, it is quite a tragic romance. Lizaveta Nikolaevna was pleased to get out of that lady's carriage and get straight into Stavrogin's carriage, and slipped off with the latter to Vorshniki in full daylight. Only an hour ago, hardly an hour. We were flabbergasted. Of course we fell to questioning him, but to our wonder, although he happened to be a witness of the scene himself, he could give us no detailed account of it. The thing seemed to have happened like this. When the marshal's wife was driving Liza and Mavriky Nikolaevich from the matinee to the house of Praskovia Ivanovna, whose legs were still bad, they saw a carriage waiting a short distance, about 25 paces, to one side of the front door. When Liza jumped out, she ran straight to this carriage. The door was flung open and shut again. Liza called to Mavriky Nikolaevich, "Spare me," and the carriage drove off at full speed to Vorshniki. To our hurried questions whether it was by arrangement, who was in the carriage, Fyodor Stepanovitch answered that he knew nothing about it. No doubt it had been arranged, but that he did not see Stavrogin himself. Possibly the old butler, Alexei Yegoritch, might have been in the carriage. To the question, how did he come to be there, and how did he know for a fact that she had driven to SK Vorshniki? He answered that he happened to be passing, and, at seeing Liza, he had run up to the carriage, and yet he could not make out who was in it, an inquisitive man like him. And that Mavriky Nikolaevich, far from setting off in pursuit, had not even tried to stop Liza, and had even laid a restraining hand on the marshal's wife, who was shouting at the top of her voice, "She is going to Stavrogin, to Stavrogin." At this point, I lost patience, and cried furiously to Fyodor Stepanovitch, "It's all you're doing, you rascal. This was what you were doing this morning. You helped Stavrogin, you came in the carriage, you helped her into it. It was you, Yulia Mihailovna, he is your enemy, he will be your ruin too, beware of him." And I ran headlong out of the house. I wonder myself and cannot make out to this day how I came to say that to him. But I guessed quite right. It had all happened almost exactly as I said, as appeared later. What struck me most was the obviously artificial way in which he broke the news. He had not told it at once on entering the house as an extraordinary piece of news, but pretended that we knew without his telling us, which was impossible in so short a time. And if we had known it, we could not possibly have refrained from mentioning it till he introduced the subject. Besides, he could not have heard yet that the town was ringing with gossip about the marshal's wife in so short a time. Besides, he had once or twice given a vulgar, frivolous smile as he told the story, probably considering that we were fools and completely taken in. But I had no thought to spare for him. The central fact I believed, and ran from Yulia Mihailovna's beside myself. The catastrophe cut me to the heart. I was wounded almost to tears, perhaps I did shed some indeed. I was at a complete loss what to do. I rushed to Stepan Trofimovitch's, but the vexatious man still refused to open the door. Nastasia informed me in a reverent whisper that he had gone to bed, but I did not believe it. At Liza's house I succeeded in questioning the servants. They confirmed the story of the elopement, but knew nothing themselves. There was great commotion in the house. Their mistress had been attacked by fainting fits, and Mavriky Nikolaevich was with her. I did not feel it possible to ask for Mavriky Nikolaevich. To my inquiries about Fyodor Stepanovitch, they told me that he had been in and out continually of late, sometimes twice in the day. The servants were sad, and showed particular respectfulness in speaking of Liza. They were fond of her. That she was ruined, utterly ruined, I did not doubt, but the psychological aspect of the matter I was utterly unable to understand, especially after her scene with Stavrogin the previous day. To run about the town and inquire at the houses of acquaintances, who would, of course, by now have heard the news and be rejoicing at it, seemed to me revolting, besides being humiliating for Liza. But strange to say, I ran to see Darya Pavlovna, though I was not admitted. No one had been admitted into the house since the previous morning. I don't know what I could have said to her and what made me run to her. From her, I went to her brother's. Shatov listened sullenly and in silence. I may observe that I found him more gloomy than I had ever seen him before. He was awfully preoccupied and seemed only to listen to me with an effort. He said scarcely anything and began walking up and down his cell from corner to corner, treading more noisily than usual. As I was going down the stairs, he shouted after me to go to Liputin's. "There you'll hear everything." Yet I did not go to Liputin's, but after I'd gone a good way towards home I turned back to Shatov's again, and half opening the door without going in, suggested to him laconically and with no kind of explanation, "Won't you go to Marya Timofyevna today?" At this Shatov swore at me, and I went away. I note here that I may not forget it that he did purposely go that evening to the other end of the town to see Marya Timofyevna, whom he had not seen for some time. He found her in excellent health and spirits, and Lebyadkin dead drunk, asleep on the sofa in the first room. This was at 9 o'clock. He told me so himself next day when we met for a moment in the street. Before 10 o'clock, I made up my mind to go to the ball, but not in the capacity of a steward. Besides, my rosette had been left at Yulia Mihailovna's. I was tempted by irresistible curiosity to listen, without asking any questions, to what people were saying in the town about all that had happened. I wanted, too, to have a look at Yulia Mihailovna, if only at a distance. I reproached myself greatly that I had left her so abruptly that afternoon. 3. All that night, with its almost grotesque incidents, and the terrible denouement that followed in the early morning, still seems to me like a hideous nightmare. and is, for me at least, the most painful chapter in my chronicle. I was late for the ball, and it was destined to end so quickly that I arrived not long before it was over. It was 11 o'clock when I reached the entrance of the marshal's house, where the same white hall in which the matinee had taken place had, in spite of the short interval between, been cleared and made ready to serve as the chief ballroom for the whole town, as we expected, to dance in. But far as I had been that morning from expecting the ball to be a success, I had had no presentiment of the full truth. Not one family of the higher circles appeared. Even the subordinate officials of rather more consequence were absent, and this was a very striking fact. As for ladies and girls, Fyodor Stepanovitch's arguments, the duplicity of which was obvious now, turned out to be utterly incorrect. Exceedingly few had come. To 4 men there was scarcely one lady, and what ladies they were. Regimental ladies of a sort, 3 doctors' wives with their daughters, 2 or 3 poor ladies from the country, the 7 daughters and the niece of the secretary whom I have mentioned already, some wives of tradesmen, of post-office clerks and other small fry. Was this what Yulia Mihailovna expected? Half the tradespeople even were absent. As for the men, in spite of the complete absence of all persons of consequence, there was still a crowd of them, but they made a doubtful and suspicious impression. There were, of course, some quiet and respectful officers with their wives, some of the most docile fathers of families, like that secretary, for instance, the father of his 7 daughters. All these humble, insignificant people had come, as one of these gentlemen expressed it, because it was inevitable. But on the other hand, the mass of friandizi people, and the mass too of those whom Fyodor Stepanovitch and I had suspected of coming in without tickets, seemed even bigger than in the afternoon. So far they were all sitting in the refreshment bar, and had gone straight there on arriving, as though it were the meeting place they had agreed upon. So at least it seemed to me. The refreshment bar had been placed in a large room, the last of several opening out of one another. Here Prohorich was installed with all the attractions of the club cuisine and with a tempting display of drinks and dainties. I noticed several persons whose coats were almost in rags and whose get-up was altogether suspicious and utterly unsuitable for a ball. They had evidently been with great pains brought to a state of partial sobriety which would not last long. And goodness knows where they had been brought from, they were not local people. I knew, of course, that it was part of Yulia Mihailovna's idea that the ball should be of the most democratic character, and that even working people and shopmen should not be excluded if any one of that class chanced to pay for a ticket. She could bravely utter such words in her committee with absolute security that none of the working people of our town, who all lived in extreme poverty, would dream of taking a ticket. But in spite of the democratic sentiments of the committee, I could hardly believe that such sinister-looking and shabby people could have been admitted in the regular way. But who could have admitted them, and with what object? Lyamshin and Liputin had already been deprived of their stewards' rosettes, though they were present at the ball, as they were taking part in the literary quadrille. But to my amazement, Liputin's place was taken by the divinity student who had caused the greatest scandal at the matinee by his skirmish with Stepan Trofimovitch, and Lyamshin's was taken by Fyodor Stepanovitch himself. What was to be looked for under the circumstances? I tried to listen to the conversation. I was struck by the wildness of some ideas I heard expressed. It was maintained in one group, for instance, that Yulia Mihailovna had arranged Liza's elopement with Stavrogin and had been paid by the latter for doing so. Even the sum paid was mentioned. It was asserted that she had arranged the whole affair with a view to it, and that was the reason why half the town had not turned up at the ball, and that Lemk himself was so upset about it that his mind had given way, and that, crazy as he was, she had got him in tow. There was a great deal of laughter too, hoarse, wild, and significant. Everyone was criticizing the ball, too, with great severity, and abusing Yulia Mihailovna without ceremony. In fact, it was disorderly, incoherent, drunken, and excited babble, so it was difficult to put it together and make anything of it. At the same time, there were simple-hearted people enjoying themselves at the refreshment bar. There were even some ladies of the sort who are surprised and frightened at nothing, very genial and festive, chiefly military ladies with their husbands. They made parties at the little tables, were drinking tea, and were very merry. The refreshment bar made a snug refuge for almost half of the guests. Yet in a little time all this mass of people must stream into the ballroom. It was horrible to think of it. Meanwhile, the prince had succeeded in arranging 3 skimpy quadrilles in the White Hall. The young ladies were dancing, while their parents were enjoying watching them. But many of these respectable persons had already begun to think how they could, after giving their girls a treat, get off in good time before the trouble began. Absolutely everyone was convinced that it certainly would begin. It would be difficult for me to describe Yulia Mihailovna's state of mind. I did not talk to her, though I went close up to her. She did not respond to the bow I made her on entering. She did not notice me, really did not notice. There was a painful look in her face and a contemptuous and haughty, though restless and agitated expression in her eyes. She controlled herself with evident suffering, for whose sake, with what object. She certainly ought to have gone away, still more to have got her husband away, and she remained. From her face one could see that her eyes were fully opened, and that it was useless for her to expect anything more. She did not even summon Fyodor Stepanovitch. He seemed to avoid her. I saw him in the refreshment room. He was extremely lively. But she remained at the ball and did not let Andrei Antonovitch leave her side for a moment. Oh, up to the very last moment, even that morning, she would have repudiated any hint about his health with genuine indignation. But now her eyes were to be opened on this subject too. As for me, I thought from the first glance that Andrei Antonovitch looked worse than he had done in the morning. He seemed to be plunged into a sort of oblivion and hardly to know where he was. Sometimes he looked about him with unexpected severity at me, for instance, twice. Once he tried to say something. He began loudly and audibly, but did not finish the sentence, throwing a modest old clerk who happened to be near him almost into a panic. But even this humble section of the assembly held sullenly and timidly aloof from Yulia Mihailovna, and at the same time turned upon her husband exceedingly strange glances, open and staring, quite out of keeping with their habitually submissive demeanor. Yes, that struck me, and I suddenly began to guess about Andrei Antonovitch. Yulia Mihailovna confessed to me afterwards. Yes, she was to blame again. Probably when after my departure she had settled with Fyodor Stepanovitch that there should be a ball and that she should be present, she must have gone again to the study where Andrei Antonovitch was sitting, utterly shattered by the matinee, must again have used all her fascinations to persuade him to come with her. But what misery she must have been in now. And yet she did not go away. Whether it was pride or simply she lost her head, I do not know. In spite of her haughtiness, she attempted with smiles and humiliation to enter into conversation with some ladies, but they were confused, confined themselves to distrustful monosyllables, yes and no, and evidently avoided her. The only person of undoubted consequence who was present at the ball was that distinguished general whom I have described already, the one who after Stavrogin's duel with Gaganov opened the door to public impatience at the marshal's wife's. He walked with an air of dignity through the rooms, looked about, and listened, and tried to appear as though he had come rather for the sake of observation than for the sake of enjoying himself. He ended by establishing himself beside Yulia Mihailovna and not moving a step away from her, evidently trying to keep up her spirits and reassure her. He certainly was a most kind-hearted man of very high rank, and so old that even compassion from him was not wounding. But to admit to herself that this old gossip was venturing to pity her and almost to protect her, knowing that he was doing her honor by his presence, was very vexatious. The general stayed by her and never ceased chattering. They say a town can't go on without 7 righteous men. 7, I think it is, I am not sure of the number fixed. I don't know how many of these 7, the certified righteous of the town, have the honor of being present at your ball. Yet in spite of their presence, I begin to feel unsafe. Vous me pardonnez, charmante dame, n'est-ce pas? I speak allegorically, but I went into the refreshment room and I am glad I escaped alive. Our priceless Prohorich is not in his place there, and I believe his bar will be destroyed before morning. But I am laughing. I am only waiting to see what the literary quadrille is going to be like, and then home to bed. You must excuse a gouty old fellow. I go early to bed, and I would advise you too to go bye-bye, as they say ox and fance. I've come, to have a look at the pretty girls, whom, of course, I could meet nowhere in such profusion as here. They all live beyond the river, and I don't drive out so far. There's a wife of an officer. In the chasseur I believe he is, who is distinctly pretty, distinctly, and she knows it herself. I've talked to the sly puss, she is a sprightly one, and the girls too are fresh-looking, but that's all, there's nothing but freshness. Still, it's a pleasure to look at them. There are some rosebuds, but their lips are thick. As a rule, there's an irregularity about female beauty in Russia, and they are a little like buns. Vuzmi pardanas, nsc pa. With good eyes, however, laughing eyes, these rosebuds are charming for 2 years when they are young, even for 3. Then they broaden out and are spoilt forever, producing in their husbands that deplorable indifference which does so much to promote the woman movement. That is, if I understand it correctly. It's a fine hall, the rooms are not badly decorated. It might be worse. The music might be much worse. I don't say it ought to have been. What makes a bad impression is that there are so few ladies. I say nothing about the dresses. It's bad that that chap in the gray trousers should dare to dance the can-can so openly. I can forgive him if he does it in the gaiety of his heart, and since he is the local chemist. Still, 11 o'clock is a bit early even for chemists. There were 2 fellows fighting in the refreshment bar, and they weren't turned out. At 11 o'clock people ought to be turned out for fighting, whatever the standard of manners. 3 o'clock is a different matter. Then one has to make concessions to public opinion if only this ball survives till 3 o'clock. Varvara Petrovna has not kept her word, though, and hasn't sent flowers. She has no thoughts for flowers, pauvre Mir and poor Lisa. Have you heard? They say it's a mysterious story. And Stavrogin is to the front again? I would have gone home to bed. I can hardly keep my eyes open. But when is this literary quadrille coming on? At last, the literary quadrille began. Whenever of late there had been conversation in the town on the ball, it had invariably turned on this literary quadrille, and as no one could imagine what it would be like, it aroused extraordinary curiosity. Nothing could be more unfavorable to its chance of success, and great was the disappointment. The side doors of the White Hall were thrown open, and several masked figures appeared. The public surrounded them eagerly. All the occupants of the refreshment bar trooped to the last man into the hall. The masked figures took their places for the dance. I succeeded in making my way to the front and installed myself just behind Yulia Mihailovna, von Lemke, and the general. At this point, Fyodor Stepanovitch, who had kept away till that time, skipped up to Yulia Mihailovna. "I've been in the refreshment room all this time, watching," he whispered, with the air of a guilty schoolboy, which he, however, assumed on purpose to irritate her even more. She turned crimson with anger. "You might give up trying to deceive me now at least, insolent man," broke from her almost aloud, so that it was heard by other people. Fyodor Stepanovitch skipped away extremely well satisfied with himself. It would be difficult to imagine a more pitiful, vulgar, dull, and insipid allegory than this literary quadrille. Nothing could be imagined less appropriate to our local society, yet they say it was Karmazinov's idea. It was Liputin, indeed, who arranged it with the help of the lame teacher who had been at the meeting at Virginsky's. But Karmazinov had given the idea, and had, it was said, meant to dress up and to take a special and prominent part in it. The quadrille was made up of 6 couples of masked figures, who were not in fancy dress exactly, for their clothes were like everyone else's. Thus, for instance, one short and elderly gentleman wearing a dress coat, in fact, dressed like everyone else wore a venerable gray beard, tied on, and this constituted his disguise. As he danced, he pounded up and down, taking tiny and rapid steps on the same spot with a stolid expression of countenance. He gave vent to sounds in a subdued but husky bass, and this huskiness was meant to suggest one of the well-known papers. Opposite this figure danced 2 giants, X and Z, and these letters were pinned on their coats, but what the letters meant remained unexplained. Honest Russian Thought was represented by a middle-aged gentleman in spectacles, dress coat and gloves, and wearing fetters, real fetters. Under his arm he had a portfolio containing papers relating to some case. To convince the skeptical, a letter from abroad testifying to the honesty of Honest Russian Thought peeped out of his pocket. All this was explained by the stewards, as the letter which peeped out of his pocket could not be read. Honest Russian Thought had his right hand raised, and in it held a glass as though he wanted to propose a toast. In a line with him on each side tripped a crop-headed nihilist girl, while vis-a-vis danced another elderly gentleman in a dress coat with a heavy cudgel in his hand. He was meant to represent a formidable periodical, not a Petersburg one, and seemed to be saying, "I'll pound you to a jelly." But in spite of his cudgel, he could not bear the spectacles of Honest Russian Thought fixed upon him and tried to look away, and when he did the pas de deux, he twisted, turned, and did not know what to do with himself. So terrible, probably, were the stings of his conscience. I don't remember all the absurd tricks they played, however. It was all in the same style, so that I felt at last painfully ashamed. And this same expression, as it were, of shame was reflected in the whole public, even on the most sullen figures that had come out of the refreshment room. For some time all were silent and gazed with angry perplexity. When a man is ashamed, he generally begins to get angry and is disposed to be cynical. By degrees a murmur arose in the audience. "What's the meaning of it?" A man who had come in from the refreshment room muttered in one of the groups. "It's silly. It's something literary. It's a criticism of the voice." "What's that to me?" From another group. "Asses." "No, they are not asses. It's we who are the asses." "Why are you an ass?" "I am not an ass." "Well, if you're not, I am certainly not." From a third group. "We ought to give them a good smacking and send them flying." "Pull down the hog." From a fourth group. "I wonder the Lemks are not ashamed to look on." "Why should they be ashamed? You are not." "Yes, I am ashamed, and he is the governor." "And you are a pig." "I've never seen such a commonplace ball in my life," a lady observed viciously, quite close to Yulia Mihailovna, obviously with the intention of being overheard. She was a stout lady of 40 with rouge on her cheeks, wearing a bright-colored silk dress. Almost everyone in the town knew her, but no one received her. She was the widow of a civil councillor who had left her a wooden house and a small pension, but she lived well and kept horses. 2 months previously she had called on Yulia Mihailovna, but the latter had not received her. "That might have been foreseen," she added, looking insolently into Yulia Mihailovna's face. "If you could foresee it, why did you come?" Yulia Mihailovna could not resist saying. "Because I was too simple," the sprightly lady answered instantly, up in arms and eager for the fray, but the general intervened. "Cheer, dame," he bent over to Yulia Mihailovna, "you'd really better be going. We are only in their way and they'll enjoy themselves thoroughly without us. You've done your part, you've opened the ball, now leave them in peace." And Andrei Antonovitch doesn't seem to be feeling quite satisfactorily, to avoid trouble. But it was too late. All through the quadrille Andrei Antonovitch gazed at the dancers with a sort of angry perplexity, and when he heard the comments of the audience he began looking about him uneasily. Then, for the first time, he caught sight of some of the persons who had come from the refreshment room. There was an expression of extreme wonder in his face. Suddenly, there was a loud roar of laughter at a caper that was cut in the quadrille. The editor of the menacing periodical, not a Petersburg one, who was dancing with the cudgel in his hands, felt utterly unable to endure the spectacled gaze of honest Russian thought, and not knowing how to escape it, suddenly in the last figure advanced to meet him standing on his head, which was meant, by the way, to typify the continual turning upside down of common sense by the menacing non-Petersburg Gazette. As Lyamshin was the only one who could walk standing on his head, he had undertaken to represent the editor with the cudgel. Yulia Mihailovna had had no idea that anyone was going to walk on his head. "They concealed that from me, they concealed it," she repeated to me afterwards in despair and indignation. The laughter from the crowd was, of course, provoked not by the allegory, which interested no one, but simply by a man's walking on his head in a swallowtail coat. Lemk flew into a rage and shook with fury. "Rascal," he cried, pointing to Lyamshin, "take hold of the scoundrel, turn him over, turn his legs, his head, so that his head's up, up." Lyamshin jumped onto his feet. The laughter grew louder. "Turn out all the scoundrels who are laughing," Lemk prescribed suddenly. There was an angry roar and laughter in the crowd. "You can't do like that, Your Excellency. You mustn't abuse the public. You are a fool yourself," a voice cried suddenly from a corner. "Filibusters," shouted someone from the other end of the room. Lemk looked round quickly at the shout and turned pale. A vacant smile came onto his lips, as though he suddenly understood and remembered something. "Gentlemen," said Yulia Mihailovna, addressing the crowd which was pressing round them as she drew her husband away, "Gentlemen, excuse Andrei Antonovitch. Andrei Antonovitch is unwell. Excuse. Forgive him, gentlemen." I positively heard her say, "Forgive him." It all happened very quickly, but I remember for a fact that a section of the public rushed out of the hall immediately after those words of Yulia Mihailovna's as though panic-stricken. I remember one hysterical, tearful feminine shriek. "Ach, the same thing again." And in the retreat of the guests, which was almost becoming a crush, another bomb exploded exactly as in the afternoon. Fire! All the riverside quarter is on fire. I don't remember where this terrible cry rose first, whether it was first raised in the hall, or whether someone ran upstairs from the entry, but it was followed by such alarm that I can't attempt to describe it. More than half the guests at the ball came from the quarter beyond the river and were owners or occupiers of wooden houses in that district. They rushed to the windows, pulled back the curtains in a flash, and tore down the blinds. The riverside was in flames. The fire, it is true, was only beginning, but it was in flames in 3 separate places, and that was what was alarming. "Arson, the sh Pigulin men," roared the crowd. I remember some very characteristic exclamations. "I've had a presentiment in my heart that there'd be arson. I've had a presentiment of it these last few days." The sh Pigulin men, the sh Pigulin men, no one else. We were all lured here on purpose to set fire to it. This last most amazing exclamation came from a woman. It was an unintentional, involuntary shriek of a housewife whose goods were burning. Everyone rushed for the door. I won't describe the crush in the vestibule over sorting out cloaks, shawls, and pelisses, the shrieks of the frightened women, the weeping of the young ladies. I doubt whether there was any theft, but it was no wonder that in such disorder some went away without their wraps because they were unable to find them, and this grew into a legend with many additions, long preserved in the town. Lemk and Yulia Mihailovna were almost crushed by the crowd at the doors. "Stop, everyone, don't let anyone out," yelled Lemk, stretching out his arms menacingly towards the crowding people. Everyone, without exception, to be strictly searched at once. A storm of violent oaths rose from the crowd. Andrei Antonovitch," cried Yulia Mihailovna in complete despair. "Arrest her first," shouted her husband, pointing his finger at her threateningly. "Search her first. The ball was arranged with a view to the fire." She screamed and fell into a swoon. Oh, there was no doubt of its being a real one. The general, the prince, and I rushed to her assistance. There were others, even among the ladies, who helped us at that difficult moment. We carried the unhappy woman out of this hell to her carriage, but she only regained consciousness as she reached the house, and her first utterance was about Andrei Antonovitch again. With the destruction of all her fancies, the only thing left in her mind was Andrei Antonovitch. They sent for a doctor. I remained with her for a whole hour. The prince did so too. The general, in an access of generous feeling, though he had been terribly scared, meant to remain all night, by the bedside of the unhappy lady. But within 10 minutes he fell asleep in an armchair in the drawing-room while waiting for the doctor, and there we left him. The chief of the police, who had hurried from the ball to the fire, had succeeded in getting Andrei Antonovitch out of the hall after us, and attempted to put him into Yulia Mihailovna's carriage, trying all he could to persuade His Excellency to seek repose. But I don't know why he did not insist. Andrei Antonovitch, of course, would not hear of repose and was set on going to the fire. But that was not a sufficient reason. It ended in his taking him to the fire in his droshky. He told us afterwards that Lemk was gesticulating all the way and shouting orders that it was impossible to obey owing to their unusualness. It was officially reported later on that His Excellency had at that time been in a delirious condition, owing to a sudden fright. There is no need to describe how the ball ended. A few dozen rowdy fellows, and with them some ladies, remained in the hall. There were no police present. They would not let the orchestra go and beat the musicians who attempted to leave. By morning they had pulled all Prohorich's stall to pieces, had drunk themselves senseless, danced the Kamarinsky in its unexpurgated form, made the rooms in a shocking mess, and only towards daybreak part of this hopelessly drunken rabble reached the scene of the fire to make fresh disturbances there. The other part spent the night in the rooms dead drunk, with disastrous consequences to the velvet sofas and the floor. Next morning, at the earliest possibility, they were dragged out by their legs into the street. So ended the fete for the benefit of the governesses of our province. 4. The fire frightened the inhabitants of the riverside just because it was evidently a case of arson. It was curious that at the first cry of fire, another cry was raised that the sh Pigulin men had done it. It is now well known that 3 sh Pigulin men really did have a share in setting fire to the town, but that was all. All the other factory hands were completely acquitted, not only officially but also by public opinion. Besides those 3 rascals, of whom one has been caught and confessed, and the other 2 have so far escaped, Fedka the convict undoubtedly had a hand in the arson. That is all that is known for certain about the fire till now, but when it comes to conjectures, it's a very different matter. What had led these 3 rascals to do it? Had they been instigated by anyone? It is very difficult to answer all these questions even now. Owing to the strong wind, the fact that the houses at the riverside were almost all wooden, and that they had been set fire to in 3 places, the fire spread quickly and enveloped the whole quarter with extraordinary rapidity. The fire burnt, however, only at 2 ends. At the 3rd spot, it was extinguished almost as soon as it began to burn, of which later. But the Petersburg and Moscow papers exaggerated our calamity. Not more than a quarter, roughly speaking, of the riverside district was burnt down, possibly less indeed. Our fire brigade, though it was hardly adequate to the size and population of the town, worked with great promptitude and devotion. But it would not have been of much avail, even with the zealous cooperation of the inhabitants, if the wind had not suddenly dropped towards morning. When an hour after our flight from the ball I made my way to the riverside, the fire was at its height. A whole street parallel with the river was in flames. It was as light as day. I won't describe the fire. Everyone in Russia knows what it looks like. The bustle and crush was immense in the lanes adjoining the burning street. The inhabitants, fully expecting the fire to reach their houses, were hauling out their belongings, but had not yet left their dwellings, and were waiting meanwhile, sitting on their boxes and feather beds under their windows. Part of the male population were hard at work, ruthlessly chopping down fences and even whole huts which were near the fire and on the windward side. None were crying except the children, who had been waked out of their sleep, though the women who had dragged out their chattels were lamenting in sing-song voices. Those who had not finished their task were still silent, busily carrying out their goods. Sparks and embers were carried a long way in all directions. People put them out as best they could. Some helped to put the fire out while others stood about, admiring it. A great fire at night always has a thrilling and exhilarating effect. This is what explains the attraction of fireworks. But in that case, the artistic regularity with which the fire is presented and the complete lack of danger give an impression of lightness and playfulness, like the effect of a glass of champagne. A real conflagration is a very different matter. Then the horror and a certain sense of personal danger, together with the exhilarating effect of a fire at night, produce on the spectator, though of course not in the householder whose goods are being burnt, a certain concussion of the brain and, as it were, a challenge to those destructive instincts which, alas, lie hidden in every heart, even that of the mildest and most domestic little clerk. This sinister sensation is almost always fascinating. I really don't know whether one can look at a fire without a certain pleasure. This is word for word what Stepan Trofimovitch said to me one night on returning home after he had happened to witness a fire and was still under the influence of the spectacle. Of course, the very man who enjoys the spectacle will rush into the fire himself to save a child or an old woman, but that is altogether a different matter. Following in the wake of the crowd of sightseers, I succeeded, without asking questions, in reaching the chief center of danger, where at last I saw Lemk, whom I was seeking at Yulia Mihailovna's request. His position was strange and extraordinary. He was standing on the ruins of a fence. 30 paces to the left of him rose the black skeleton of a 2-storied house which had almost burnt out. It had holes instead of windows at each story, its roof had fallen in, and the flames were still here and there creeping among the charred beams. At the farther end of the courtyard, 20 paces away, the lodge, also a 2-storied building, was beginning to burn, and the firemen were doing their utmost to save it. On the right, the firemen and the people were trying to save a rather large wooden building which was not actually burning, though it had caught fire several times and was inevitably bound to be burnt in the end. Lemk stood facing the lodge, shouting and gesticulating. He was giving orders which no one attempted to carry out. It seemed to me that everyone had given him up as hopeless and left him. Anyway, though everyone in the vast crowd of all classes, among whom there were gentlemen and even the cathedral priest, was listening to him with curiosity and wonder, no one spoke to him or tried to get him away. Lemk, with a pale face and glittering eyes, was uttering the most amazing things. To complete the picture, he had lost his hat and was bareheaded. It's all incendiarism, it's nihilism, If anything is burning, it's nihilism. I heard almost with horror, and though there was nothing to be surprised at, yet actual madness, when one sees it, always gives one a shock. "Your Excellency," said a policeman, coming up to him, "what if you were to try the repose of home? It's dangerous for your Excellency even to stand here." This policeman, as I heard afterwards, had been told off by the chief of police to watch over Andrei Antonovitch, to do his utmost to get him home, and in case of danger, even to use force, a task evidently beyond the man's power. "They will wipe away the tears of the people whose houses have been burnt, but they will burn down the town. It's all the work of 4 scoundrels, 4 and a half. Arrest the scoundrel. He worms himself into the honor of families. They made use of the governesses to burn down the houses. It's vile, vile. Aya, what's he about?" he shouted, suddenly noticing a fireman at the top of the burning lodge, under whom the roof had almost burnt away and round whom the flames were beginning to flare up. "Pull him down. Pull him down, he will fall, he will catch fire, put him out. What is he doing there?" "He is putting the fire out, Your Excellency." "Not likely. The fire is in the minds of men and not in the roofs of houses. Pull him down and give it up. Better give it up, much better, let it put itself out. Aya, who is crying now? An old woman. It's an old woman shouting. Why have they forgotten the old woman?" There actually was an old woman crying on the ground floor of the burning lodge. She was an old creature of 80, a relation of the shopkeeper who owned the house. But she had not been forgotten. She had gone back to the burning house while it was still possible, with the insane idea of rescuing her feather bed from a corner room which was still untouched. Choking with the smoke and screaming with the heat, for the room was on fire by the time she reached it, she was still trying with her decrepit hands to squeeze her feather bed through a broken window pane. Lemke rushed to her assistance. Everyone saw him run up to the window, catch hold of one corner of the feather bed, and try with all his might to pull it out. As ill luck would have it, a board fell at that moment from the roof and hit the unhappy governor. It did not kill him, it merely grazed him on the neck as it fell, but Andrei Antonovitch's career was over, among us at least. The blow knocked him off his feet, and he sank on the ground unconscious. The day dawned at last, gloomy and sullen. The fire was abating, the wind was followed by a sudden calm, and then a fine drizzling rain fell. I was by that time in another part, some distance from where Lemke had fallen, and here I overheard very strange conversations in the crowd. A strange fact had come to light. On the very outskirts of the quarter, on a piece of waste land beyond the kitchen gardens, not less than 50 paces from any other buildings, there stood a little wooden house which had only lately been built, and this solitary house had been on fire at the very beginning, almost before any other. Even had it burnt down, it was so far from other houses that no other building in the town could have caught fire from it, and vice versa, if the whole riverside had been burnt to the ground, that house might have remained intact, whatever the wind had been. It followed that it had caught fire separately and independently, and therefore not accidentally. But the chief point was that it was not burnt to the ground, and at daybreak strange things were discovered within it. The owner of this new house, who lived in the neighborhood, rushed up as soon as he saw it in flames, and with the help of his neighbors pulled apart a pile of faggots which had been heaped up by the side wall and set fire to. In this way he saved the house. But there were lodgers in the house, the captain, who was well known in the town, his sister, and their elderly servant, and these 3 persons, the captain, his sister, and their servant, had been murdered and apparently robbed in the night. It was here that the chief of police had gone, while Lemke was rescuing the feather bed. By morning, the news had spread, and an immense crowd of all classes, even the riverside people who had been burnt out, had flocked to the waste land where the new house stood. It was difficult to get there, so dense was the crowd. I was told at once that the captain had been found lying dressed on the bench with his throat cut, and that he must have been dead drunk when he was killed, so that he had felt nothing, and he had bled like a bull. That his sister Maria Timofyevna had been stabbed all over with a knife, and she was lying on the floor in the doorway, so that probably she had been awake and had fought and struggled with the murderer. The servant, who had also probably been awake, had her skull broken. The owner of the house said that the captain had come to see him the morning before, and that in his drunken bragging he had shown him a lot of money, as much as 200 rubles. The captain's shabby old green pocketbook was found empty on the floor, but Maria Timofyevna's box had not been touched, and the silver setting of the icon had not been removed either. The captain's clothes, too, had not been disturbed. It was evident that the thief had been in a hurry and was a man familiar with the captain's circumstances, who had come only for money and knew where it was kept. If the owner of the house had not run up at that moment, the burning faggot stack would certainly have set fire to the house, and it would have been difficult to find out from the charred corpses how they had died. So the story was told. One other fact was added, that the person who had taken this house for the Lebyadkins was no other than Mr. Stavrogin, Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch, the son of Varvara Petrovna. He had come himself to take it and had had much ado to persuade the owner to let it, as the latter had intended to use it as a tavern. But Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch was ready to give any rent he asked and had paid for 6 months in advance. The fire wasn't an accident, I heard said in the crowd. But the majority said nothing. People's faces were sullen, but I did not see signs of much indignation. People persisted, however, in gossiping about Stavrogin, saying that the murdered woman was his wife, that on the previous day he had dishonorably abducted a young lady belonging to the best family in the place, the daughter of Madame Drozdov, and that a complaint was to be lodged against him in Petersburg, and that his wife had been murdered evidently that he might marry the young lady. Vorshniki was not more than 1.5 miles away, and I remember I wondered whether I should not let them know the position of affairs. I did not notice, however, that there was anyone egging the crowd on, and I don't want to accuse people falsely, though I did see and recognized at once in the crowd at the fire 2 or 3 of the rowdy lot I had seen in the refreshment room. I particularly remember one thin, tall fellow, a cabinet maker, as I found out later, with an emaciated face and a curly head, black as though grimed with soot. He was not drunk, but in contrast to the gloomy passivity of the crowd seemed beside himself with excitement. He kept addressing the people, though I don't remember his words. Nothing coherent that he said was longer than "I say, lads, what do you say to this? Are things to go on like this?" And so saying, he waved his arms. Chapter 3. A Romance Ended. 1. From the large ballroom of Vorshniki, the room in which the last interview with Varvara Petrovna and Stepan Trofimovitch had taken place, the fire could be plainly seen. At daybreak, soon after 5 in the morning, Liza was standing at the farthest window on the right looking intently at the fading glow. She was alone in the room. She was wearing the dress she had worn the day before at the matinee, a very smart light green dress covered with lace, but crushed and put on carelessly and with haste. Suddenly noticing that some of the hooks were undone in front, she flushed, hurriedly set it right, snatched up from a chair the red shawl she had flung down when she came in the day before, and put it round her neck. Some locks of her luxuriant hair had come loose and showed below the shawl on her right shoulder. Her face looked weary and careworn, but her eyes glowed under her frowning brows. She went up to the window again and pressed her burning forehead against the cold pane. The door opened, and Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch came in. "I've sent a messenger on horseback," he said. "In 10 minutes we shall hear all about it. Meantime the servants say that part of the riverside quarter has been burnt down, on the right side of the bridge near the quay. It's been burning since 11 o'clock, now the fire is going down." He did not go near the window, but stood 3 steps behind her. She did not turn towards him. "It ought to have been light an hour ago by the calendar, and it's still almost night," she said irritably. "Calendars always tell lies," he observed with a polite smile, but a little ashamed. He made haste to add, "It's dull to live by the calendar, Liza." And he relapsed into silence, vexed at the ineptitude of the second sentence. Liza gave a wry smile. "You are in such a melancholy mood that you cannot even find words to speak to me. But you need not trouble, there's a point in what you said. I always live by the calendar. Every step I take is regulated by the calendar. Does that surprise you?" She turned quickly from the window and sat down in a low chair. "You sit down, too, please. We haven't long to be together, and I want to say anything I like. Why shouldn't you, too, say anything you like?" Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch sat beside her and softly, almost timidly, took her hand. "What's the meaning of this tone, Liza? Where has it suddenly sprung from? What do you mean by, 'we haven't long to be together'?" "That's the second mysterious phrase since you waked, half an hour ago." "You are beginning to reckon up my mysterious phrases?" she laughed. "Do you remember I told you I was a dead woman when I came in yesterday? That you thought fit to forget. To forget or not to notice." I don't remember, Lisa. Why dead? You must live. And is that all? You've quite lost your flow of words. I've lived my hour and that's enough. Do you remember Christopher Ivanovitch? No, I don't, he answered, frowning. Christopher Ivanovitch at Lausanne? He bored you dreadfully. He always used to open the door and say, "I've come for 1 minute," and then stay the whole day. I don't want to be like Christopher Ivanovitch and stay the whole day. A look of pain came into his face. Lisa, it grieves me, this unnatural language. This affectation must hurt you too. What's it for? What's the object of it? His eyes glowed. Lisa, he cried, I swear I love you now more than yesterday when you came to me. What a strange declaration. Why bring in yesterday and today, and these comparisons? You won't leave me, he went on, almost with despair. We will go away together today, won't we? Won't we? Aya, don't squeeze my hand so painfully. Where could we go together today? To rise again somewhere? No, we've made experiments enough, and it's too slow for me, and I am not fit for it, it's too exalted for me. If we are to go, let it be to Moscow, to pay visits and entertain. That's my ideal, you know. Even in Switzerland, I didn't disguise from you what I was like. As we can't go to Moscow and pay visits since you're married, it's no use talking of that. Lisa, what happened yesterday? What happened is over. That's impossible, that's cruel. What if it is cruel? You must bear it if it is cruel. You are avenging yourself on me for yesterday's caprice, he muttered with an angry smile. Lisa flushed. What a mean thought. Why then did you bestow on me so great a happiness? Have I the right to know? No, you must manage without rights. Don't aggravate the meanness of your supposition by stupidity. You are not lucky today. By the way, you surely can't be afraid of public opinion and that you will be blamed for this great happiness. If that's it, for God's sake, don't alarm yourself. It's not your doing at all, and you are not responsible to anyone. When I opened your door yesterday, you didn't even know who was coming in. It was simply my caprice, as you expressed it just now, and nothing more. You can look everyone in the face boldly and triumphantly. Your words, that laugh, have been making me feel cold with horror for the last hour. That happiness of which you speak frantically is worth everything to me. How can I lose you now? I swear I loved you less yesterday. Why are you taking everything from me today? Do you know what it has cost me, this new hope? I've paid for it with life. Your own life or another's. He got up quickly. What does that mean? He brought out, looking at her steadily. Have you paid for it with your life or with mine, is what I mean, or have you lost all power of understanding? Cried Lisa, flushing. Why did you start up so suddenly? Why do you stare at me with such a look? You frighten me. What is it you are afraid of all the time? I noticed some time ago that you were afraid, and you are now, this very minute. Good heavens, how pale you are. If you know anything, Lisa, I swear I don't. And I wasn't talking of that just now when I said that I had paid for it with life. I don't understand you, she brought out, faltering apprehensively. At last, a slow, brooding smile came onto his lips. He slowly sat down, put his elbows on his knees, and covered his face with his hands. A bad dream and delirium. We were talking of two different things. I don't know what you were talking about. Do you mean to say you did not know yesterday that I should leave you today? Did you know or not? Don't tell a lie, did you or not? I did, he said softly. Well then, what would you have? You knew and yet you accepted that moment for yourself. Aren't we quits? Tell me the whole truth, he cried in intense distress. When you opened my door yesterday, did you know yourself that it was only for 1 hour? She looked at him with hatred. Really, the most sensible person can ask most amazing questions. And why are you so uneasy? Can it be vanity that a woman should leave you first instead of your leaving her? Do you know, Nikolay Stavrogin, since I've been with you, I've discovered that you are very generous to me, and it's just that I can't endure from you. He got up from his seat and took a few steps about the room. Very well, perhaps it was bound to end so, but how can it all have happened? That's a question to worry about, especially as you know the answer yourself perfectly well and understand it better than anyone on earth, and were counting on it yourself. I am a young lady, my heart has been trained on the opera, that's how it all began, that's the solution. No, there is nothing in it to fret your vanity. It is all the absolute truth. It began with a fine moment which was too much for me to bear. The day before yesterday, when I insulted you before everyone and you answered me so chivalrously, I went home and guessed at once that you were running away from me because you were married, and not from contempt for me which, as a fashionable young lady, I dreaded more than anything. I understood that it was for my sake, for me, mad as I was, that you ran away. You see how I appreciate your generosity. Then Pyotr Stepanovitch skipped up to me and explained it all to me at once. He revealed to me that you were dominated by a great idea, before which he and I were as nothing, but yet that I was a stumbling block in your path. He brought himself in, he insisted that we three should work together, and said the most fantastic things about a boat and about Maplewood oars out of some Russian song. I complimented him and told him he was a poet, which he swallowed as the real thing. And as apart from him I had known long before that I had not the strength to do anything for long, I made up my mind on the spot. Well, that's all and quite enough, and please let us have no more explanations. We might quarrel. Don't be afraid of anyone, I take it all on myself. I am horrid and capricious, I was fascinated by that operatic boat, I am a young lady. But you know I did think that you were dreadfully in love with me. Don't despise the poor fool, and don't laugh at the tear that dropped just now. I am awfully given to crying with self-pity. Come, that's enough, that's enough. I am no good for anything, and you are no good for anything. It's as bad for both of us, so let's comfort ourselves with that. Anyway, it eases our vanity. Dream and delirium, cried Stavrogin, wringing his hands and pacing about the room. Lisa, poor child, what have you done to yourself? I've burnt myself in a candle, nothing more. Surely you are not crying too? You should show less feeling and better breeding. Why did you come to me? Don't you understand what a ludicrous position you put yourself in the eyes of the world, by asking such questions? Why have you ruined yourself, so grotesquely and so stupidly, and what's to be done now? And this is Stavrogin, the vampire Stavrogin, as you are called by a lady here who is in love with you. Listen, I have told you already, I've put all my life into 1 hour and I am at peace. Do the same with yours, though you've no need to, you have plenty of hours and moments of all sorts before you. As many as you, I give you my solemn word, not 1 hour more than you. He was still walking up and down, and did not see the rapid, penetrating glance she turned upon him, in which there seemed a dawning hope. But the light died away at the same moment. If you knew what it costs me that I can't be sincere at this moment, Lisa, if I could only tell you. Tell me, you want to tell me something to me? God save me from your secrets. She broke in almost in terror. He stopped and waited uneasily. I ought to confess that ever since those days in Switzerland I have had a strong feeling that you have something awful, loathsome, some bloodshed on your conscience, and yet something that would make you look very ridiculous. Beware of telling me if it's true, I shall laugh you to scorn. I shall laugh at you for the rest of your life. You are turning pale again. I won't, I'll go at once. She jumped up from her chair with a movement of disgust and contempt. Torture me, punish me, vent your spite on me, he cried in despair. You have the full right. I knew I did not love you and yet I ruined you. Yes, I accepted the moment for my own. I had a hope. I've had it a long time. My last hope? I could not resist the radiance that flooded my heart when you came into me yesterday of yourself, alone, of your own accord. I suddenly believed. Perhaps I have faith in it still. I will repay such noble frankness by being as frank. I don't want to be a sister of mercy for you. Perhaps I really may become a nurse unless I happen appropriately to die today. But if I do, I won't be your nurse, though of course, you need one as much as any crippled creature. I always fancied that you would take me to some place where there was a huge, wicked spider, big as a man, and we should spend our lives looking at it and being afraid of it. That's how our love would spend itself. Appeal to Dashenka, she will go with you anywhere you like. Can't you help thinking of her even now? Poor little spaniel, give her my greetings. Does she know that even in Switzerland you had fixed on her for your old age? What prudence, what foresight. Who's that? At the farther end of the room, a door opened a crack. A head was thrust in and vanished again hurriedly. Is that you, Alexei Yegoritch? Asked Stavrogin. No, it's only I, Pyotr Stepanovitch thrust himself half in again. How do you do, Lizaveta Nikolaevna? Good morning, anyway. I guessed I should find you both in this room. I have come for one moment literally, Nikolay Vsevolodovitch. I was anxious to have a couple of words with you at all costs. Absolutely necessary, only a few words. Stavrogin moved towards him, but turned back to Lisa at the third step. If you hear anything directly, Lisa, let me tell you I am to blame for it." She started and looked at him in dismay, but he hurriedly went out. 2. The room from which Fyodor Stepanovitch had peeped in was a large oval vestibule. Alexei Yegoritch had been sitting there before Fyodor Stepanovitch came in, but the latter sent him away. Stavrogin closed the door after him and stood expectant. Fyodor Stepanovitch looked rapidly and searchingly at him. "Well, if you know already," said Fyodor Stepanovitch hurriedly, his eyes looking as though they would dive into Stavrogin's soul, "then, of course, we are none of us to blame, above all not you, for it's such a concatenation. Such a coincidence of events. In brief, you can't be legally implicated, and I've rushed here to tell you so beforehand." "Have they been burnt, murdered?" "Murdered but not burnt, that's the trouble, but I give you my word of honor that it's not been my fault, however much you may suspect me. Do you want the whole truth? You see, the idea really did cross my mind. You hinted it yourself, not seriously, but teasing me, for of course you would not hint it seriously. But I couldn't bring myself to it, and wouldn't bring myself to it for anything, not for 100 rubles and what was there to be gained by it. I mean for me. He was in desperate haste, and his talk was like the clacking of a rattle. "But what a coincidence of circumstances. I gave that drunken fool Lebyadkin 230 rubles of my own money. Do you hear, my own money? There wasn't a ruble of yours, and what's more, you know it yourself. The day before yesterday, in the evening, do you hear, not yesterday after the matinee, but the day before yesterday, make a note of it. It's a very important coincidence, for I did not know for certain at that time whether Lizaveta Nikolaevna would come to you or not. I gave my own money simply because you distinguished yourself by taking it into your head to betray your secret to everyone. Well, I won't go into that. That's your affair, your chivalry, but I must own I was amazed. It was a knockdown blow. And forasmuch as I was exceeding weary of these tragic stories, and let me tell you, I talk seriously, though I do use biblical language, as it was all upsetting my plans. In fact, I made up my mind at any cost, and without your knowledge, to pack the Lebyadkins off to Petersburg, especially as he was set on going himself. I made one mistake. I gave the money in your name. Was it a mistake or not? Perhaps it wasn't a mistake, eh? Listen now, listen how it has all turned out." In the heat of his talk, he went close up to Stavrogin and took hold of the revers of his coat. Really, it may have been on purpose. With a violent movement, Stavrogin struck him on the arm. "Come, what is it? Give over. You'll break my arm. What matters is the way things have turned out," he rattled on, not in the least surprised at the blow. "I forked out the money in the evening on condition that his sister and he should set off early next morning. I trusted that rascal Liputin with the job of getting them into the train and seeing them off. But that beast Liputin wanted to play his schoolboy pranks on the public, perhaps you heard, at the matinee. Listen, they both got drunk, made up verses of which half are Liputin's. He rigged Lebyadkin out in a dress coat, assuring me meanwhile that he had packed him off that morning, but he kept him shut somewhere in a back room till he thrust him on the platform at the matinee. But Lebyadkin got drunk quickly and unexpectedly. Then came the scandalous scene you know of, and then they got him home more dead than alive, and Liputin filched away the 200 rubles, leaving him only small change. But it appears unluckily that already that morning, Lebyadkin had taken that 200 rubles out of his pocket, boasted of it and shown it in undesirable quarters. And as that was just what Fedka was expecting, and as he had heard something at Kirilov's, do you remember your hint? He made up his mind to take advantage of it. That's the whole truth. I am glad, anyway, that Fedka did not find the money. The rascal was reckoning on 1,000, you know. He was in a hurry and seems to have been frightened by the fire himself. Would you believe it, that fire came as a thunderbolt for me. Devil only knows what to make of it. It is taking things into their own hands. You see, as I expect so much of you, I will hide nothing from you. I've long been hatching this idea of a fire because it suits the national and popular taste. But I was keeping it for a critical moment, for that precious time when we should all rise up and they suddenly took it into their heads to do it, on their own initiative, without orders, now at the very moment when we ought to be lying low and keeping quiet. Such presumption. The fact is, I've not got to the bottom of it yet. They talk about 2 Pigulin men, but if there are any of our fellows in it, if any one of them has had a hand in it, so much the worse for him. You see what comes of letting people get ever so little out of hand. No, this democratic rabble with its quintets is a poor foundation. What we want is one magnificent, despotic will, like an idol, resting on something fundamental and external. Then the quintets will cringe into obedience and be obsequiously ready on occasion. But anyway, though, they are all crying out now that Stavrogin wanted his wife to be burnt, and that that's what caused the fire in the town, but why are they all saying that? Well, not yet, and I must confess I have heard nothing of the sort, but what one can do with people, especially when they've been burnt out. Vox populi vox Dei. A stupid rumor is soon set going, but you really have nothing to be afraid of. From the legal point of view you are all right, and with your conscience also. For you didn't want it done, did you? There's no clue, nothing but the coincidence. The only thing is Fedka may remember what you said that night at Kirilov's and what made you say it. But that proves nothing, and we shall stop Fedka's mouth. I shall stop it today. And weren't the bodies burnt at all? Not a bit, that ruffian could not manage anything properly. But I am glad anyway that you are so calm. For though you are not in any way to blame, even in thought, but all the same, and you must admit that all this settles your difficulties capitally. You are suddenly free and a widower and can marry a charming girl this minute with a lot of money, who is already yours into the bargain. See what can be done by crude, simple coincidence. Are you threatening me, you fool? Come, leave off, leave off. Here you are calling me a fool, and what a tone to use. You ought to be glad, yet you. I rushed here on purpose to let you know in good time. Besides, how could I threaten you, as if I cared for what I could get by threats? I want you to help from goodwill and not from fear. You are the light and the sun. It's I who am terribly afraid of you, not you of me. I am not Mavriky Nikolaevich. And only fancy, as I flew here in a racing droshky, I saw Mavriky Nikolaevich by the fence at the farthest corner of your garden. In his great coat, drenched through, he must have been sitting there all night. Queer goings-on, how mad people can be. Mavriky Nikolaevich, is that true? Yes, he is sitting by the garden fence. About 300 paces from here, I think. I made haste to pass him, but he saw me. Didn't you know? In that case, I am glad I didn't forget to tell you. A man like that is more dangerous than anyone if he happens to have a revolver about him, and then the night, the sleet, or natural irritability for after all he is in a nice position, ha. What do you think? Why is he sitting there? He is waiting for Lizaveta Nikolaevna, of course. Well, why should she go out to him, and, in such rain too, what a fool. She is just going out to him. That's a piece of news, so then? But listen, her position is completely changed now. What does she want with Mavriky now? You are free, a widower, and can marry her tomorrow. She doesn't know yet, leave it to me, and I'll arrange it all for you. Where is she? We must relieve her mind too. Relieve her mind? Rather, let's go. And do you suppose she won't guess what those dead bodies mean? Said Stavrogin, screwing up his eyes in a peculiar way. Of course she won't, said Fyodor Stepanovitch with all the confidence of a perfect simpleton, for legally. What a man you are, what if she did guess? Women are so clever at shutting their eyes to such things, you don't understand women. Apart from its being altogether to her interest to marry you now, because there's no denying she's disgraced herself. Apart from that, I talked to her of the boat, and I saw that one could affect her by it, so that shows you what the girl is made of. Don't be uneasy, she will step over those dead bodies without turning a hair, especially as you are not to blame for them. Not in the least, are you? She will only keep them in reserve to use them against you when you've been married 2 or 3 years. Every woman saves up something of the sort out of her husband's past when she gets married, but by that time, what may not happen in a year? Ha. If you've come in a racing droshky, take her to Mavriky Nikolaevich now. She said just now that she could not endure me and would leave me, and she certainly will not accept my carriage. What, can she really be leaving? How can this have come about? Said Fyodor Stepanovitch, staring stupidly at him. She's guessed somehow during this night that I don't love her, which she knew all along, indeed. But don't you love her? Said Fyodor Stepanovitch, with an expression of extreme surprise. If so, why did you keep her when she came to you yesterday, instead of telling her plainly like an honorable man that you didn't care for her? That was horribly shabby on your part, and how mean you make me look in her eyes. Stavrogin suddenly laughed. I am laughing at my monkey, he explained at once. Ah, you saw that I was putting it on, cried Fyodor Stepanovitch, laughing too with great enjoyment. I did it to amuse you, only fancy as soon as you came out to me I guessed from your face that you'd been unlucky. A complete fiasco, perhaps. There, I'll bet anything, he cried, almost gasping with delight, that you've been sitting side by side in the drawing room all night wasting your precious time discussing something lofty and elevated. There, forgive me, it's not my business. I felt sure yesterday that it would all end in foolishness. I brought her to you simply to amuse you and to show you that you wouldn't have a dull time with me. I shall be of use to you 100 times in that way. I always like pleasing people. If you don't want her now, which was what I was reckoning on when I came then. So you brought her simply for my amusement. Why, what else? Not to make me kill my wife. Come, you've not killed her. What a tragic fellow you are. It's just the same, you killed her. I didn't kill her. I tell you I had no hand in it. You are beginning to make me uneasy, though. Go on, you said, if you don't want her now then. Then leave it to me, of course. I can quite easily marry her off to Mavriky Nikolaevich, though I didn't make him sit down by the fence. Don't take that notion into your head. I am afraid of him now. You talk about my droshky, but I simply dashed by. What if he has a revolver? It's a good thing I brought mine. Here it is. He brought a revolver out of his pocket, showed it, and hid it again at once. I took it as I was coming such a long way. But I'll arrange all that for you in a twinkling. Her little heart is aching at this moment for Mavriky. It should be, anyway. And do you know, I am really rather sorry for her. If I take her to Mavriky, she will begin about you directly. She will praise you to him and abuse him to his face. You know the heart of woman. There you are, laughing again. I am awfully glad that you are so cheerful now. Come, let's go. I'll begin with Mavriky right away and about them, those who have been murdered. Hadn't we better keep quiet now? She'll hear later on anyway. What will she hear? Who's been murdered? What were you saying about Mavriky Nikolaevich? Said Liza, suddenly opening the door. Ah, you've been listening. What were you saying just now about Mavriky Nikolaevich? Has he been murdered? Ah, then you didn't hear? Don't distress yourself. Mavriky Nikolaevich is alive and well, and you can satisfy yourself of it in an instant, for he is here by the wayside, by the garden fence, and I believe he's been sitting there all night. He is drenched through in his greatcoat. He saw me as I drove past. That's not true. You said murdered. Who's been murdered? She insisted with agonizing mistrust. The only people who have been murdered are my wife, her brother Lebyadkin, and their servant, Stavrogin brought out firmly. Liza trembled and turned terribly pale. A strange, brutal outrage, Lizaveta Nikolaevna. A simple case of robbery, Fyodor Stepanovitch rattled off at once, simply robbery under cover of the fire. The crime was committed by Fedka the convict, and it was all that fool Lebyadkin's fault for showing everyone his money. I rushed here with the news. It fell on me like a thunderbolt. Stavrogin could hardly stand when I told him. We were deliberating here whether to tell you at once or not. Nikolay Vsevolodovitch, is he telling the truth? Liza articulated faintly. No, it's false. False, said Fyodor Stepanovitch, starting. What do you mean by that? Heavens, I shall go mad, cried Liza. Do you understand, anyway, that he is mad now? Fyodor Stepanovitch cried at the top of his voice. After all, his wife has just been murdered. You see how white he is. Why, he has been with you the whole night. He hasn't left your side a minute. How can you suspect him? Nikolay Vsevolodovitch, tell me, as before God, are you guilty or not? And I swear I'll believe your word as though it were God's, and I'll follow you to the end of the earth. Yes, I will. I'll follow you like a dog. Why are you tormenting her, you fantastic creature? Cried Pyotr Stepanovitch in exasperation. Lizaveta Nikolaevna, upon my oath, you can crush me into powder, but he is not guilty. On the contrary, it has crushed him, and he is raving, you see that. He is not to blame in any way, not even in thought. It's all the work of robbers who will probably be found within a week and flogged. It's all the work of Fedka the convict, and some S.H. Pigulin men. All the town is agog with it. That's why I say so too. Is that right? Is that right? Liza waited trembling for her final sentence. I did not kill them, and I was against it, but I knew they were going to be killed, and I did not stop the murderers. Leave me, Liza, Stavrogin brought out, and he walked into the drawing room. Liza hid her face in her hands and walked out of the house. Pyotr Stepanovitch was rushing after her, but at once hurried back and went into the drawing room. So that's your line? That's your line? So there's nothing you are afraid of? He flew at Stavrogin in an absolute fury, muttering incoherently, scarcely able to find words and foaming at the mouth. Stavrogin stood in the middle of the room and did not answer a word. He clutched a lock of his hair in his left hand and smiled helplessly. Fyodor Stepanovitch pulled him violently by the sleeve. "Is it all over with you? So that's the line you're taking? You'll inform against all of us and go to a monastery yourself or to the devil. But I'll do for you, though you are not afraid of me." "Ah, that's you chattering," said Stavrogin, noticing him at last. "Run," he said, coming to himself suddenly. "Run after her, order the carriage, don't leave her. Run, run, take her home so that no one may know, and that she mayn't go there, to the bodies, to the bodies. Force her to get into the carriage. Alexei Yegoritch, Alexei Yegoritch. Stay, don't shout, by now she is in Mavriky's arms. Mavriky won't put her into your carriage. Stay, there's something more important than the carriage." He seized his revolver again. Stavrogin looked at him gravely. "Very well, kill me," he said softly, almost conciliatorily. "Phoo, damn it, what a maze of false sentiment a man can get into," said Fyodor Stepanovitch, shaking with rage. "Yes, really, you ought to be killed. She ought simply to spit at you. Fine sort of magic boat, you are. You are a broken-down, leaky old hulk. You ought to pull yourself together if only from spite. Etch, why, what difference would it make to you since you ask for a bullet through your brains yourself?" Stavrogin smiled strangely. "If you were not such a buffoon, I might perhaps have said yes now. If you had only a grain of sense. I am a buffoon, but I don't want you, my better half, to be one. Do you understand me?" Stavrogin did understand, though perhaps no one else did. Shatov, for instance, was astonished when Stavrogin told him that Fyodor Stepanovitch had enthusiasm. "Go to the devil now, and tomorrow perhaps I may wring something out of myself. Come tomorrow." "Yes, yes." "How can I tell? Go to hell," and he walked out of the room. "Perhaps, after all, it may be for the best," Fyodor Stepanovitch muttered to himself as he hid the revolver. 3. He rushed off to overtake Lizaveta Nikolaevna. She had not got far away, only a few steps from the house. She had been detained by Alexei Yegoritch, who was following a step behind her, in a tail coat and without a hat. His head was bowed respectfully. He was persistently entreating her to wait for a carriage. The old man was alarmed and almost in tears. "Go along, your master is asking for tea, and there's no one to give it to him," said Fyodor Stepanovitch, pushing him away. He took Liza's arm. She did not pull her arm away, but she seemed hardly to know what she was doing. She was still dazed. "To begin with, you are going the wrong way," babbled Fyodor Stepanovitch. "We ought to go this way and not by the garden, and secondly, walking is impossible in any case. It's over 2 miles and you are not properly dressed. If you would wait a second, I came in a droshky. The horse is in the yard. I'll get it instantly, put you in, and get you home so that no one sees you." "How kind you are," said Liza graciously. "Oh, not at all. Any humane man in my position would do the same." Liza looked at him and was surprised. "Good heavens, why I thought it was that old man here still. Listen, I am awfully glad that you take it like this, because it's all such a frightfully stupid convention, and since it's come to that, hadn't I better tell the old man to get the carriage at once? It's only a matter of 10 minutes and we'll turn back and wait in the porch, eh? I want first, where are those murdered people?" "Ah, what next? That was what I was afraid of. No, we'd better leave those wretched creatures alone. It's no use your looking at them." "I know where they are. I know that house." "Well, what if you do know it? Come, it's raining and there's a fog. A nice job, this sacred duty I've taken upon myself. Listen, Lizaveta Nikolaevna, it's one of 2 alternatives. Either you come with me in the droshky, in that case wait here and don't take another step, for if we go another 20 steps we must be seen by Mavriky Nikolaevitch." "Mavriky Nikolaevitch, where?" "Well, if you want to go with him, I'll take you a little farther if you like, and show you where he sits, but I don't care to go up to him just now. No, thank you. He is waiting for me, good God." She suddenly stopped, and a flush of color flooded her face. "Oh, come now, if he is an unconventional man, you know, Lizaveta Nikolaevna, it's none of my business. I am a complete outsider, and you know that yourself. But still, I wish you well. If your ferry boat has failed you, if it has turned out to be nothing more than a rotten old hulk, only fit to be chopped up." "Ah, that's fine, that's lovely," cried Liza. "Lovely, and yet your tears are falling. You must have spirit. You must be as good as a man in every way. In our age, when woman? Foo, hang it, Fyodor Stepanovitch was on the point of spitting. And the chief point is that there is nothing to regret. It may all turn out for the best. Mavriky Nikolaevich is a man. In fact, he is a man of feeling though not talkative, but that's a good thing, too, as long as he has no conventional notions, of course. Lovely, lovely, Liza laughed hysterically. Well, hang it all, Lizaveta Nikolaevna, said Fyodor Stepanovitch, suddenly piqued. I am simply here on your account. It's nothing to me. I helped you yesterday when you wanted it yourself. Today, well, you can see Mavriky Nikolaevich from here. There he's sitting, he doesn't see us. I say, Lizaveta Nikolaevna, have you ever read Polenka Sax? What's that? It's the name of a novel, Polenka Sax. I read it when I was a student. In it, a very wealthy official of some sort, Sax, arrested his wife at a summer villa for infidelity. But, hang it, it's no consequence. You'll see, Mavriky Nikolaevich will make you an offer before you get home. He doesn't see us yet. Ach, don't let him see us, Liza cried suddenly, like a mad creature. Come away, to the woods, to the fields. And she ran back. Lizaveta Nikolaevna, this is such cowardice, cried Fyodor Stepanovitch, running after her. And why don't you want him to see you? On the contrary, you must look him straight in the face with pride. If it's some feeling about that, some maidenly, that's such a prejudice, so out of date. But where are you going? Where are you going? Etch, she is running. Better go back to Stavrogin's and take my droshky. Where are you going? That's the way to the fields. There, she's fallen down. He stopped. Liza was flying along like a bird, not conscious where she was going, and Fyodor Stepanovitch was already 50 paces behind her. She stumbled over a mound of earth and fell down. At the same moment, there was the sound of a terrible shout from behind. It came from Mavriky Nikolaevich, who had seen her flight and her fall, and was running to her across the field. In a flash, Fyodor Stepanovitch had retired into Stavrogin's gateway to make haste and get into his droshky. Mavriky Nikolaevich was already standing in terrible alarm by Liza, who had risen to her feet. He was bending over her and holding her hands in both of his. All the incredible surroundings of this meeting overwhelmed him, and tears were rolling down his cheeks. He saw the woman for whom he had such reverent devotion running madly across the fields, at such an hour, in such weather, with nothing over her dress, the gay dress she wore the day before now crumpled and muddy from her fall. He could not utter a word. He took off his greatcoat and with trembling hands put it round her shoulders. Suddenly he uttered a cry, feeling that she had pressed her lips to his hand. Liza, he cried, I am no good for anything, but don't drive me away from you. Oh no, let us make haste away from here. Don't leave me. And seizing his hand, she drew him after her. Mavriky Nikolaevich, she suddenly dropped her voice timidly, I kept a bold face there all the time, but now I am afraid of death. I shall die soon, very soon, but I am afraid to die, she whispered, pressing his hand tight. Oh, if there were someone, he looked round in despair. Some passerby, you will get your feet wet, you will lose your reason. It's all right, she tried to reassure him. That's right, I am not so frightened with you. Hold my hand, lead me. Where are we going now? Home? No, I want first to see the people who have been murdered. His wife has been murdered, they say, and he says he killed her himself. But that's not true, is it? I want to see for myself those 3 who have been killed, on my account. It's because of them his love for me has grown cold since last night. I shall see and find out everything. Make haste, I know the house. There's a fire there. Mavriky Nikolaevich, my dear one, don't forgive me in my shame. Why forgive me? Why are you crying? Give me a blow and kill me here in the field like a dog. No one is your judge now, Mavriky Nikolaevich pronounced firmly. God forgive you, I least of all can be your judge. But it would be strange to describe their conversation. And meanwhile they walked hand in hand quickly, hurrying as though they were crazy. They were going straight towards the fire. Mavriky Nikolaevich still had hopes of meeting a cart at least, but no one came that way. A mist of fine, drizzling rain enveloped the whole country, swallowing up every ray of light, every gleam of color, and transforming everything into one smoky, leaden, indistinguishable mass. It had long been daylight, yet it seemed as though it were still night. And suddenly in this cold foggy mist there appeared coming towards them a strange and absurd figure. Picturing it now, I think I should not have believed my eyes if I had been in Lizaveta Nikolaevna's place, yet she uttered a cry of joy and recognized the approaching figure at once. It was Stepan Trofimovitch. How he had gone off, how the insane, impracticable idea of his flight came to be carried out, of that later. I will only mention that he was in a fever that morning, yet even illness did not prevent his starting. He was walking resolutely on the damp ground. It was evident that he had planned the enterprise to the best of his ability, alone with his inexperience and lack of practical sense. He wore traveling dress, that is, a greatcoat with a wide patent leather belt, fastened with a buckle, and a pair of new high boots pulled over his trousers. Probably he had for some time past pictured a traveler as looking like this, and the belt and the high boots with the shining tops like a hussar's, in which he could hardly walk, had been ready some time before. A broad-brimmed hat, a knitted scarf, twisted close round his neck, a stick in his right hand, and an exceedingly small but extremely tightly packed bag in his left completed his get-up. He had, besides, in the same right hand, an open umbrella. These three objects, the umbrella, the stick, and the bag, had been very awkward to carry for the first mile, and had begun to be heavy by the second. "Can it really be you?" cried Liza, looking at him with distressed wonder after her first rush of instinctive gladness. "Lies," cried Stepan Trofimovitch, rushing to her almost in delirium too. "Cheer, cheer. Can you be out too? In such a fog, you see the glow of fire. Vous erts malheureux n'est-ce pas? I see, don't tell me but don't question me either. Nous sommes tous malheureux mais il faut les pardonner tous. Pardonnons lies and let us be free forever, to be quit of the world and be completely free. Il faut pardonner et pardonner." "But why are you kneeling down?" "Because, taking leave of the world, I want to take leave of all my past in your person." He wept and raised both her hands to his tear-stained eyes. "I kneel to all that was beautiful in my life. I kiss and give thanks. Now I've torn myself in half, left behind a mad visionary who dreamed of soaring to the sky. Vingt-deux ans here, a shattered, frozen old man, a tutor chez sea marchand, est-il existe portant sea marchand? But how drenched you are, lies." He cried, jumping onto his feet, feeling that his knees too were soaked by the wet earth. "And how is it possible? You are in such a dress, and on foot, and in these fields. You are crying, vous erts malheureux. Bah, I did hear something. But where have you come from now?" He asked hurried questions with an uneasy air, looking in extreme bewilderment at Mavriky Nikolaevich. "Mais savez-vous el hura quil est? Stepan Trofimovitch, have you heard anything about the people who have been murdered? Is it true? Is it true? These people, I saw the glow of their work all night. They were bound to end in this." His eyes flashed again. "I am fleeing away from madness, from a delirious dream. I am fleeing away to seek for Russia. Existe-t-elle la Russie? Bah, c'est vous, cher capitaine. Never doubted that I should meet you somewhere on some high adventure. But take my umbrella, and why must you be on foot? For God's sake, do at least take my umbrella, for I shall hire a carriage somewhere in any case." "I am on foot because Nastasia, would have shouted for the benefit of the whole street if she'd found out I was going away. So I slipped away as far as possible incognito. I don't know, in the voice they write of there being brigands everywhere, but I thought surely I shouldn't meet a brigand the moment I came out on the road. Cheer, lies, I thought you said something of someone's being murdered. Oh, mon Dieu, you are ill." Come along, cried Liza, almost in hysterics, drawing Mavriky Nikolaevich after her again. "Wait a minute, Stepan Trofimovitch," she came back suddenly to him. "Stay, poor darling, let me sign you with the cross. Perhaps it would be better to put you under control, but I'd rather make the sign of the cross over you. You too pray for poor Liza just a little, don't bother too much about it. Mavriky Nikolaevich, give that baby back his umbrella. You must give it him. That's right. Come, let us go. They reached the fatal house at the very moment when the huge crowd, which had gathered round it, had already heard a good deal of Stavrogin, and of how much it was to his interest to murder his wife. Yet, I repeat, the immense majority went on listening without moving or uttering a word. The only people who were excited were bawling drunkards and excitable individuals of the same sort as the gesticulatory cabinet-maker. Everyone knew the latter as a man really of mild disposition, but he was liable on occasion to get excited and to fly off at a tangent if anything struck him in a certain way. I did not see Liza and Mavriky Nikolaevich arrive. Petrified with amazement, I first noticed Liza some distance away in the crowd, and I did not at once catch sight of Mavriky Nikolaevich. I fancy there was a moment when he fell 2 or 3 steps behind her or was pressed back by the crush. Liza, forcing her way through the crowd, seeing and noticing nothing round her, like one in a delirium, like a patient escaped from a hospital, attracted attention only too quickly, of course. There arose a hubbub of loud talking and at last sudden shouts. Someone bawled out, "It's Stavrogin's woman," and on the other side, "It's not enough to murder them, she wants to look at them." All at once I saw an arm raised above her head from behind and suddenly brought down upon it. Liza fell to the ground. We heard a fearful scream from Mavriky Nikolaevich as he dashed to her assistance and struck with all his strength the man who stood between him and Liza. But at that instant, the same cabinetmaker seized him with both arms from behind. For some minutes, nothing could be distinguished in the scrimmage that followed. I believe Liza got up but was knocked down by another blow. Suddenly the crowd parted and a small space was left empty round Liza's prostrate figure, and Mavriky Nikolaevich, frantic with grief and covered with blood, was standing over her, screaming, weeping, and wringing his hands. I don't remember exactly what followed after. I only remember that they began to carry Liza away. I ran after her. She was still alive and perhaps still conscious. The cabinet maker and 3 other men in the crowd were seized. These 3 still deny having taken any part in the dastardly deed, stubbornly maintaining that they have been arrested by mistake. Perhaps it's the truth. Though the evidence against the cabinet maker is clear, he is so irrational that he is still unable to explain what happened coherently. I too, as a spectator, though at some distance, had to give evidence at the inquest. I declared that it had all happened entirely accidentally through the action of men perhaps moved by ill feeling, yet scarcely conscious of what they were doing, drunk and irresponsible. I am of that opinion to this day. Chapter 4. The Last Resolution. 1. That morning, many people saw Fyodor Stepanovitch. All who saw him remembered that he was in a particularly excited state. At 2 o'clock he went to see Gaganov, who had arrived from the country only the day before, and whose house was full of visitors hotly discussing the events of the previous day. Fyodor Stepanovitch talked more than anyone and made them listen to him. He was always considered among us as a chatterbox of a student with a screw loose. But now he talked of Yulia Mihailovna, and in the general excitement the theme was an enthralling one. As one who had recently been her intimate and confidential friend, he disclosed many new and unexpected details concerning her. Incidentally, and of course unguardedly, he repeated some of her own remarks about persons known to all in the town, and thereby piqued their vanity. He dropped it all in a vague and rambling way, like a man free from guile, driven by his sense of honor to the painful necessity of clearing up a perfect mountain of misunderstandings, and so simple-hearted that he hardly knew where to begin and where to leave off. He let slip in a rather unguarded way, too, that Yulia Mihailovna knew the whole secret of Stavrogin, and that she had been at the bottom of the whole intrigue. She had taken him in too, for he, Fyodor Stepanovitch, had also been in love with this unhappy Liza, yet he had been so hoodwinked that he had almost taken her to Stavrogin himself in the carriage. Yes, it's all very well for you to laugh, gentlemen, but if I'd known how it would end," he concluded. To various excited inquiries about Stavrogin, he bluntly replied that in his opinion the catastrophe to the Lebyadkins was a pure coincidence, and that it was all Lebyadkin's own fault for displaying his money. He explained this particularly well. One of his listeners observed that it was no good his pretending, that he had eaten and drunk and almost slept at Yulia Mihailovna's, yet now he was the first to blacken her character, and that this was by no means such a fine thing to do as he supposed. But Fyodor Stepanovitch immediately defended himself. "I ate and drank there not because I had no money, and it's not my fault that I was invited there. Allow me to judge for myself how far I need to be grateful for that." The general impression was in his favor. He may be rather absurd, and of course he is a nonsensical fellow, yet still he is not responsible for Yulia Mihailovna's foolishness. On the contrary, it appears that he tried to stop her. About 2 o'clock the news suddenly came that Stavrogin, about whom there was so much talk, had suddenly left for Petersburg by the midday train. This interested people immensely. Many of them frowned. Fyodor Stepanovitch was so much struck that I was told he turned quite pale and cried out strangely, "Why, how could they have let him go?" He hurried away from Gaganov's forthwith, yet he was seen in 2 or 3 other houses. Towards dusk he succeeded in getting in to see Yulia Mihailovna, though he had the greatest pains to do so, as she had absolutely refused to see him. I heard of this from the lady herself only 3 weeks afterwards, just before her departure for Petersburg. She gave me no details, but observed with a shudder that, he had on that occasion astounded her beyond all belief. I imagine that all he did was to terrify her by threatening to charge her with being an accomplice if she said anything. The necessity for this intimidation arose from his plans at the moment, of which she, of course, knew nothing, and only later, 5 days afterwards, she guessed why he had been so doubtful of her reticence and so afraid of a new outburst of indignation on her part. Between 7 and 8 o'clock, when it was dark, all the 5 members of the quintet met together at Ensign Urkel's lodgings in a little crooked house at the end of the town. The meeting had been fixed by Fyodor Stepanovitch himself, but he was unpardonably late, and the members waited over an hour for him. This Ensign Urkel was that young officer who had sat the whole evening at Virginsky's with a pencil in his hand and a notebook before him. He had not long been in the town. He lodged alone with 2 old women, sisters, in a secluded by-street, and was shortly to leave the town. A meeting at his house was less likely to attract notice than anywhere. This strange boy was distinguished by extreme taciturnity. He was capable of sitting for a dozen evenings in succession in noisy company, with the most extraordinary conversation going on around him, without uttering a word, though he listened with extreme attention, watching the speakers with his childlike eyes. His face was very pretty and even had a certain look of cleverness. He did not belong to the quintet. It was supposed that he had some special job of a purely practical character. It is known now that he had nothing of the sort and probably did not understand his position himself. It was simply that he was filled with hero worship for Fyodor Stepanovitch, whom he had only lately met. If he had met a monster of iniquity who had incited him to found a band of brigands on the pretext of some romantic and socialistic object, and as a test had bidden him rob and murder the first peasant he met, he would certainly have obeyed and done it. He had an invalid mother to whom he sent half of his scanty pay, and how she must have kissed that poor little flaxen head, how she must have trembled and prayed over it. I go into these details about him because I feel very sorry for him. Our fellows were excited. The events of the previous night had made a great impression on them, and I fancy they were in a panic. The simple disorderliness in which they had so zealously and systematically taken part had ended in a way they had not expected. The fire in the night, the murder of the Lebyadkins, the savage brutality of the crowd with Lisa, had been a series of surprises which they had not anticipated in their program. They hotly accused the hand that had guided them of despotism and duplicity. In fact, while they were waiting for Fyodor Stepanovitch, they worked each other up to such a point that they resolved again to ask him for a definite explanation, and if he evaded again, as he had done before, to dissolve the quintet and to found instead a new secret society for the propaganda of ideas, and on their own initiative on the basis of democracy and equality. Liputin, Shigolov, and the authority on the peasantry supported this plan. Lyamshin said nothing, though he looked approving. Virginsky hesitated and wanted to hear Fyodor Stepanovitch first. It was decided to hear Fyodor Stepanovitch, but still he did not come. Such casualness added fuel to the flames. Urkel was absolutely silent and did nothing but order the tea, which he brought from his landlady's in glasses on a tray, not bringing in the samovar nor allowing the servant to enter. Fyodor Stepanovitch did not turn up till 8:30. With rapid steps, he went up to the circular table before the sofa round which the company were seated. He kept his cap in his hand and refused tea. He looked angry, severe, and supercilious. He must have observed at once from their faces that they were mutinous. "Before I open my mouth, you've got something hidden, out with it." Liputin began in the name of all, and declared in a voice quivering with resentment that if things were going on like that they might as well blow their brains out. Oh, they were not at all afraid to blow their brains out, they were quite ready to, in fact, but only to serve the common cause, a general movement of approbation. So he must be more open with them so that they might always know beforehand, or else what would things be coming to? Again a stir and some guttural sounds. To behave like this was humiliating and dangerous. We don't say so because we are afraid, but if one acts and the rest are only pawns, then one would blunder and all would be lost. Exclamations. Yes, yes, general approval. Damn it all, what do you want? What connection is there between the common cause and the petty intrigues of Mr. Stavrogin? Cried Liputin, boiling over. Suppose he is in some mysterious relation to the center. If that legendary center really exists at all, it's no concern of ours. And meantime, a murder has been committed. The police have been roused. If they follow the thread, they may find what it starts from. If Stavrogin and you are caught, we shall be caught too, added the authority on the peasantry. And to no good purpose for the common cause, Verhovensky concluded despondently. What nonsense! The murder is a chance crime. It was committed by Fedka for the sake of robbery. Strange coincidence, though, said Liputin, wriggling. And if you will have it, it's all through you. Through us. In the first place, you, Liputin, had a share in the intrigue yourself. And the second chief point is, you were ordered to get Lebyadkin away and given money to do it. And what did you do? If you'd got him away, nothing would have happened. But wasn't it you yourself who suggested the idea that it would be a good thing to set him on to read his verses? An idea is not a command. The command was to get him away. Command, rather a queer word. On the contrary, your orders were to delay sending him off. You made a mistake and showed your foolishness and self-will. The murder was the work of Fedka, and he carried it out alone for the sake of robbery. You heard the gossip and believed it. You were scared. Stavrogin is not such a fool, and the proof of that is he left the town at 12 o'clock after an interview with the vice-governor. If there were anything in it, they would not let him go to Petersburg in broad daylight. But we are not making out that Mr. Stavrogin committed the murder himself, Liputin rejoined spitefully and unceremoniously. He may have known nothing about it like me, and you know very well that I knew nothing about it, though I am mixed up in it like mutton in a hash. Whom are you accusing? Said Fyodor Stepanovitch, looking at him darkly. Those whose interest it is to burn down towns. You make matters worse by wriggling out of it. However, won't you read this and pass it to the others, simply as a fact of interest? He pulled out of his pocket Lebyadkin's anonymous letter to Lemke and handed it to Liputin. The latter read it, was evidently surprised, and passed it thoughtfully to his neighbor. The letter quickly went the round. Is that really Lebyadkin's handwriting? Observed Shigalov. It is, answered Liputin and Tolkachenko, the authority on the peasantry. I simply brought it as a fact of interest, and because I knew you were so sentimental over Lebyadkin, repeated Fyodor Stepanovitch, taking the letter back. So it turns out, gentlemen, that a stray Fedka relieves us quite by chance of a dangerous man. That's what chance does sometimes. It's instructive, isn't it? The members exchanged rapid glances. And now, gentlemen, it's my turn to ask questions, said Fyodor Stepanovitch, assuming an air of dignity. Let me know what business you had to set fire to the town without permission. What's this, we set fire to the town? That is laying the blame on others, they exclaimed. I quite understand that you carried the game too far, Fyodor Stepanovitch persisted stubbornly, but it's not a matter of petty scandals with Yulia Mihailovna. I've brought you here, gentlemen, to explain to you the greatness of the danger you have so stupidly incurred, which is a menace to much besides yourselves. Excuse me, we, on the contrary, were intending just now to point out to you the greatness of the despotism and unfairness you have shown in taking such a serious and also strange step without consulting the members. Verhovensky, who had been hitherto silent, protested, almost with indignation. And so you deny it, but I maintain that you set fire to the town, you and none but you. Gentlemen, don't tell lies, I have good evidence. By your rashness you expose the common cause to danger. You are only one knot in an endless network of knots, and your duty is blind obedience to the center. Yet 3 men of you incited the Sh Pigulin men to set fire to the town without the least instruction to do so, and the fire has taken place. What three of us? The day before yesterday, at 3 o'clock in the night, you, Tolkachenko, were inciting Fomka Zavialov at the Forget-Me-Not. Upon my word, cried the latter, jumping up, I scarcely said a word to him, and what I did say was without intention, simply because he had been flogged that morning. And I dropped it at once. I saw he was too drunk. If you had not referred to it, I should not have thought of it again. A word could not set the place on fire. You are like a man who should be surprised that a tiny spark could blow a whole powder magazine into the air. I spoke in a whisper in his ear, in a corner. How could you have heard of it? Tolkachenko reflected suddenly. I was sitting there under the table. Don't disturb yourselves, gentlemen. I know every step you take. You smile sarcastically, Mr. Liputin, But I know, for instance, that you pinched your wife black and blue at midnight 3 days ago in your bedroom as you were going to bed. Liputin's mouth fell open and he turned pale. It was afterwards found out that he knew of this exploit of Liputin's from Agafea, Liputin's servant, whom he had paid from the beginning to spy on him. This only came out later. "May I state a fact?" said Shigalov, getting up. "State it." Shigalov sat down and pulled himself together. "So far as I understand, and it's impossible not to understand it you yourself at first and a second time later, drew with great eloquence, but too theoretically, a picture of Russia covered with an endless network of knots. Each of these centers of activity, proselytizing and ramifying endlessly, aims by systematic denunciation to injure the prestige of local authority, to reduce the villages to confusion, to spread cynicism and scandals, together with complete disbelief in everything and an eagerness for something better. And finally, by means of fires, as a preeminently national method, to reduce the country at a given moment, if need be, to desperation. Are those your words which I tried to remember accurately? Is that the program you gave us as the authorized representative of the Central Committee, which is to this day utterly unknown to us and almost like a myth? It's correct, only you are very tedious. Everyone has a right to express himself in his own way, giving us to understand that the separate knots of the general network already covering Russia number by now several hundred, and propounding the theory that if everyone does his work successfully, all Russia at a given moment, at a signal. "Ah, damn it all, I have enough to do without you," cried Fyodor Stepanovitch, twisting in his chair. "Very well, I'll cut it short and I'll end simply by asking if we've seen the disorderly scenes, we've seen the discontent of the people, we've seen and taken part in the downfall of local administration, and finally, we've seen with our own eyes the town on fire? What do you find amiss? Isn't that your program? What can you blame us for?" "Acting on your own initiative," Fyodor Stepanovitch cried furiously. "While I am here you ought not to have dared to act without my permission. Enough, we are on the eve of betrayal, and perhaps tomorrow or tonight you'll be seized. So there, I have authentic information." At this all were agape with astonishment. "You will be arrested not only as the instigators of the fire, but as a quintet. The traitor knows the whole secret of the network, so you see what a mess you've made of it." "Stavrogin, no doubt," cried Liputin. "What? Why Stavrogin?" Fyodor Stepanovitch seemed suddenly taken aback. "Hang it all," he cried, pulling himself together at once. "It's Shatov. I believe you all know now that Shatov in his time was one of the society. I must tell you that, watching him through persons he does not suspect, I found out to my amazement that he knows all about the organization of the network and everything, in fact. To save himself from being charged with having formerly belonged, he will give information against all. He has been hesitating up till now and I have spared him. Your fire has decided him. He is shaken and will hesitate no longer. Tomorrow we shall be arrested as incendiaries and political offenders." "Is it true? How does Shatov know?" The excitement was indescribable. "It's all perfectly true. I have no right to reveal the source from which I learnt it or how I discovered it, but I tell you what I can do for you meanwhile. Through one person, I can act on Shatov so that without his suspecting it, he will put off giving information, but not more than for 24 hours. All were silent. "We really must send him to the devil," Tolkachenko was the first to exclaim. "It ought to have been done long ago," Lyamshin put in malignantly, striking the table with his fist. "But how is it to be done?" muttered Liputin. Fyodor Stepanovitch at once took up the question and unfolded his plan. The plan was the following day at nightfall to draw Shatov away to a secluded spot to hand over the secret printing press which had been in his keeping and was buried there, and there to settle things. He went into various essential details which we will omit here, and explained minutely Shatov's present ambiguous attitude to the Central Society, of which the reader knows already. "That's all very well," Liputin observed irresolutely, "but since it will be another adventure, of the same sort, it will make too great a sensation." "No doubt," assented Fyodor Stepanovitch, "but I've provided against that. We have the means of averting suspicion completely." And with the same minuteness, he told them about Kirillov, of his intention to shoot himself, and of his promise to wait for a signal from them, and to leave a letter behind him taking on himself anything they dictated to him, all of which the reader knows already. His determination to take his own life philosophically, or as I should call it, insane decision has become known there, Fyodor Stepanovitch went on to explain. There not a thread, not a grain of dust is overlooked. Everything is turned to the service of the cause. Foreseeing how useful it might be and satisfying themselves that his intention was quite serious, they had offered him the means to come to Russia. He was set for some reason on dying in Russia, gave him a commission which he promised to carry out, and he had done so, and had, moreover, bound him by a promise, as you already know, to commit suicide only when he was told to. He promised everything. You must note that he belongs to the organization on a particular footing and is anxious to be of service. More than that I can't tell you. Tomorrow, after Shadov's affair, I'll dictate a note to him saying that he is responsible for his death. That will seem very plausible. They were friends and traveled together to America. There they quarreled, and it will all be explained in the letter. And perhaps, if it seems feasible, we might dictate something more to Kirillov, something about the manifestos, for instance, and even perhaps about the fire. But I'll think about that. You needn't worry yourselves, he has no prejudices, he'll sign anything. There were expressions of doubt. It sounded a fantastic story, but they had all heard more or less about Kirillov, Liputin more than all. He may change his mind and not want to, said Shigalov. He is a madman anyway, so he is not much to build upon. Don't be uneasy, gentlemen, he will want to, Fyodor Stepanovitch snapped out. I am obliged by our agreement to give him warning the day before, so it must be today. I invite Liputin to go with me at once to see him and make certain, and he will tell you, gentlemen, when he comes back today if need be whether what I say is true. However, he broke off suddenly with intense exasperation, as though he suddenly felt he was doing people like them too much honor by wasting time in persuading them. However, do as you please. If you don't decide to do it, the union is broken up but solely through your insubordination and treachery. In that case, we are all independent from this moment. But under those circumstances, besides the unpleasantness of Shadov's betrayal and its consequences, you will have brought upon yourselves another little unpleasantness of which you were definitely warned when the union was formed. As far as I am concerned, I am not much afraid of you, gentlemen. Don't imagine that I am so involved with you. But that's no matter. Yes, we decide to do it, Liputin pronounced. There's no other way out of it, muttered Tolkachenko, and if only Liputin confirms about Kirillov then. I am against it. With all my soul and strength I protest against such a murderous decision, said Verhovensky, standing up. But, asked Fyodor Stepanovitch. But what? You said but, and I am waiting. I don't think I did say but. I only meant to say that if you decide to do it then. Then, Verhovensky did not answer. I think that one is at liberty to neglect danger to one's own life, said Urkel, suddenly opening his mouth. But if it may injure the cause, then I consider one ought not to dare to neglect danger to one's life. He broke off in confusion, blushing. Absorbed as they all were in their own ideas, they all looked at him in amazement. It was such a surprise that he too could speak. I am for the cause, Verhovensky pronounced suddenly. Every one got up. It was decided to communicate once more and make final arrangements at midday on the morrow, though without meeting. The place where the printing press was hidden was announced, and each was assigned his part and his duty. Liputin and Fyodor Stepanovitch promptly set off together to Kirillov. 2. All our fellows believed that Shadov was going to betray them, but they also believed that Fyodor Stepanovitch was playing with them like pawns, and yet they knew, too, that in any case they would all meet on the spot next day and that Shadov's fate was sealed. They suddenly felt like flies caught in a web by a huge spider. They were furious, but they were trembling with terror. Fyodor Stepanovitch, of course, had treated them badly. It might all have gone off far more harmoniously and easily if he had taken the trouble to embellish the facts ever so little. Instead of putting the facts in a decorous light, as an exploit worthy of ancient Rome or something of the sort, he simply appealed to their animal fears and laid stress on the danger to their own skins, which was simply insulting. Of course, there was a struggle for existence in everything, and there was no other principle in nature. They all knew that, but still. But Pyotr Stepanovitch had no time to trot out the Romans. He was completely thrown out of his reckoning. Stavrogin's flight had astounded and crushed him. It was a lie when he said that Stavrogin had seen the vice-governor. What worried Pyotr Stepanovitch was that Stavrogin had gone off without seeing anyone, even his mother, and it was certainly strange that he had been allowed to leave without hindrance. The authorities were called to account for it afterwards. Pyotr Stepanovitch had been making inquiries all day, but so far had found out nothing, and he had never been so upset. And how could he give up Stavrogin all at once like this? That was why he could not be very tender with the quintet. Besides, they tied his hands. He had already decided to gallop after Stavrogin at once, and meanwhile he was detained by Shatov. He had to cement the quintet together once for all, in case of emergency. Pity to waste them, they might be of use. That, I imagine, was his way of reasoning. As for Shatov, Pyotr Stepanovitch was firmly convinced that he would betray them. All that he had told the others about it was a lie. He had never seen the document nor heard of it, but he thought it as certain as that twice 2 makes 4. It seemed to him that what had happened, the death of Liza, the death of Maria Timofeyevna, would be too much for Shatov, and that he would make up his mind at once. Who knows? Perhaps he had grounds for supposing it. It is known, too, that he hated Shatov personally. There had at some time been a quarrel between them, and Pyotr Stepanovitch never forgave an offense. I am convinced, indeed, that this was his leading motive. We have narrow brick pavements in our town, and in some streets only raised wooden planks instead of a pavement. Pyotr Stepanovitch walked in the middle of the pavement, taking up the whole of it, utterly regardless of Liputin, who had no room to walk beside him, and so had to hurry a step behind or run in the muddy road if he wanted to speak to him. Pyotr Stepanovitch suddenly remembered how he had lately splashed through the mud to keep pace with Stavrogin, who had walked, as he was doing now, taking up the whole pavement. He recalled the whole scene, and rage choked him. But Liputin, too, was choking with resentment. Pyotr Stepanovitch might treat the others as he liked, but him? Why, he knew more than all the rest, was in closer touch with the work and taking more intimate part in it than anyone, and hitherto his services had been continual, though indirect. Oh, he knew that even now Pyotr Stepanovitch might ruin him if it came to the worst. But he had long hated Pyotr Stepanovitch, and not because he was a danger, but because of his overbearing manner. Now, when he had to make up his mind to such a deed, he raged inwardly more than all the rest put together. Alas! He knew that next day, like a slave, he would be the first on the spot and would bring the others, and if he could somehow have murdered Pyotr Stepanovitch before the morrow, without ruining himself, of course, he would certainly have murdered him. Absorbed in his sensations, he trudged dejectedly after his tormentor, who seemed to have forgotten his existence, though he gave him a rude and careless shove with his elbow now and then. Suddenly, Pyotr Stepanovitch halted in one of the principal thoroughfares and went into a restaurant. "What are you doing?" cried Liputin, boiling over. "This is a restaurant." "I want a beefsteak." "Upon my word, it is always full of people." "What if it is?" "But we shall be late. It's 10 o'clock already." "You can't be too late to go there." "But I shall be late. They are expecting me back." "Well, let them, but it would be stupid of you to go to them. With all your bobbery, I've had no dinner. And the later you go to Kirilov's, the more sure you are to find him." Pyotr Stepanovitch went to a room apart. Liputin sat in an easy chair on one side, angry and resentful, and watched him eating. Half an hour and more passed. Pyotr Stepanovitch did not hurry himself. He ate with relish, rang the bell, asked for a different kind of mustard, then for beer, without saying a word to Liputin. He was pondering deeply. He was capable of doing 2 things at one sitting with relish and pondering deeply. Liputin loathed him so intensely at last that he could not tear himself away. It was like a nervous obsession. He counted every morsel of beefsteak that Pyotr Stepanovitch put into his mouth. He loathed him for the way he opened it, for the way he chewed, for the way he smacked his lips over the fat morsels. He loathed the steak itself. At last things began to swim before his eyes. He began to feel slightly giddy. He felt hot and cold run down his spine by turns. "You are doing nothing. Read that," said Pyotr Stepanovitch suddenly, throwing him a sheet of paper. Liputin went nearer to the candle. The paper was closely covered with bad handwriting, with corrections in every line. By the time he had mastered it, Pyotr Stepanovitch had paid his bill and was ready to go. When they were on the pavement, Liputin handed him back the paper. "Keep it, I'll tell you afterwards. What do you say to it, though?" Liputin shuddered all over. "In my opinion, such a manifesto is nothing but a ridiculous absurdity." His anger broke out. He felt as though he were being caught up and carried along. "If we decide to distribute such manifestos," he said, quivering all over, "we'll make ourselves contemptible by our stupidity and incompetence." I think differently," said Fyodor Stepanovitch, walking on resolutely. "So do I, surely it isn't your work." "That's not your business." "I think too that doggerel, a noble personality, is the most utter trash possible, and it couldn't have been written by Herzen." "You are talking nonsense, it's a good poem." "I am surprised, too, for instance," said Liputin, still dashing along with desperate leaps, "that it is suggested that we should act so as to bring everything to the ground. It's natural in Europe to wish to destroy everything because there's a proletariat there, but we are only amateurs here and in my opinion are only showing off." "I thought you were a Fourierist." "Fourier says something quite different, quite different." "I know it's nonsense." "No, Fourier isn't nonsense. Excuse me, I can't believe that there will be a rising in May." Liputin positively unbuttoned his coat, he was so hot. "Well, that's enough, but now that I mayn't forget it," said Fyodor Stepanovitch, passing with extraordinary coolness to another subject, "you will have to print this manifesto with your own hands. We're going to dig up Shadov's printing press, and you will take it tomorrow. As quickly as possible you must print as many copies as you can, and then distribute them all the winter. The means will be provided. You must do as many copies as possible, for you'll be asked for them from other places." "No, excuse me, I can't undertake I decline." "You'll take it all the same. I am acting on the instructions of the Central Committee, and you are bound to obey. And I consider that our centers abroad have forgotten what Russia is like and have lost all touch, and that's why they talk such nonsense. I even think that instead of many hundreds of quintets in Russia, we are the only one that exists, and there is no network at all," Liputin gasped finally. "The more contemptible of you, then, to run after the cause without believing in it. And you are running after me now like a mean little cur." "No, I'm not. We have a full right to break off and found a new society." "Fool!" Fyodor Stepanovitch boomed at him threateningly all of a sudden, with flashing eyes. They stood facing one another for some time. Fyodor Stepanovitch turned and pursued his way confidently. The idea flashed through Liputin's mind: turn and go back. If I don't turn now, I shall never go back. He pondered this for 10 steps, but at the 11th a new and desperate idea flashed into his mind. He did not turn and did not go back. They were approaching Filipov's house, but before reaching it they turned down a side street, or, to be more accurate, an inconspicuous path under a fence, so that for some time they had to walk along a steep slope above a ditch where they could not keep their footing without holding the fence. At a dark corner in the slanting fence, Fyodor Stepanovitch took out a plank, leaving a gap, through which he promptly scrambled. Liputin was surprised, but he crawled through after him, then they replaced the plank after them. This was the secret way by which Fedka used to visit Kirillov. "Shadov mustn't know that we are here," Fyodor Stepanovitch whispered sternly to Liputin. 3. Kirillov was sitting on his leather sofa drinking tea, as he always was at that hour. He did not get up to meet them, but gave a sort of start and looked at the newcomers anxiously. "You are not mistaken," said Fyodor Stepanovitch. "It's just that I've come about." "Today?" No, tomorrow? About this time." And he hurriedly sat down at the table, watching Kirillov's agitation with some uneasiness. But the latter had already regained his composure and looked as usual. "These people still refuse to believe in you. You are not vexed at my bringing Liputin." "Today I am not vexed. Tomorrow I want to be alone." "But not before I come, and therefore in my presence." "I should prefer not in your presence. You remember you promised to write and to sign all I dictated." "I don't care, and now will you be here long?" "I have to see one man and to remain half an hour, so whatever you say I shall stay that half hour." Kirillov did not speak. Liputin meanwhile sat down on one side under the portrait of the bishop. That last desperate idea gained more and more possession of him. Kirillov scarcely noticed him. Liputin had heard of Kirillov's theory before and always laughed at him, but now he was silent and looked gloomily round him. "I've no objection to some tea," said Pyotr Stepanovitch, moving up. "I've just had some steak and was reckoning on getting tea with you." "Drink it, you can have some if you like." "You used to offer it to me," observed Pyotr Stepanovitch sourly. "That's no matter, let Liputin have some too." "No, I can't." "Don't want to or can't," said Pyotr Stepanovitch, turning quickly to him. "I am not going to hear," Liputin said expressively. Pyotr Stepanovitch frowned. "There's a flavor of mysticism about that. Goodness knows what to make of you people." No one answered. There was a full minute of silence. "But I know one thing," he added abruptly, "that no superstition will prevent any one of us from doing his duty." "Has Stavrogin gone?" asked Kirillov. "Yes." "He's done well." Pyotr Stepanovitch's eyes gleamed, but he restrained himself. "I don't care what you think as long as everyone keeps his word." "I'll keep my word." "I always knew that you would do your duty like an independent and progressive man." "You are an absurd fellow." "That may be. I am very glad to amuse you. I am always glad if I can give people pleasure." "You are very anxious I should shoot myself, and are afraid I might suddenly not." "Well, you see, it was your own doing connecting your plan with our work. Reckoning on your plan, we have already done something, so that you couldn't refuse now because you've let us in for it. You've no claim at all." I understand. You are perfectly free, and we don't come in so long as your free intention is carried out. And am I to take on myself all the nasty things you've done? Listen, Kirillov, are you afraid? If you want to cry off, say so at once." "I am not afraid." "I ask because you are making so many inquiries." "Are you going soon?" "Asking questions again." Kirillov scanned him contemptuously. "You see," Pyotr Stepanovitch went on, getting angrier and unable to take the right tone, "you want me to go away to be alone to concentrate yourself, but all that's a bad sign for you above all. You want to think a great deal. To my mind, you'd better not think, and really you make me uneasy. There's only one thing I hate, that at such a moment I should have a reptile like you beside me." "Oh, that doesn't matter. I'll go away at the time and stand on the steps if you like. If you are so concerned about trifles when it comes to dying, then it's all a very bad sign. I'll go out onto the steps and you can imagine I know nothing about it and that I am a man infinitely below you." "No, not infinitely. You've got abilities, but there's a lot you don't understand because you are a low man." Delighted. I told you already I am delighted to provide entertainment at such a moment." "You don't understand anything." "That is well, I listen with respect anyway." "You can do nothing. Even now you can't hide your petty spite, though it's not to your interest to show it. You'll make me cross, and then I may want another 6 months." Pyotr Stepanovitch looked at his watch. "I never understood your theory, but I know you didn't invent it for our sakes, so I suppose you would carry it out apart from us. And I know too that you haven't mastered the idea, but the idea has mastered you, so you won't put it off." "What, the idea has mastered me?" "Yes." "And not I mastered the idea? That's good, you have a little sense. Only you tease me and I am proud." That's a good thing, just what you need to be proud." "Enough, you've drunk your tea, go away." "Damn it all, I suppose I must." Pyotr Stepanovitch got up, though it's early. "Listen, Kirillov, shall I find that man you know whom I mean at Myasnich's, or has she too been lying?" "You won't find him, because he is here and not there." "Here, damn it all, where?" "Sitting in the kitchen, eating and drinking." "How dared he?" cried Pyotr Stepanovitch, flushing angrily. "It was his duty to wait. What nonsense! He has no passport, no money." "I don't know. He came to say goodbye. He is dressed and ready. He is going away and won't come back. He says you are a scoundrel and he doesn't want to wait for your money." "Ha ha, he is afraid that I'll. But even now I can, if, where is he in the kitchen?" Kirillov opened a side door into a tiny dark room. From this room, 3 steps led straight to the part of the kitchen where the cook's bed was usually put, behind the partition. Here, in the corner under the icons, Fedka was sitting now at a bare deal table. Before him stood a pint bottle, a plate of bread, and some cold beef and potatoes on an earthenware dish. He was eating in a leisurely way and was already half drunk, but he was wearing his sheepskin coat and was evidently ready for a journey. A samovar was boiling the other side of the screen, but it was not for Fedka, who had every night for a week or more zealously blown it up and got it ready for Alexei Nilitch, for he's such a habit of drinking tea at nights. I am strongly disposed to believe that, as Kirillov had not a cook, he had cooked the beef and potatoes that morning with his own hands for Fedka. "What notion is this?" cried Pyotr Stepanovitch, whisking into the room. "Why didn't you wait where you were ordered?" And swinging his fist, he brought it down heavily on the table. Fedka assumed an air of dignity. "You wait a bit, Pyotr Stepanovitch, you wait a bit," he began, with a swaggering emphasis on each word. "It's your first duty to understand here that you are on a polite visit to Mr. Kirillov, Alexei Nilitch, whose boots you might clean any day, because beside you he is a man of culture and you are only foo." And he made a jaunty show of spitting to one side. Haughtiness and determination were evident in his manner, and a certain very threatening assumption of argumentative calm that suggested an outburst to follow. But Pyotr Stepanovitch had no time to realize the danger, and it did not fit in with his preconceived ideas. The incidents and disasters of the day had quite turned his head. Liputin, at the top of the 3 steps, stared inquisitively down from the little dark room. "Do you or don't you want a trustworthy passport and good money to go where you've been told? Yes or no?" "Do you see, Pyotr Stepanovitch, you've been deceiving me from the first, and so you've been a regular scoundrel to me. For all the world like a filthy human louse, that's how I look on you. You've promised me a lot of money for shedding innocent blood and swore it was for Mr. Stavrogin, though it turns out to be nothing but your want of breeding. I didn't get a farthing out of it, let alone 1,500, and Mr. Stavrogin hit you in the face, which has come to our ears. Now you are threatening me again and promising me money. What for? You don't say. And I shouldn't wonder if you are sending me to Petersburg to plot some revenge in your spite against Mr. Stavrogin, Nikolay Vsevolodovitch, reckoning on my simplicity. And that proves you are the chief murderer. And do you know what you deserve for the very fact that in the depravity of your heart you've given up believing in God himself, the true creator? You are no better than an idolater and are on a level with the Tatar and the Mordva. Alexei Nilitch, who is a philosopher, has expounded the true God, the creator, many a time to you, as well as the creation of the world and the fate that's to come and the transformation of every sort of creature and every sort of beast out of the apocalypse. But you've persisted like a senseless idol in your deafness and your dumbness, and have brought Ensign Urkel to the same, like the veriest evil seducer and so-called atheist. Ah, you drunken dog. He strips the icons of their setting and then preaches about God. Do you see, Pyotr Stepanovitch, I tell you truly that I have stripped the icons, but I only took out the pearls. And how do you know? Perhaps my own tear was transformed into a pearl in the furnace of the Most High to make up for my sufferings, seeing I am just that very orphan, having no daily refuge. Do you know from the books that once, in ancient times, a merchant with just such tearful sighs and prayers stole a pearl from the halo of the Mother of God, and afterwards, in the face of all the people, laid the whole price of it at her feet, and the Holy Mother sheltered him with her mantle before all the people, so that it was a miracle, and the command was given through the authorities to write it all down word for word in the imperial books. And you let a mouse in, so you insulted the very throne of God. And if you were not my natural master, whom I dandled in my arms when I was a stripling, I would have done for you now, without budging from this place." Pyotr Stepanovitch flew into a violent rage. "Tell me, have you seen Stavrogin today? Don't you dare to question me. Mr. Stavrogin is fairly amazed at you, and he had no share in it even in wish, let alone instructions or giving money. You've presumed with me. You'll get the money, and you'll get another 2,000 in Petersburg, when you get there, in a lump sum, and you'll get more. You are lying, my fine gentleman, and it makes me laugh to see how easily you are taken in. Mr. Stavrogin stands at the top of the ladder above you, and you yelp at him from below like a silly puppy dog, while he thinks it would be doing you an honor to spit at you. But do you know, cried Pyotr Stepanovitch in a rage, that I won't let you stir a step from here, you scoundrel, and I'll hand you straight over to the police." Fedka leapt onto his feet and his eyes gleamed with fury. Pyotr Stepanovitch pulled out his revolver. Then followed a rapid and revolting scene. Before Pyotr Stepanovitch could take aim, Fedka swung round and in a flash struck him on the cheek with all his might. Then there was the thud of a second blow, a third, then a fourth, all on the cheek. Pyotr Stepanovitch was dazed. With his eyes starting out of his head, he muttered something and suddenly crashed full length to the ground. "There you are, take him," shouted Fedka with a triumphant swagger. He instantly took up his cap, his bag from under the bench, and was gone. Fyodor Stepanovitch lay gasping and unconscious. Liputin even imagined that he had been murdered. Kirilov ran headlong into the kitchen. "Water!" he cried, and ladling some water in an iron dipper from a bucket, he poured it over the injured man's head. Fyodor Stepanovitch stirred, raised his head, sat up and looked blankly about him. "Well, how are you?" asked Kirilov. Fyodor Stepanovitch looked at him intently, still not recognizing him, but seeing Liputin peeping in from the kitchen, he smiled his hateful smile and suddenly got up, picking up his revolver from the floor. "If you take it into your head to run away tomorrow like that scoundrel Stavrogin," he cried, pouncing furiously on Kirilov, pale, stammering, and hardly able to articulate his words, "I'll hang you, like a fly, or crush you, if it's at the other end of the world. Do you understand?" And he held the revolver straight at Kirilov's head, but almost at the same minute, coming completely to himself, he drew back his hand, thrust the revolver into his pocket, and without saying another word ran out of the house. Liputin followed him. They clambered through the same gap and again walked along the slope holding to the fence. Fyodor Stepanovitch strode rapidly down the street so that Liputin could scarcely keep up with him. At the first crossing, he suddenly stopped. "Well," he turned to Liputin with a challenge. Liputin remembered the revolver and was still trembling all over after the scene he had witnessed. But the answer seemed to come of itself, irresistibly from his tongue. I think that. Did you see what Fedka was drinking in the kitchen?" "What he was drinking vodka." "Well then, let me tell you it's the last time in his life he will drink vodka. I recommend you to remember that and reflect on it. And now go to hell, you are not wanted till tomorrow. But mind now, don't be a fool." Liputin rushed home full speed. 4. He had long had a passport in readiness made out in a false name. It seems a wild idea that this prudent little man, the petty despot of his family, who was, above all things, a sharp man of business and a capitalist, and who was an official too, though he was a Fourierist, should long before have conceived the fantastic project of procuring this passport in case of emergency, that he might escape abroad by means of it if. He did admit the possibility of this if, though no doubt he was never able himself to formulate what this if might mean. But now it suddenly formulated itself, and in a most unexpected way. That desperate idea with which he had gone to Kirilov's after that fool he had heard from Fyodor Stepanovitch on the pavement had been to abandon everything at dawn next day and to emigrate abroad. If anyone doubts that such fantastic incidents occur in everyday Russian life, even now, let him look into the biographies of all the Russian exiles abroad. Not one of them escaped with more wisdom or real justification. It has always been the unrestrained domination of phantoms, and nothing more. Running home, he began by locking himself in, getting out his traveling bag, and feverishly beginning to pack. His chief anxiety was the question of money, and how much he could rescue from the impending ruin and by what means. He thought of it as rescuing, for it seemed to him that he could not linger an hour, and that by daylight he must be on the high road. He did not know where to take the train either. He vaguely determined to take it at the second or third big station from the town, and to make his way there on foot, if necessary. In that way, instinctively and mechanically, he busied himself in his packing with a perfect whirl of ideas in his head end suddenly stopped short, gave it all up, and with a deep groan stretched himself on the sofa. He felt clearly, and suddenly realized that he might escape, but that he was by now utterly incapable of deciding whether he ought to make off before or after Shadov's death, that he was simply a lifeless body, a crude inert mass, that he was being moved by an awful outside power, and that, though he had a passport to go abroad, that though he could run away from Shadov, otherwise what need was there of such haste? Yet he would run away, not from Shadov, not before his murder, but after it, and that was determined, signed, and sealed. In insufferable distress, trembling every instant and wondering at himself, alternately groaning aloud and numb with terror, he managed to exist till 11 o'clock next morning locked in and lying on the sofa. Then came the shock he was awaiting, and it at once determined him. When he unlocked his door and went out to his household at 11 o'clock, they told him that the runaway convict and brigand, Fedka, who was a terror to everyone, who had pillaged churches and only lately been guilty of murder and arson, who was being pursued and could not be captured by our police, had been found at daybreak murdered, 5 miles from the town, at a turning off the high road, and that the whole town was talking of it already. He rushed headlong out of the house at once to find out further details, and learned, to begin with, that Fedka, who had been found with his skull broken, had apparently been robbed, and secondly, that the police already had strong suspicion and even good grounds for believing that the murderer was one of the SH Pigulin men called Fomka, the very one who had been his accomplice in murdering the Lebyadkins and setting fire to their house, and that there had been a quarrel between them on the road about a large sum of money stolen from Lebyadkin, which Fedka was supposed to have hidden. Liputin ran to Fyodor Stepanovitch's lodgings and succeeded in learning at the back door, on the sly, that though Fyodor Stepanovitch had not returned home till about 1 o'clock at night, he had slept there quietly all night till 8 o'clock next morning. Of course, there could be no doubt that there was nothing extraordinary about Fedka's death, and that such careers usually have such an ending. But the coincidence of the fatal words that it was the last time Fedka would drink vodka, with the prompt fulfillment of the prediction, was so remarkable that Liputin no longer hesitated. The shock had been given. It was as though a stone had fallen upon him and crushed him forever. Returning home, he thrust his traveling bag under the bed without a word, and in the evening at the hour fixed, he was the first to appear at the appointed spot to meet Shatov, though it's true he still had his passport in his pocket. Chapter 5, A Wanderer. 1. The catastrophe with Liza and the death of Maria Timofeyevna made an overwhelming impression on Shatov. I have already mentioned that morning I met him in passing. He seemed to me not himself. He told me among other things that on the evening before at 9 o'clock, that is, 3 hours before the fire had broken out, he had been at Maria Timofeyevna's. He went in the morning to look at the corpses, but as far as I know gave no evidence of any sort that morning. Meanwhile, towards the end of the day there was a perfect tempest in his soul, and I think I can say with certainty that there was a moment at dusk when he wanted to get up, go out and tell everything. What that everything was, no one but he could say. Of course he would have achieved nothing, and would have simply betrayed himself. He had no proofs whatever with which to convict the perpetrators of the crime, and indeed, he had nothing but vague conjectures to go upon, though to him they amounted to complete certainty. But he was ready to ruin himself if he could only crush the scoundrels, his own words. Fyodor Stepanovitch had guessed fairly correctly at this impulse in him, and he knew himself that he was risking a great deal in putting off the execution of his new awful project till next day. On his side there was, as usual, great self-confidence and contempt for all these wretched creatures, and for Shatov in particular. He had for years despised Shatov for his whining idiocy, as he had expressed it in former days abroad, and he was absolutely confident that he could deal with such a guileless creature. That is, keep an eye on him all that day, and put a check on him at the first sign of danger. Yet what saved the scoundrels, for a short time, was something quite unexpected which they had not foreseen. Towards 8 o'clock in the evening, at the very time when the quintet was meeting at Urkel's, and waiting in indignation and excitement for Fyodor Stepanovitch, Shatov was lying in the dark on his bed with a headache and a slight chill. He was tortured by uncertainty, he was angry, he kept making up his mind, and could not make it up finally, and felt with a curse that it would all lead to nothing. Gradually he sank into a brief doze and had something like a nightmare. He dreamt that he was lying on his bed, tied up with cords and unable to stir, and meantime he heard a terrible banging that echoed all over the house, a banging on the fence, at the gate, at his door, in Kirilov's lodge, so that the whole house was shaking, and a faraway familiar voice that wrung his heart was calling to him piteously. He suddenly woke and sat up in bed. To his surprise, the banging at the gate went on, though not nearly so violent as it had seemed in his dream. The knocks were repeated and persistent, and the strange voice that wrung his heart could still be heard below at the gate, though not piteously but angrily and impatiently, alternating with another voice, more restrained and ordinary. He jumped up, opened the casement pane, and put his head out. "Who's there?" he called, literally numb with terror. "If you are Shatov," the answer came harshly and resolutely from below, "be so good as to tell me straight out and honestly whether you agree to let me in or not." It was true, he recognized the voice. "Marie, is it you?" "Yes, yes, Maria Shadov, and I assure you I can't keep the driver a minute longer." "This minute, I'll get a candle," Shadov cried faintly. Then he rushed to look for the matches. The matches, as always happens at such moments, could not be found. He dropped the candlestick and the candle on the floor, and as soon as he heard the impatient voice from below again, he abandoned the search and dashed down the steep stairs to open the gate. "Be so good as to hold the bag while I settle with this blockhead," was how Madame Maria Shadov greeted him below, and she thrust into his hands a rather light cheap canvas handbag studded with brass nails of Dresden manufacture. She attacked the driver with exasperation. "Allow me to tell you, you are asking too much. If you've been driving me for an extra hour through these filthy streets, that's your fault, because it seems you didn't know where to find this stupid street and imbecile house. Take your 30 kopecks and make up your mind that you'll get nothing more. Lady, you told me yourself Voznesensky Street, and this is Bogovlensky. Voznesensky is ever so far away. You've simply put the horse into a steam." "Voznesensky, Bogovlensky, you ought to know all those stupid names better than I do, as you are an inhabitant. Besides, you are unfair. I told you first of all Filipov's house, and you declared you knew it. In any case, you can have me up tomorrow in the local court, but now I beg you to let me alone. Here's another 5 kopecks." With eager haste, Shadov pulled a 5-kopeck piece out of his pocket and gave it to the driver. "Do me a favor, I beg you, don't dare to do that." Madame Shadov flared up, but the driver drove off and Shadov, taking her hand, drew her through the gate. "Make haste, Marie, make haste. That's no matter, and you are wet through. Take care, we go up here, how sorry I am, there's no light, the stairs are steep, hold tight, hold tight. Well, this is my room. Excuse my having no light. 1 minute." He picked up the candlestick, but it was a long time before the matches were found. Madame Shadov stood waiting in the middle of the room, silent and motionless. "Thank God, here they are at last," he cried joyfully, lighting up the room. Maria Shadov took a cursory survey of his abode. "They told me you lived in a poor way, but I didn't expect it to be as bad as this," she pronounced with an air of disgust, and she moved towards the bed. "Oh, I am tired." She sat down on the hard bed with an exhausted air. "Please put down the bag and sit down on the chair yourself. Just as you like, though. You are in the way standing there. I have come to you for a time, till I can get work, because I know nothing of this place and I have no money. But if I shall be in your way, I beg you again, be so good as to tell me so at once, as you are bound to do if you are an honest man. I could sell something tomorrow and pay for a room at an hotel, but you must take me to the hotel yourself. Oh, but I am tired." Shadov was all of a tremor. "You mustn't, Marie, you mustn't go to an hotel. An hotel, what for, what for?" He clasped his hands imploringly. "Well, if I can get on without the hotel, I must, anyway, explain the position. Remember, Shadov, that we lived in Geneva as man and wife for a fortnight and a few days. It's 3 years since we parted, without any particular quarrel, though. But don't imagine that I've come back to renew any of the foolishness of the past. I've come back to look for work, and that I've come straight to this town is just because it's all the same to me. I've not come to say I am sorry for anything. Please don't imagine anything so stupid as that." "Oh, Marie, this is unnecessary, quite unnecessary," Shadov muttered vaguely. "If so, if you are so far developed as to be able to understand that, I may allow myself to add that if I've come straight to you now and am in your lodging, it's partly because I always thought you were far from being a scoundrel and were perhaps much better than other blackguards." Her eyes flashed. She must have had to bear a great deal at the hands of some blackguards. "And please believe me, I wasn't laughing at you just now when I told you you were good. I spoke plainly, without fine phrases, and I can't endure them. But that's all nonsense. I always hoped you would have sense enough not to pester me. Enough, I am tired." And she bent on him a long, harassed and weary gaze. Shadov stood facing her at the other end of the room, which was 5 paces away, and listened to her timidly with a look of new life and unwanted radiance on his face. This strong, rugged man, all bristles on the surface, was suddenly all softness and shining gladness. There was a thrill of extraordinary and unexpected feeling in his soul. 3 years of separation, 3 years of the broken marriage had effaced nothing from his heart. And perhaps every day during those 3 years he had dreamed of her, of that beloved being who had once said to him, "I love you." Knowing Shatov, I can say with certainty that he could never have allowed himself even to dream that a woman might say to him, "I love you." He was savagely modest and chaste. He looked on himself as a perfect monster, detested his own face as well as his character, compared himself to some freak only fit to be exhibited at fairs. Consequently, he valued honesty above everything and was fanatically devoted to his convictions. He was gloomy, proud, easily moved to wrath, and sparing of words. But here was the one being who had loved him for a fortnight, that he had never doubted, never. A being he had always considered immeasurably above him in spite of his perfectly sober understanding of her errors. A being to whom he could forgive everything, everything, of that there could be no question. Indeed, it was quite the other way. His idea was that he was entirely to blame. This woman, this Maria Shatov, was in his house, in his presence again. It was almost inconceivable. He was so overcome, there was so much that was terrible and at the same time so much happiness in this event that he could not, perhaps would not perhaps was afraid to realize the position. It was a dream. But when she looked at him with that harassed gaze, he suddenly understood that this woman he loved so dearly was suffering, perhaps had been wronged. His heart went cold. He looked at her features with anguish. The first bloom of youth had long faded from this exhausted face. It's true that she was still good-looking in his eyes, a beauty, as she had always been. In reality, she was a woman of 25, rather strongly built, above the medium height, taller than Shatov, with abundant dark brown hair, a pale oval face, and large dark eyes now glittering with feverish brilliance. But the light-hearted, naive, and good-natured energy he had known so well in the past was replaced now by a sullen irritability and disillusionment, a sort of cynicism which was not yet habitual to her herself, and which weighed upon her. But the chief thing was that she was ill, that he could see clearly. In spite of the awe in which he stood of her, he suddenly went up to her and took her by both hands. "Marie, you know, you are very tired perhaps, for God's sake, don't be angry. If you'd consent to have some tea, for instance, eh? Tea picks one up so, doesn't it? If you'd consent." "Why talk about consenting? Of course I consent, what a baby you are still. Get me some if you can. How cramped you are here, how cold it is." "Oh, I'll get some logs for the fire directly, some logs. I've got logs." Shatov was all astir. "Logs, that is, but I'll get tea directly." He waved his hand as though with desperate determination and snatched up his cap. "Where are you going, so you've no tea in the house?" There shall be everything directly. He took his revolver from the shelf. "I'll sell this revolver directly, or pawn it." "What foolishness, and what a time that will take. Take my money if you've nothing, there's 80 kopecks here, I think, that's all I have. This is like a madhouse." "I don't want your money, I don't want it, I'll be here directly, in one instant. I can manage without the revolver." And he rushed straight to Kirilov's. This was probably 2 hours before the visit of Fyodor Stepanovitch and Liputin to Kirilov. Though Shatov and Kirilov lived in the same yard, they hardly ever saw each other, and when they met they did not nod or speak. They had been too long, lying side by side in America. "Kirilov, you always have tea. Have you got tea and a samovar?" Kirilov, who was walking up and down the room, as he was in the habit of doing all night, stopped and looked intently at his hurried visitor, though without much surprise. "I've got tea and sugar and a samovar, but there's no need of the samovar, the tea is hot. Sit down and simply drink it." "Kirilov, we lay side by side in America. My wife has come to me. Give me the tea. I shall want the samovar." "If your wife is here you want the samovar, but take it later. I've two, and now take the teapot from the table. It's hot, boiling hot. Take everything, take the sugar, all of it. Bread, there's plenty of bread, all of it. There's some veal, I've a ruble. Give it me, friend, I'll pay it back tomorrow. Kirilov. Is it the same wife who was in Switzerland? That's a good thing. And you're running in like this, that's a good thing too." "Kirilov," cried Shatov, taking the teapot under his arm and carrying the bread and sugar in both hands. "Kirilov, if you could get rid of your dreadful fancies and give up your atheistic ravings. Oh, what a man you'd be, Kirilov. One can see you love your wife after Switzerland. It's a good thing you do after Switzerland. When you want tea, come again. You can come all night, I don't sleep at all. there'll be a samovar. Take the ruble, here it is. Go to your wife, I'll stay here and think about you and your wife. Maria Shatov was unmistakably pleased at her husband's haste and fell upon the tea almost greedily, but there was no need to run for the samovar. She drank only half a cup and swallowed a tiny piece of bread. The veal she refused with disgust and irritation. You are ill, Marie. All this is a sign of illness, Shatov remarked timidly as he waited upon her. Of course I'm ill, please sit down. Where did you get the tea if you haven't any? Shatov told her about Kirillov briefly. She had heard something of him. I know he is mad. Say no more, please, there are plenty of fools. So you've been in America? I heard you wrote. Yes, I wrote to you in Paris. Enough, please talk of something else. Are you a Slavophile in your convictions? I am not exactly. Since I cannot be a Russian, I became a Slavophile. He smiled a wry smile with the effort of one who feels he has made a strained and inappropriate jest. Why aren't you a Russian? No, I'm not. Well, that's all foolishness. Do sit down, I entreat you. Why are you all over the place? Do you think I am lightheaded? Perhaps I shall be. You say there are only you two in the house. Yes, downstairs. And both such clever people. What is there downstairs? You said downstairs. No, nothing. Why nothing? I want to know. I only meant to say that now we are only two in the yard, but that the Lebyadkins used to live downstairs. That woman who was murdered last night? She started suddenly. I heard of it. I heard of it as soon as I arrived. There was a fire here, wasn't there? Yes, Marie, yes, and perhaps I am doing a scoundrelly thing this moment in forgiving the scoundrels. He stood up suddenly and paced about the room, raising his arms as though in a frenzy. But Marie had not quite understood him. She heard his answers inattentively, she asked questions but did not listen. Fine things are being done among you? Oh, how contemptible it all is, what scoundrels men all are. But do sit down, I beg you, oh, how you exasperate me. And she let her head sink on the pillow, exhausted. Marie, I won't. Perhaps you'll lie down, Marie? She made no answer and closed her eyes helplessly. Her pale face looked deathlike. She fell asleep almost instantly. Shatov looked round, snuffed the candle, looked uneasily at her face once more, pressed his hands tight in front of him and walked on tiptoe out of the room into the passage. At the top of the stairs, he stood in the corner with his face to the wall and remained so for 10 minutes without sound or movement. He would have stood there longer, but he suddenly caught the sound of soft, cautious steps below. Someone was coming up the stairs. Shatov remembered he had forgotten to fasten the gate. Who's there? He asked in a whisper. The unknown visitor went on slowly mounting the stairs without answering. When he reached the top he stood still. It was impossible to see his face in the dark. Suddenly, Shatov heard the cautious question. Ivan Shatov. Shatov said who he was, but at once held out his hand to check his advance. The latter took his hand, and Shatov shuddered as though he had touched some terrible reptile. Stand here, he whispered quickly. Don't go in, I can't receive you just now. My wife has come back, I'll fetch the candle. When he returned with the candle, he found a young officer standing there. He did not know his name, but he had seen him before. Urkel, said the lad, introducing himself. You've seen me at Virginsky's. I remember, you sat writing. Listen, said Shatov in sudden excitement, going up to him frantically but still talking in a whisper. You gave me a sign just now when you took my hand, but you know I can treat all these signals with contempt. I don't acknowledge them. I don't want them. I can throw you downstairs this minute, do you know that? No, I know nothing about that, and I don't know what you are in such a rage about, the visitor answered without malice and almost ingenuously. I have only to give you a message, and that's what I've come for, being particularly anxious not to lose time. You have a printing press which does not belong to you, and of which you are bound to give an account, as you know yourself. I have received instructions to request you to give it up tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the evening to Liputin. I have been instructed to tell you also that nothing more will be asked of you. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Your request is granted, and you are struck off our list. I was instructed to tell you that positively. Who instructed you to tell me? Those who told me the sign. Have you come from abroad? I think that's no matter to you. Oh, hang it, why didn't you come before if you were told to? I followed certain instructions and was not alone. I understand that you were not alone. Hang it, but why didn't Liputin come himself? So I shall come for you tomorrow at exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, and we'll go there on foot. There will be no one there but us three. Will Verhovensky be there? No, he won't. Verhovensky is leaving the town at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just what I thought, Shadov whispered furiously, and he struck his fist on his hip. He's run off, the sneak. He sank into agitated reflection. Urkel looked intently at him and waited in silence. But how will you take it? You can't simply pick it up in your hands and carry it. There will be no need to. You'll simply point out the place and we'll just make sure that it really is buried there. We only know whereabouts the place is, we don't know the place itself. And have you pointed the place out to anyone else yet? Shadov looked at him. You, a chit of a boy like you, a silly boy like you two have got caught in that net like a sheep? Yes, that's just the young blood they want. Well, go along. That scoundrel's taken you all in and run away. Urkel looked at him serenely and calmly, but did not seem to understand. Verhovensky has run away, Shadov growled fiercely. But he is still here, he is not gone away. He is not going till tomorrow, Urkel observed softly and persuasively. I particularly begged him to be present as a witness. My instructions all referred to him, he explained frankly like a young and inexperienced boy. But I regret to say he did not agree on the ground of his departure, and he really is in a hurry. Shadov glanced compassionately at the simple youth again, but suddenly gave a gesture of despair as though he thought, they are not worth pitying. All right, I'll come, he cut him short, and now get away, be off. So I'll come for you at 6 o'clock punctually. Urkel made a courteous bow and walked deliberately downstairs. Little fool, Shadov could not help shouting after him from the top. What is it? Responded the lad from the bottom. Nothing, you can go. I thought you said something. Too. Urkel was a little fool who was only lacking in the higher form of reason, the ruling power of the intellect. But of the lesser, the subordinate reasoning faculties, he had plenty even to the point of cunning. Fanatically, childishly devoted to the cause, or rather in reality to Fyodor Verhovensky, he acted on the instructions given to him when at the meeting of the quintet they had agreed and had distributed the various duties for the next day. When Fyodor Stepanovitch gave him the job of messenger, he succeeded in talking to him aside for 10 minutes. A craving for active service was characteristic of this shallow, unreflecting nature, which was forever yearning to follow the lead of another man's will, of course for the good of the common or the great cause. Not that that made any difference, for little fanatics like Urkel can never imagine serving a cause except by identifying it with the person who, to their minds, is the expression of it. The sensitive, affectionate, and kind-hearted Urkel was perhaps the most callous of Shadov's would-be murderers, and though he had no personal spite against him, he would have been present at his murder without the quiver of an eyelid. He had been instructed, for instance, to have a good look at Shadov's surroundings while carrying out his commission. And when Shadov, receiving him at the top of the stairs, blurted out to him, probably unaware in the heat of the moment, that his wife had come back to him, Urkel had the instinctive cunning to avoid displaying the slightest curiosity, though the idea flashed through his mind that the fact of his wife's return was of great importance for the success of their undertaking. And so it was in reality. It was only that fact that saved the scoundrels from Shadov's carrying out his intention and at the same time helped them to get rid of him. To begin with, it agitated Shadov, threw him out of his regular routine, and deprived him of his usual clear-sightedness and caution. Any idea of his own danger would be the last thing to enter his head at this moment when he was absorbed with such different considerations. On the contrary, he eagerly believed that Fyodor Verhovensky was running away the next day. It fell in exactly with his suspicions. Returning to the room, he sat down again in a corner, leaned his elbows on his knees, and hid his face in his hands. Bitter thoughts tormented him. Then he would raise his head again and go on tiptoe to look at her. Good God, she will be in a fever by tomorrow morning, perhaps it's begun already. She must have caught cold. She is not accustomed to this awful climate, and then a third-class carriage, the storm, the rain, and she is such a thin little pelisse, no wrap at all. And to leave her like this, to abandon her in her helplessness. Her bag, too, what a tiny light thing, all crumpled up, scarcely weighs 10 pounds. Poor thing, how worn out she is, how much she's been through. She is proud, that's why she won't complain. But she is irritable, very irritable. It's illness. An angel will grow irritable in illness. What a dry forehead, it must be hot how dark she is under the eyes, and yet how beautiful the oval of her face is and her rich hair, how. And he made haste to turn away his eyes, to walk away as though he were frightened at the very idea of seeing in her anything but an unhappy, exhausted fellow creature who needed help. How could he think of hopes? Oh, how mean, how base is man. And he would go back to his corner, sit down, hide his face in his hands, and again sink into dreams and reminiscences. And again he was haunted by hopes. Oh, I am tired, he remembered her exclamations, her weak, broken voice. Good God, abandon her now, and she has only 80 kopecks. She held out her purse, a tiny old thing. She's come to look for a job. What does she know about jobs? What do they know about Russia? Why, they are like naughty children, they've nothing but their own fancies made up by themselves, and she is angry, poor thing, that Russia is not like their foreign dreams. The luckless, innocent creatures. It's really cold here, though. He remembered that she had complained, that he had promised to heat the stove. There are logs here, I can fetch them if only I don't wake her. But I can do it without waking her. But what shall I do about the veal? When she gets up perhaps she will be hungry. Well, that will do later. Kirillov doesn't go to bed all night. What could I cover her with? She is sleeping so soundly, but she must be cold. Ah, she must be cold. And once more he went to look at her. Her dress had worked up a little, and her right leg was half uncovered to the knee. He suddenly turned away almost in dismay, took off his warm overcoat, and, remaining in his wretched old jacket, covered it up, trying not to look at it. A great deal of time was spent in righting the fire, stepping about on tiptoe, looking at the sleeping woman, dreaming in the corner, then looking at her again. 2 or 3 hours had passed. During that time Verhovensky and Liputin had been at Kirillov's. At last he, too, began to doze in the corner. He heard her groan, she waked up and called him, he jumped up like a criminal. Marie, I was dropping asleep. Ah, what a wretch I am, Marie. She sat up, looking about her with wonder, seeming not to recognize where she was, and suddenly leapt up in indignation and anger. I've taken your bed. I fell asleep so tired I didn't know what I was doing. How dared you not wake me? How could you dare imagine I meant to be a burden to you? How could I wake you, Marie? You could, you ought to have. You've no other bed here, and I've taken yours. You had no business to put me into a false position. Or do you suppose that I've come to take advantage of your charity? Kindly get into your bed at once, and I'll lie down in the corner on some chairs. Marie, there aren't chairs enough, and there's nothing to put on them. Then simply oil the floor, or you'll have to lie on the floor yourself. I want to lie on the floor at once. She stood up, tried to take a step, but suddenly a violent spasm of pain deprived her of all power and all determination, and with a loud groan she fell back on the bed. Shatov ran up, but Marie, hiding her face in the pillow, seized his hand and gripped and squeezed it with all her might. This lasted a minute. Marie, darling, there's a Dr. Frenzel living here, a friend of mine. I could run for him. Nonsense. What do you mean by nonsense? Tell me, Marie, what is it hurting you, for we might try fomentations, on the stomach for instance. I can do that without a doctor, or else mustard poultices. What's this? She asked strangely, raising her head and looking at him in dismay. What's what, Marie? Said Shatov, not understanding. What are you asking about? Good heavens, I am quite bewildered, excuse my not understanding. Ach, let me alone, it's not your business to understand, and it would be too absurd, she said with a bitter smile. Talk to me about something, walk about the room and talk. Don't stand over me and don't look at me, I particularly ask you that for the 500th time. Shatov began walking up and down the room, looking at the floor, and doing his utmost not to glance at her. Don't be angry, Marie, I entreat you, there's some veal here, and there's tea not far off. You had so little before. She made an angry gesture of disgust. Shatov bit his tongue in despair. Listen, I intend to open a bookbinding business here, on rational cooperative principles. Since you live here, what do you think of it? Would it be successful? Marie, people don't read books here, and there are none here at all. And are they likely to begin binding them? Who are they? The local readers, and inhabitants generally, Marie. Well then, speak more clearly. They indeed, and one doesn't know who they are, you don't know grammar. It's in the spirit of the language, Shatov muttered. Oh, get along with your spirit, you bore me. Why shouldn't the local inhabitant or reader have his books bound? Because reading books and having them bound are two different stages of development, and there's a vast gulf between them. To begin with, a man gradually gets used to reading, in the course of ages of course, but takes no care of his books and throws them about, not thinking them worth attention. But binding implies respect for books, and implies that not only he has grown fond of reading, but that he looks upon it as something of value. That period has not been reached anywhere in Russia yet. In Europe, books have been bound for a long while. Though that's pedantic anyway, it's not stupid, and reminds me of the time 3 years ago. You used to be rather clever sometimes 3 years ago. She said this as disdainfully as her other capricious remarks. Marie, said Shatov, turning to her, much moved. Oh, Marie, if you only knew how much has happened in those 3 years. I heard afterwards that you despised me for changing my convictions. But what are the men I've broken with? The enemies of all true life, out-of-date liberals who are afraid of their own independence, the flunkies of thought, the enemies of individuality and freedom, the decrepit advocates of deadness and rottenness. All they have to offer is senility, a glorious mediocrity of the most bourgeois kind, contemptible shallowness, a jealous equality without individual dignity, equality as it's understood by flunkies or by the French in '93. And the worst of it is there are swarms of scoundrels among them, swarms of scoundrels. Yes, there are a lot of scoundrels, she brought out abruptly with painful effort. She lay stretched out, motionless, as though afraid to move, with her head thrown back on the pillow, rather on one side, staring at the ceiling with exhausted but glowing eyes. Her face was pale, her lips were dry and hot. You recognize it, Marie, you recognize it, cried Shatov. She tried to shake her head, and suddenly the same spasm came over her again. Again she hid her face in the pillow, and again for a full minute she squeezed Shatov's hand till it hurt. He had run up, beside himself with alarm. Marie, but it may be very serious, Marie. Be quiet, I won't have it, she screamed almost furiously, turning her face upwards again. Don't dare to look at me with your sympathy. Walk about the room, say something, talk. Shatov began muttering something again, like one distraught. What do you do here? She asked, interrupting him with contemptuous impatience. I work in a merchant's office. I could get a fair amount of money even here if I cared to, Marie. So much the better for you. Oh, don't suppose I meant anything, Marie. I said it without thinking. And what do you do besides? What are you preaching? You can't exist without preaching, that's your character. I am preaching God, Marie. In whom you don't believe yourself. I never could see the idea of that. Let's leave that, Marie, we'll talk of that later. What sort of person was this Marya Timofyevna here? We'll talk of that later too, Marie. Don't dare to say such things to me. Is it true that her death may have been caused by the wickedness of these people? Not a doubt of it, growled Shatov. Marie suddenly raised her head and cried out painfully. Don't dare speak of that to me again. Don't dare to, never, never. And she fell back in bed again, overcome by the same convulsive agony. It was the third time, but this time her groans were louder. In fact, she screamed. Oh, you insufferable man. Oh, you unbearable man, she cried, tossing about recklessly and pushing away Shatov as he bent over her. Marie, I'll do anything you like. I'll walk about and talk. Surely you must see that it has begun. What's begun, Marie? How can I tell? Do I know anything about it? I curse myself. Oh, curse it all from the beginning. Marie, if you tell me what's beginning, or else if you don't, what am I to make of it? You are a useless, theoretical babbler. Oh, curse everything on earth. Marie. He seriously thought that she was beginning to go mad. Surely you must see that I am in the agonies of childbirth, she said, sitting up and gazing at him with a terrible, hysterical vindictiveness that distorted her whole face. I curse him before he is born, this child. Marie, cried Shatov, realizing at last what it meant. Marie, but why didn't you tell me before? He pulled himself together at once and seized his cap with an air of vigorous determination. How could I tell when I came in here? Should I have come to you if I'd known? I was told it would be another 10 days. Where are you going? Where are you going? You mustn't dare. To fetch a midwife? I'll sell the revolver. We must get money before anything else now. Don't dare to do anything, don't dare to fetch a midwife. Bring a peasant woman, any old woman, I've 80 kopecks in my purse. Peasant women have babies without midwives, and if I die, so much the better. You shall have a midwife and an old woman too, but how am I to leave you alone, Marie? But reflecting that it was better to leave her alone now in spite of her desperate state than to leave her without help later, he paid no attention to her groans, nor her angry exclamations, but rushed downstairs, hurrying all he could. 3. First of all, he went to Kirillov. It was by now about 1 o'clock in the night. Kirillov was standing in the middle of the room. Kirillov, my wife is in childbirth. How do you mean? Childbirth, bearing a child. You are not mistaken. Oh no, she is in agonies. I want a woman, any old woman, I must have one at once. Can you get one now? You used to have a lot of old women. Very sorry that I am no good at childbearing, Kirillov answered thoughtfully. That is, not at childbearing, but at doing anything for childbearing. Or, no, I don't know how to say it. You mean you can't assist at a confinement yourself. But that's not what I've come for. An old woman, I want a woman, a nurse, a servant. You shall have an old woman, but not directly, perhaps. If you like, I'll come instead. Oh, impossible. I am running to Madame Virginsky, the midwife now. A horrid woman. Oh yes, Kirillov, yes, but she is the best of them all. Yes, it'll all be without reverence, without gladness, with contempt, with abuse, with blasphemy in the presence of so great a mystery, the coming of a new creature. Oh, she is cursing it already. If you like, I'll... No, but while I'm running, I'll make Madame Virginsky come. Will you go to the foot of my staircase and quietly listen? But don't venture to go in, you'll frighten her. Don't go in on any account, you must only listen. In case anything dreadful happens. If anything very bad happens, then run in. I understand. I've another ruble. Here it is. I meant to have a fowl tomorrow, but now I don't want to make haste. Run with all your might. There's a samovar all the night. Kirillov knew nothing of the present design against Shatov, nor had he had any idea in the past of the degree of danger that threatened him. He only knew that Shatov had some old scores with those people, and although he was to some extent involved with them himself through instructions he had received from abroad, not that these were of much consequence, however, for he had never taken any direct share in anything. Yet of late he had given it all up, having left off doing anything especially for the cause, and devoted himself entirely to a life of contemplation. Although Fyodor Stepanovitch had at the meeting invited Liputin to go with him to Kirillov's to make sure that the latter would take upon himself, at a given moment, the responsibility for the Shatov business. Yet in his interview with Kirillov, he had said no word about Shatov nor alluded to him in any way, probably considering it impolitic to do so, and thinking that Kirillov could not be relied upon. He put off speaking about it till next day, when it would be all over and would therefore not matter to Kirillov. Such at least was Fyodor Stepanovitch's judgment of him. Liputin, too, was struck by the fact that Shatov was not mentioned in spite of what Fyodor Stepanovitch had promised, but he was too much agitated to protest. Shatov ran like a hurricane to Virginsky's house, cursing the distance and feeling it endless. He had to knock a long time at Virginsky's. Everyone had been asleep a long while. But Shatov did not scruple to bang at the shutters with all his might. The dog chained up in the yard dashed about barking furiously. The dogs caught it up all along the street, and there was a regular babel of barking. Why are you knocking, and what do you want? Shatov heard at the window at last Virginsky's gentle voice, betraying none of the resentment appropriate to the outrage. The shutter was pushed back a little, and the casement was opened. Who's there? What scoundrel is it? Shrilled a female voice which betrayed all the resentment appropriate to the outrage. It was the old maid, Virginsky's relation. I am Shatov, my wife has come back to me and she is just confined. Well, let her be, get along. I've come for Irina Prohorovna. I won't go without Irina Prohorovna. She can attend to everyone. Practice at night is a special line. Take yourself off to Makshev's and don't dare to make that din, rattled the exasperated female voice. He could hear Virginsky checking her, but the old maid pushed him away and would not desist. "I am not going away," Shatov cried again. Wait a little, Verhovensky cried at last, overpowering the lady. "I beg you to wait 5 minutes, Shatov. I'll wake Irina Prohorovna. Please don't knock and don't shout. Oh, how awful it all is." After 5 endless minutes, Irina Prohorovna made her appearance. "Has your wife come?" Shatov heard her voice at the window, and to his surprise it was not at all ill-tempered, only as usual peremptory. But Irina Prohorovna could not speak except in a peremptory tone. "Yes, my wife, and she is in labor." "Marya Ignatievna." "Yes, Marya Ignatievna. Of course it's Marya Ignatievna." A silence followed. Shatov waited. He heard a whispering in the house. "Has she been here long?" Madame Verhovensky asked again. "She came this evening at 8 o'clock. Please make haste." Again he heard whispering, as though they were consulting. "Listen, you are not making a mistake. Did she send you for me herself?" "No, she didn't send for you. She wants a peasant woman, so as not to burden me with expense, but don't be afraid, I'll pay you." "Very good, I'll come, whether you pay or not. I always thought highly of Marya Ignatievna for the independence of her sentiments, though perhaps she won't remember me. Have you got the most necessary things?" "I've nothing, but I'll get everything. There is something generous even in these people," Shatov reflected as he set off to Lyamshin's. "The convictions and the man are two very different things. Very likely I've been very unfair to them. We are all to blame, and if only all were convinced of it." He had not to knock long at Lyamshin's. The latter, to Shatov's surprise, opened his casement at once, jumping out of bed, barefoot and in his nightclothes at the risk of catching cold, and he was hypochondriacal and always anxious about his health. But there was a special cause for such alertness and haste. Lyamshin had been in a tremor all the evening and had not been able to sleep for excitement after the meeting of the quintet. He was haunted by the dread of uninvited and undesired visitors. The news of Shatov's giving information tormented him more than anything. And suddenly, there was this terrible loud knocking at the window as though to justify his fears. He was so frightened at seeing Shatov that he at once slammed the casement and jumped back into bed. Shatov began furiously knocking and shouting. "How dare you knock like that in the middle of the night?" shouted Lyamshin in a threatening voice, though he was numb with fear, when at least 2 minutes later he ventured to open the casement again and was at last convinced that Shatov had come alone. "Here's your revolver for you. Take it back. Give me 15 rubles." "What's the matter? Are you drunk?" "This is outrageous. I shall simply catch cold. Wait a minute, I'll just throw my rug over me." "Give me 15 rubles at once. If you don't give it me, I'll knock and shout till daybreak. I'll break your window frame. And I'll shout police, and you'll be taken to the lockup." "And am I dumb? Can't I shout police too? Which of us has most reason to be afraid of the police, you or I? And you can hold such contemptible opinions. I know what you are hinting at. Stop, for God's sake don't go on knocking. Upon my word, who has money at night? What do you want money for, unless you are drunk?" "My wife has come back. I've taken 10 rubles off the price. I haven't fired at once. Take the revolver, take it this minute." Lyamshin mechanically put his hand out of the casement and took the revolver. He waited a little, and suddenly thrusting his head out of the casement, and with a shiver running down his spine, faltered as though he were beside himself. "You are lying, your wife hasn't come back to you. It's simply that you want to run away." "You are a fool. Where should I run to? It's for your Fyodor Verhovensky to run away, not for me. I've just been to the midwife, Madame Verhovensky, and she consented at once to come to me. You can ask them. My wife is in agony. I need the money, give it me." A swarm of ideas flared up in Lyamshin's crafty mind like a shower of fireworks. It all suddenly took a different color, though still panic prevented him from reflecting. "But how? You're not living with your wife." "I'll break your skull for questions like that." "Oh dear, I understand, forgive me, I was struck all of a heap. But I understand. Is Irina Prohorovna really coming? You said just now that she had gone. You know, that's not true. You see what lies you tell at every step. By now, she must be with my wife. Don't keep me. It's not my fault you are a fool." "That's a lie, I am not a fool. Excuse me, I really can't." And utterly distraught, He began shutting the casement again for the third time, but Shatov gave such a yell that he put his head out again. But this is simply an unprovoked assault. What do you want of me? What is it? What is it? Formulate it. And think, only think, it's the middle of the night. I want 15 rubles, you sheep's head. But perhaps I don't care to take back the revolver. You have no right to force me. You bought the thing and the matter is settled, and you've no right. I can't give you a sum like that in the night, anyhow. Where am I to get a sum like that? You always have money. I've taken 10 rubles off the price, but everyone knows you are a skinflint. Come the day after tomorrow, do you hear? The day after tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and I'll give you the whole of it. That will do, won't it? Shatov knocked furiously at the window frame for the third time. Give me 10 rubles, and tomorrow early the other 5. No, the day after tomorrow the other 5. Tomorrow I swear I shan't have it. You'd better not come, you'd better not come. Give me 10, you scoundrel. Why are you so abusive? Wait a minute, I must light a candle, you've broken the window. Nobody swears like that at night. Here you are, he held a note to him out of the window. Shatov seized it was a note for 5 rubles. On my honor, I can't do more. If you were to murder me, I couldn't. The day after tomorrow I can give you it all, but now I can do nothing. I am not going away, roared Shatov. Very well, take it, here's some more, see, here's some more, and I won't give more. You can shout at the top of your voice, but I won't give more, I won't, whatever happens, I won't. He was in a perfect frenzy, desperate and perspiring. The 2 notes he had just given him were each for a ruble. Shatov had 7 rubles altogether now. Well, damn you then, I'll come tomorrow. I'll thrash you, Lyamshin, if you don't give me the other 8. You won't find me at home, you fool. Lyamshin reflected quickly. Stay, stay, he shouted frantically after Shatov, who was already running off. Stay, come back. Tell me please, is it true what you said that your wife has come back? Fool, cried Shatov, with a gesture of disgust, and ran home as hard as he could. 4. I may mention that Anna Prohorovna knew nothing of the resolutions that had been taken at the meeting the day before. On returning home overwhelmed and exhausted, Verhovensky had not ventured to tell her of the decision that had been taken, yet he could not refrain from telling her half that is, all that Verhovensky had told them of the certainty of Shatov's intention to betray them. But he added at the same time that he did not quite believe it. Irina Prohorovna was terribly alarmed. This was why she decided at once to go when Shatov came to fetch her, though she was tired out, as she had been hard at work at a confinement all the night before. She had always been convinced that a wretched creature like Shatov was capable of any political baseness, but the arrival of Marya Ignatievna put things in a different light. Shatov's alarm, the despairing tone of his entreaties, the way he begged for help, clearly showed a complete change of feeling in the traitor. A man who was ready to betray himself merely for the sake of ruining others would, she thought, have had a different air and tone. In short, Irina Prohorovna resolved to look into the matter for herself, with her own eyes. Verhovensky was very glad of her decision. He felt as though a hundredweight had been lifted off him. He even began to feel hopeful. Shatov's appearance seemed to him utterly incompatible with Verhovensky's supposition. Shatov was not mistaken. On getting home, he found Irina Prohorovna already with Marie. She had just arrived, had contemptuously dismissed Kirillov, whom she found hanging about the foot of the stairs, had hastily introduced herself to Marie, who had not recognized her as her former acquaintance, found her in a very bad way. That is, ill-tempered, irritable, and in a state of cowardly despair, and within 5 minutes had completely silenced all her protests. Why do you keep on that you don't want an expensive midwife? She was saying at the moment when Shatov came in. That's perfect nonsense. It's a false idea arising from the abnormality of your condition. In the hands of some ordinary old woman, some peasant midwife, you'd have 50 chances of going wrong, and then you'd have more bother and expense than with a regular midwife. How do you know I am an expensive midwife? You can pay afterwards. I won't charge you much and I answer for my success. You won't die in my hands. I've seen worse cases than yours. And I can send the baby to a foundling asylum tomorrow, if you like, and then to be brought up in the country, and that's all it will mean. And meantime you'll grow strong again, take up some rational work, and in a very short time you'll repay Shatov for sheltering you and for the expense, which will not be so great. It's not that. I've no right to be a burden. Rational feelings and worthy of a citizen, but you can take my word for it. Shadov will spend scarcely anything, if he is willing to become ever so little a man of sound ideas instead of the fantastic person he is. He has only not to do anything stupid, not to raise an alarm, not to run about the town with his tongue out. If we don't restrain him, he will be knocking up all the doctors of the town before the morning. He waked all the dogs in my street. There's no need of doctors, I've said already. I'll answer for everything. You can hire an old woman if you like to wait on you, that won't cost much. Though he too can do something besides the silly things he's been doing. He's got hands and feet, he can run to the chemist's without offending your feelings by being too benevolent. As though it were a case of benevolence. Hasn't he brought you into this position? Didn't he make you break with the family in which you were a governess, with the egoistic object of marrying you? We heard of it, you know. Though he did run for me like one possessed, and yell so all the street could hear. I won't force myself upon anyone and have come only for your sake, on the principle that all of us are bound to hold together. And I told him so before I left the house. If you think I am in the way, good, bye, I only hope you won't have trouble which might so easily be averted. And she positively got up from the chair. Marie was so helpless, in such pain, and the truth must be confessed so frightened of what was before her that she dared not let her go. But this woman was suddenly hateful to her. What she said was not what she wanted. There was something quite different in Marie's soul. Yet the prediction that she might possibly die in the hands of an inexperienced peasant woman overcame her aversion. But she made up for it by being more exacting and more ruthless than ever with Shadov. She ended by forbidding him not only to look at her, but even to stand facing her. Her pains became more violent. Her curses, her abuse became more and more frantic. Will send him away, Irina Prohorovna rapped out. I don't know what he looks like, he is simply frightening you, he is as white as a corpse. What is it to you, tell me please, you absurd fellow? What a farce. Shadov made no reply, he made up his mind to say nothing. I've seen many a foolish father half crazy in such cases, but they, at any rate. Be quiet or leave me to die, don't say another word, I won't have it, screamed Marie. It's impossible not to say another word if you are not out of your mind, as I think you are in your condition. We must talk of what we want anyway. Tell me, have you anything ready? You answer, Shadov, she is incapable. Tell me what's needed. That means you've nothing ready. She reckoned up all that was quite necessary, and one must do her the justice to say she only asked for what was absolutely indispensable, the barest necessaries. Some things Shadov had. Marie took out her key and held it out to him for him to look in her bag. As his hands shook, he was longer than he should have been opening the unfamiliar lock. Marie flew into a rage, but when Irina Prohorovna rushed up to take the key from him, she would not allow her on any account to look into her bag, and with peevish cries and tears, insisted that no one should open the bag but Shadov. Some things he had to fetch from Kirilov's. No sooner had Shadov turned to go for them than she began frantically calling him back, and was only quieted when Shadov had rushed impetuously back from the stairs, and explained that he should only be gone a minute to fetch something indispensable, and would be back at once. Well, my lady, it's hard to please you, laughed Irina Prohorovna. 1 minute he must stand with his face to the wall and not dare to look at you, and the next he mustn't be gone for a minute, or you begin crying. He may begin to imagine something. Come, don't be silly, don't blubber, I was laughing, you know. He won't dare to imagine anything. Tut, if he didn't love you like a sheep he wouldn't run about the streets with his tongue out and wouldn't have roused all the dogs in the town. He broke my window frame. 5. He found Kirillov still pacing up and down his room, so preoccupied that he had forgotten the arrival of Shadov's wife, and heard what he said without understanding him. Oh yes, he recollected suddenly, as though tearing himself with an effort and only for an instant from some absorbing idea. Yes, an old woman. A wife or an old woman? Stay a minute, a wife and an old woman, is that it? I remember. I've been the old woman will come, only not just now. Take the pillow. Is there anything else? Yes. Stay, do you have moments of the eternal harmony, Shadov? You know, Kirillov, you mustn't go on staying up every night. Kirillov came out of his reverie and, strange to say, spoke far more coherently than he usually did. It was clear that he had formulated it long ago and perhaps written it down. There are seconds, they come 5 or 6 at a time, when you suddenly feel the presence of the eternal harmony perfectly attained. It's something not earthly. I don't mean in the sense that it's heavenly, but in that sense that man cannot endure it in his earthly aspect. He must be physically changed or die. This feeling is clear and unmistakable. It's as though you apprehend all nature and suddenly say, yes, that's right. God, when he created the world, said at the end of each day of creation, yes, it's right, it's good. It's not being deeply moved, but simply joy. You don't forgive anything because there is no more need of forgiveness. It's not that you love, oh, there's something in it higher than love. What's most awful is that it's terribly clear and such joy. If it lasted more than 5 seconds, the soul could not endure it and must perish. In those 5 seconds I live through a lifetime, and I'd give my whole life for them, because they are worth it. To endure 10 seconds, one must be physically changed. I think man ought to give up having children. What's the use of children? What's the use of evolution when the goal has been attained? In the gospel it is written that there will be no childbearing in the resurrection, but that men will be like the angels of the Lord. That's a hint. Is your wife bearing a child? Kirillov, does this often happen? Once in 3 days, or once a week? Don't you have fits, perhaps? No. Well, you will. Be careful, Kirillov. I've heard that's just how fits begin. An epileptic described exactly that sensation before a fit, word for word as you've done. He mentioned 5 seconds, too, and said that more could not be endured. Remember Mahomet's pitcher from which no drop of water was spilt while he circled paradise on his horse? That was a case of 5 seconds, too. That's too much like your eternal harmony, and Mahomet was an epileptic. Be careful, Kirillov, it's epilepsy. It won't have time. Kirillov smiled gently. 6. The night was passing. Shadov was sent hither and thither, abused, called back. Marie was reduced to the most abject terror for life. She screamed that she wanted to live, that she must, and was afraid to die. I don't want to, she repeated. If Irina Prohorovna had not been there, things would have gone very badly. By degrees she gained complete control of the patient, who began to obey every word, every order from her like a child. Irina Prohorovna ruled by sternness, not by kindness, but she was first-rate at her work. It began to get light. Irina Prohorovna suddenly imagined that Shadov had just run out onto the stairs to say his prayers and began laughing. Marie laughed too, spitefully, malignantly, as though such laughter relieved her. At last they drove Shadov away altogether. A damp, cold morning dawned. He pressed his face to the wall in the corner, just as he had done the evening before when Urkel came. He was trembling like a leaf, afraid to think, but his mind caught at every thought as it does in dreams. He was continually being carried away by daydreams, which snapped off short like a rotten thread. From the room came no longer groans, but awful animal cries, unendurable, incredible. He tried to stop up his ears but could not, and he fell on his knees, repeating unconsciously, Marie, Marie. Then suddenly he heard a cry, a new cry, which made Shadov start and jump up from his knees, the cry of a baby, a weak, discordant cry. He crossed himself and rushed into the room. Irina Prohorovna held in her hands a little red, wrinkled creature, screaming and moving its little arms and legs, fearfully helpless, and looking as though it could be blown away by a puff of wind, but screaming and seeming to assert its full right to live. Marie was lying as though insensible, but a minute later she opened her eyes and bent a strange, strange look on Shadov. It was something quite new, that look. What it meant exactly, he was not able to understand yet, but he had never known such a look on her face before. Is it a boy? Is it a boy? She asked Irina Prohorovna in an exhausted voice. It is a boy, the latter shouted in reply, as she bound up the child. When she had bound him up and was about to lay him across the bed between the 2 pillows, she gave him to Shadov for a minute to hold. Marie signed to him on the sly as though afraid of Irina Prohorovna. He understood at once and brought the baby to show her. How pretty he is, she whispered weakly with a smile. Foo, what does he look like? Irina Prohorovna laughed gaily in triumph, glancing at Shadov's face. What a funny face. You may be merry, Irina Prohorovna? It's a great joy, Shadov faltered with an expression of idiotic bliss, radiant at the phrase Marie had uttered about the child. Where does the great joy come in? Said Irina Prohorovna good-humoredly, bustling about, clearing up and working like a convict. The mysterious coming of a new creature, a great and inexplicable mystery. And what a pity it is, Irina Prohorovna, that you don't understand it. Shadov spoke in an incoherent, stupefied, and ecstatic way. Something seemed to be tottering in his head and welling up from his soul apart from his own will. There were two, and now there's a third human being, a new spirit, finished and complete, unlike the handiwork of man, a new thought and a new love. It's positively frightening. And there's nothing grander in the world. What nonsense he talks. It's simply a further development of the organism, and there's nothing else in it, no mystery, said Irina Prohorovna with genuine and good-humored laughter. If you talk like that, every fly is a mystery. But I tell you what, superfluous people ought not to be born. We must first remold everything so that they won't be superfluous and then bring them into the world. As it is, we shall have to take him to the foundling the day after tomorrow. Though that's as it should be. I will never let him go to the foundling, Shadov pronounced resolutely, staring at the floor. You adopt him as your son. He is my son. Of course he is a Shatov, legally he is a Shatov, and there's no need for you to pose as a humanitarian. Men can't get on without fine words. There, it's all right, but look here, my friends, she added, having finished clearing up at last, it's time for me to go. I'll come again this morning and again in the evening if necessary, but now since everything has gone off so well, I must run off to my other patients. They've been expecting me long ago. I believe you got an old woman somewhere, Shatov. An old woman is all very well, but don't you? Her tender husband desert her. Sit beside her, you may be of use. Maria Ignatievna won't drive you away, I fancy. There, I was only laughing. At the gate, to which Shatov accompanied her, she added to him alone. You've given me something to laugh at for the rest of my life. I shan't charge you anything. I shall laugh at you in my sleep. I have never seen anything funnier than you last night. She went off very well satisfied. Shadov's appearance and conversation made it as clear as daylight that this man was going in for being a father and was a ninny. She ran home on purpose to tell Virginsky about it, though it was shorter and more direct to go to another patient. Marie, she told you not to go to sleep for a little time, though, I see, it's very hard for you, Shatov began timidly. I'll sit here by the window and take care of you, shall I? And he sat down, by the window behind the sofa, so that she could not see him. But before a minute had passed, she called him and fretfully asked him to arrange the pillow. He began arranging it. She looked angrily at the wall. That's not right, What hands? Shatov did it again. Stoop down to me, she said wildly, trying hard not to look at him. He started but stooped down. More, not so. Nearer. And suddenly her left arm was impulsively thrown round his neck, and he felt her warm, moist kiss on his forehead. Marie. Her lips were quivering, she was struggling with herself, but suddenly she raised herself and said with flashing eyes, Nikolay Stavrogin is a scoundrel. And she fell back helplessly with her face in the pillow, sobbing hysterically and tightly squeezing Shadov's hand in hers. From that moment she would not let him leave her. She insisted on his sitting by her pillow. She could not talk much, but she kept gazing at him and smiling blissfully. She seemed suddenly to have become a silly girl. Everything seemed transformed. Shatov cried like a boy, then talked of God knows what wildly, crazily, with inspiration, kissed her hands. She listened entranced, perhaps not understanding him, but caressingly ruffling his hair with her weak hand, smoothing it and admiring it. He talked about Kirillov, of how they would now begin a new life for good, of the existence of God, of the goodness of all men. She took out the child again to gaze at it rapturously. Marie, he cried as he held the child in his arms, all the old madness, shame, and deadness is over, isn't it? Let us work hard and begin a new life, the three of us, yes. Oh, by the way, what shall we call him, Marie? What shall we call him? She repeated with surprise, and there was a sudden look of terrible grief in her face. She clasped her hands, looked reproachfully at Shatov, and hid her face in the pillow. Marie, what is it? He cried with painful alarm. How could you? Oh, you ungrateful man. Marie, forgive me, Marie. I only asked you what his name should be. I don't know. Ivan. She raised her flushed and tear-stained face. How could you suppose we should call him by another horrible name? Marie, calm yourself. Oh, what a nervous state you are in. That's rude again, putting it down to my nerves. I bet that if I'd said his name was to be that other horrible name, you'd have agreed at once and not have noticed it even. Oh, men, the mean, ungrateful creatures, they are all alike. A minute later, of course, they were reconciled. Shadov persuaded her to have a nap. She fell asleep but still kept his hand in hers. She waked up frequently, looked at him, as though afraid he would go away, and dropped asleep again. Kirillov sent an old woman to congratulate them, as well as some hot tea, some freshly cooked cutlets, and some broth and white bread for Marya Ignatievna. The patient sipped the broth greedily. The old woman undid the baby's wrappings and swaddled it afresh. Marie made Shadov have a cutlet too. Time was passing. Shadov, exhausted, fell asleep himself in his chair with his head on Marie's pillow. So they were found by Irina Prohorovna, who kept her word. She waked them up gaily, asked Marie some necessary questions, examined the baby, and again forbade Shadov to leave her. Then, jesting at the happy couple, with a shade of contempt and superciliousness, she went away as well satisfied as before. It was quite dark when Shadov waked up. He made haste to light the candle and ran for the old woman, but he had hardly begun to go down the stairs when he was struck by the sound of the soft, deliberate steps of someone coming up towards him. Urkel came in. "Don't come in," whispered Shadov, and impulsively seizing him by the hand he drew him back towards the gate. "Wait here, I'll come directly. I'd completely forgotten you, completely. Oh, how you brought it back." He was in such haste that he did not even run into Kirillov's, but only called the old woman. Marie was in despair and indignation that he could dream of leaving her alone. "But," he cried ecstatically, "this is the very last step, and then for a new life, and we'll never, never think of the old horrors again." He somehow appeased her and promised to be back at 9 o'clock. He kissed her warmly, kissed the baby, and ran down quickly to Urkel. They set off together to Stavrogin's park at Vorshniki, where, in a secluded place at the very edge of the park where it adjoined the pine wood, he had, 18 months before, buried the printing press which had been entrusted to him. It was a wild and deserted place, quite hidden and at some distance from the Stavrogins' house. It was 2 or perhaps 3 miles from Filipov's house. "Are we going to walk all the way? I'll take a cab." "I particularly beg you not to," replied Urkel. They insisted on that. A cabman would be a witness. "Well, spother, I don't care, only to make an end of it." They walked very fast. "Urkel, you little boy," cried Shadov, "have you ever been happy?" "You seem to be very happy just now," observed Urkel with curiosity. Chapter 6, A Busy Night. 1. During that day, Verhovensky had spent 2 hours in running round to see the members of the quintet, and to inform them that Shadov would certainly not give information, because his wife had come back and given birth to a child, and no one, who knew anything of human nature, could suppose that Shadov could be a danger at this moment. But to his discomfiture, he found none of them at home except Urkel and Lyamshin. Urkel listened in silence, looking candidly into his eyes, and in answer to the direct question, would he go at 6 o'clock or not? He replied with the brightest of smiles that, of course, he would go. Lyamshin was in bed, seriously ill, as it seemed, with his head covered with a quilt. He was alarmed at Verhovensky's coming in, and as soon as the latter began speaking, he waved him off from under the bedclothes, entreating him to let him alone. He listened to all he said about Shadov, however, and seemed for some reason extremely struck by the news that Verhovensky had found no one at home. It seemed that Lyamshin knew already, through Liputin, of Fedka's death, and hurriedly and incoherently told Verhovensky about it, at which the latter seemed struck in his turn. To Verhovensky's direct question, should they go or not? He began suddenly waving his hands again, entreating him to let him alone, and saying that it was not his business, and that he knew nothing about it. Verhovensky returned home dejected and greatly alarmed. It weighed upon him that he had to hide it from his family. He was accustomed to tell his wife everything, and if his feverish brain had not hatched a new idea at that moment, a new plan of conciliation for further action, he might have taken to his bed like Lyamshin. But this new idea sustained him. What's more, he began impatiently awaiting the hour fixed, and set off for the appointed spot earlier than was necessary. It was a very gloomy place at the end of the huge park. I went there afterwards on purpose to look at it. How sinister it must have looked on that chill autumn evening. It was at the edge of an old wood belonging to the crown. Huge ancient pines stood out as vague, somber blurs in the darkness. It was so dark that they could hardly see each other 2 paces off, but Pyotr Stepanovitch, Liputin, and afterwards Urkel brought lanterns with them. At some unrecorded date in the past, a rather absurd-looking grotto had for some reason been built here of rough unhewn stones. The table and benches in the grotto had long ago decayed and fallen. 200 paces to the right was the bank of the third pond of the park. These 3 ponds stretched one after another for a mile from the house to the very end of the park. One could scarcely imagine that any noise, a scream, or even a shot could reach the inhabitants of the Stavrogins' deserted house. Nikolay Vsyevolodovitch's departure the previous day and Alexei Yegorich's absence left only 5 or 6 people in the house, all more or less invalided, so to speak. In any case, it might be assumed with perfect confidence that if cries or shouts for help were heard by any of the inhabitants of the isolated house, they would only have excited terror. No one would have moved from his warm stove or snug shelf to give assistance. By 6:20, almost all of them except Urkel, who had been told off to fetch Shatov, had turned up at the trysting place. This time Pyotr Stepanovitch was not late. He came with Tolkachenko. Tolkachenko looked frowning and anxious. All his assumed determination and insolent bravado had vanished. He scarcely left Pyotr Stepanovitch's side and seemed to have become all at once immensely devoted to him. He was continually thrusting himself forward to whisper fussily to him, but the latter scarcely answered him, or muttered something irritably to get rid of him. Shigalov and Virginsky had arrived rather before Pyotr Stepanovitch, and as soon as he came, they drew a little apart in profound and obviously intentional silence. Pyotr Stepanovitch raised his lantern and examined them with unceremonious and insulting minuteness. "They mean to speak," flashed through his mind. "Isn't Lyamshin here?" he asked Virginsky. "Who said he was ill?" "I am here," responded Lyamshin, suddenly coming from behind a tree. He was in a warm greatcoat and thickly muffled in a rug, so that it was difficult to make out his face even with a lantern. "So Liputin is the only one not here." Liputin, too, came out of the grotto without speaking. Pyotr Stepanovitch raised the lantern again. "Why were you hiding in there? Why didn't you come out?" "I imagine we still keep the right of freedom. Of our actions," Liputin muttered, though probably he hardly knew what he wanted to express. "Gentlemen," said Pyotr Stepanovitch, raising his voice for the first time above a whisper which produced an effect, "I think you fully understand that it's useless to go over things again. Everything was said and fully thrashed out yesterday, openly and directly. But perhaps as I see from your faces someone wants to make some statement. In that case, I beg you to make haste. Damn it all, there's not much time, and Urkel may bring him in a minute." "He is sure to bring him," Tolkachenko put in for some reason. "If I am not mistaken, the printing press will be handed over, to begin with?" inquired Liputin, though again he seemed hardly to understand why he asked the question. "Of course, why should we lose it?" said Pyotr Stepanovitch, lifting the lantern to his face. "But, you see, we all agreed yesterday that it was not really necessary to take it. He need only show you the exact spot where it's buried. We can dig it up afterwards for ourselves. I know that it's somewhere 10 paces from a corner of this grotto. But damn it all, how could you have forgotten, Liputin? It was agreed that you should meet him alone and that we should come out afterwards." "It's strange that you should ask, or didn't you mean what you said?" Liputin kept gloomily silent. All were silent. The wind shook the tops of the pine trees. "I trust, however, gentlemen, that every one will do his duty," Pyotr Stepanovitch rapped out impatiently. "I know that Shatov's wife has come back and has given birth to a child," Virginsky said suddenly, excited and gesticulating and scarcely able to speak distinctly. "Knowing what human nature is, we can be sure that now he won't give information, because he is happy. So I went to everyone this morning and found no one at home, so perhaps now nothing need be done." He stopped short with a catch in his breath. "If you suddenly became happy, Mr. Virginsky," said Pyotr Stepanovitch, stepping up to him, "would you abandon not giving information? There's no question of that, but any perilous public action which you had planned before you were happy, and which you regarded as a duty and obligation in spite of the risk and loss of happiness." "No, I wouldn't abandon it. I wouldn't on any account," said Virginsky with absurd warmth, twitching all over. "You would rather be unhappy again than be a scoundrel." Yes, quite the contrary. I'd rather be a complete scoundrel. That is no, not a scoundrel at all, but on the contrary completely unhappy rather than a scoundrel. Well then, let me tell you that Shatov looks on this betrayal as a public duty. It's his most cherished conviction, and the proof of it is that he runs some risk himself, though, of course, they will pardon him a great deal for giving information. A man like that will never give up the idea. No sort of happiness would overcome him. In another day, he'll go back on it, reproach himself, and will go straight to the police. What's more, I don't see any happiness in the fact that his wife has come back after 3 years' absence to bear him a child of Stavrogin's. But no one has seen Shatov's letter, Shigalov brought out all at once, emphatically. I've seen it, cried Fyodor Stepanovitch. It exists, and all this is awfully stupid, gentlemen. And I protest, Verhovensky cried, boiling over suddenly. I protest with all my might. This is what I want. I suggest that when he arrives, we all come out and question him, and if it's true, we induce him to repent of it, and if he gives us his word of honor, let him go. In any case, we must have a trial. It must be done after trial. We mustn't lie in wait for him and then fall upon him. Risk the cause on his word of honor, that's the acme of stupidity. Damnation, how stupid it all is now, gentlemen. And a pretty part you are choosing to play at the moment of danger. I protest, Verhovensky persisted. Don't bawl anyway, we shan't hear the signal. Shatov, gentlemen. Damnation, how stupid this is now. I've told you already that Shatov is a Slavophil, that is, one of the stupidest set of people. But, damn it all, never mind, that's no matter, you put me out. Shatov is an embittered man, gentlemen, and since he has belonged to the party, anyway, whether he wanted to or no, I had hoped till the last minute that he might have been of service to the cause and might have been made use of as an embittered man. I spared him and was keeping him in reserve, in spite of most exact instructions. I've spared him 100 times more than he deserved, but he's ended by betraying us. But, hang it all, I don't care. You'd better try running away now, any of you. No one of you has the right to give up the job. You can kiss him if you like, but you haven't the right to stake the cause on his word of honor. That's acting like swine and spies in government pay. Who's a spy in government pay here? Liputin filtered out. You perhaps. You'd better hold your tongue, Liputin. You talk for the sake of talking, as you always do. All men are spies, gentlemen, who funk their duty at the moment of danger. There will always be some fools who will run in a panic at the last moment and cry out, Aya, forgive me, and I'll give them all away. But let me tell you, gentlemen, no betrayal would win you a pardon now. Even if your sentence were mitigated, it would mean Siberia. And, what's more, there's no escaping the weapons of the other side, and their weapons are sharper than the government's. Fyodor Stepanovitch was furious and said more than he meant to. With a resolute air, Shigalov took 3 steps towards him. Since yesterday evening I've thought over the question, he began, speaking with his usual pedantry and assurance. I believe that if the earth had given way under his feet, he would not have raised his voice nor have varied one tone in his methodical exposition. Thinking the matter over, I've come to the conclusion that the projected murder is not merely a waste of precious time, which might be employed in a more suitable and befitting manner, but presents, moreover, that deplorable deviation from the normal method which has always been most prejudicial to the cause, and has delayed its triumph for scores of years, under the guidance of shallow thinkers and preeminently of men of political, instead of purely socialistic leanings. I have come here solely to protest against the projected enterprise, for the general edification, intending then to withdraw at the actual moment, which you, for some reason I don't understand, speak of as a moment of danger to you. I am going not from fear of that danger, nor from a sentimental feeling for Shatov, whom I have no inclination to kiss, but solely because all this business from beginning to end is in direct contradiction to my program. As for my betraying you and my being in the pay of the government, you can set your mind completely at rest. I shall not betray you. He turned and walked away. Damn it all, he'll meet them and warn Shatov, cried Fyodor Stepanovitch, pulling out his revolver. They heard the click of the trigger. You may be confident, said Shigalov, turning once more, that if I meet Shatov on the way I may bow to him, but I shall not warn him. But do you know, you may have to pay for this, Mr. Fourier. I beg you to observe that I am not Fourier. If you mix me up with that mawkish theoretical twaddler, you simply prove that you know nothing of my manuscript, though it has been in your hands. As for your vengeance, let me tell you that it's a mistake to cock your pistol. That's absolutely against your interests at the present moment. But if you threaten to shoot me tomorrow, or the day after, you'll gain nothing by it but unnecessary trouble. You may kill me, but sooner or later you'll come to my system all the same. Goodbye. At that instant, a whistle was heard in the park, 200 paces away from the direction of the pond. Liputin at once answered, whistling also as had been agreed the evening before. As he had lost several teeth and distrusted his own powers, he had this morning bought for a farthing in the market a child's clay whistle for the purpose. Urkel had warned Shatov on the way that they would whistle as a signal, so that the latter felt no uneasiness. "Don't be uneasy, I'll avoid them and they won't notice me at all," Shigalov declared in an impressive whisper, and thereupon deliberately and without haste he walked home through the dark park. Everything, to the smallest detail of this terrible affair, is now fully known. To begin with, Liputin met Urkel and Shatov at the entrance to the grotto. Shatov did not bow or offer him his hand, but at once pronounced hurriedly in a loud voice, "Well, where have you put the spade, and haven't you another lantern? You needn't be afraid, there's absolutely no one here, and they wouldn't hear at a Stavorshniki now if we fired a cannon here. This is the place, here this very spot." And he stamped with his foot 10 paces from the end of the grotto towards the wood. At that moment, Tolkachenko rushed out from behind a tree and sprang at him from behind, while Urkel seized him by the elbows. Liputin attacked him from the front. The three of them at once knocked him down and pinned him to the ground. At this point, Fyodor Stepanovitch darted up with his revolver. It is said that Shatov had time to turn his head and was able to see and recognize him. 3 lanterns lighted up the scene. Shatov suddenly uttered a short and desperate scream, but they did not let him go on screaming. Fyodor Stepanovitch firmly and accurately put his revolver to Shatov's forehead, pressed it to it, and pulled the trigger. The shot seems not to have been loud. Nothing was heard at Stavorshniki anyway. Shigalov, who was scarcely 3 paces away, of course heard it. He heard the shout and the shot, but as he testified afterwards, he did not turn nor even stop. Death was almost instantaneous. Fyodor Stepanovitch was the only one who preserved all his faculties, but I don't think he was quite cool. Squatting on his heels, he searched the murdered man's pockets hastily, though with steady hand. No money was found. His purse had been left under Marya Ignatievna's pillow. 2 or 3 scraps of paper of no importance were found. A note from his office, the title of some book, and an old bill from a restaurant abroad which had been preserved, goodness knows why, for 2 years in his pocket. Fyodor Stepanovitch transferred these scraps of paper to his own pocket, and suddenly noticing that they had all gathered round, were gazing at the corpse and doing nothing, he began rudely and angrily abusing them and urging them on. Tolkachenko and Urkel recovered themselves, and running to the grotto brought instantly from it 2 stones which they had got ready there that morning. These stones, which weighed about 20 pounds each, were securely tied with cord. As they intended to throw the body in the nearest of the 3 ponds, they proceeded to tie the stones to the head and feet respectively. Fyodor Stepanovitch fastened the stones while Tolkachenko and Urkel only held and passed them. Urkel was foremost, and while Fyodor Stepanovitch, grumbling and swearing, tied the dead man's feet together with the cord and fastened the stone to them, a rather lengthy operation. Tolkachenko stood holding the other stone at arm's length, his whole person bending forward, as it were, deferentially, to be in readiness to hand it without delay. It never once occurred to him to lay his burden on the ground in the interval. When at last both stones were tied on, and Fyodor Stepanovitch got up from the ground to scrutinize the faces of his companions, something strange happened, utterly unexpected and surprising to almost everyone. As I have said already, all except perhaps Tolkachenko and Urkel were standing still doing nothing. Though Verhovensky had rushed up to Shatov with the others, he had not seized him or helped to hold him. Lyamshin had joined the group after the shot had been fired. Afterwards, while Fyodor Stepanovitch was busy with the corpse for perhaps 10 minutes, none of them seemed to have been fully conscious. They grouped themselves around and seemed to have felt amazement rather than anxiety or alarm. Liputin stood foremost, close to the corpse. Verhovensky stood behind him, peeping over his shoulder with a peculiar, as it were unconcerned, curiosity. He even stood on tiptoe to get a better view. Lyamshin hid behind Virginsky. He took an apprehensive peep from time to time and slipped behind him again at once. When the stones had been tied on and Fyodor Stepanovitch had risen to his feet, Virginsky began faintly shuddering all over, clasped his hands, and cried out bitterly at the top of his voice. "It's not the right thing, it's not at all." He would perhaps have added something more to his belated exclamation, but Lyamshin did not let him finish. He suddenly seized him from behind and squeezed him with all his might, uttering an unnatural shriek. There are moments of violent emotion, of terror, for instance, when a man will cry out in a voice not his own, unlike anything one could have anticipated from him, and this has sometimes a very terrible effect. Lyamshin gave vent to a scream more animal than human. Squeezing Virginsky from behind more and more tightly and convulsively, he went on shrieking without a pause, his mouth wide open and his eyes starting out of his head, keeping up a continual patter with his feet, as though he were beating a drum. Virginsky was so scared that he too screamed out like a madman, and with a ferocity, a vindictiveness that one could never have expected of Virginsky. He tried to pull himself away from Lyamshin, scratching and punching him as far as he could with his arms behind him. Urkel at last helped to pull Lyamshin away. But when, in his terror, Virginsky had skipped 10 paces away from him, Lyamshin, catching sight of Fyodor Stepanovitch, began yelling again and flew at him. Stumbling over the corpse, he fell upon Fyodor Stepanovitch, pressing his head to the latter's chest and gripping him so tightly in his arms that Fyodor Stepanovitch, Tolkachenko, and Liputin could all of them do nothing at the first moment. Fyodor Stepanovitch shouted, swore, beat him on the head with his fists. At last, wrenching himself away, he drew his revolver and put it in the open mouth of Lyamshin, who was still yelling and was by now tightly held by Tolkachenko, Urkel, and Liputin. But Lyamshin went on shrieking in spite of the revolver. At last Urkel, crushing his silk handkerchief into a ball, deftly thrust it into his mouth, and the shriek ceased. Meantime Tolkachenko tied his hands with what was left of the rope. "It's very strange," said Fyodor Stepanovitch, scrutinizing the madman with uneasy wonder. He was evidently struck. "I expected something very different from him," he added thoughtfully. They left Urkel in charge of him for a time. They had to make haste to get rid of the corpse. There had been so much noise that someone might have heard. Tolkachenko and Fyodor Stepanovitch took up the lanterns and lifted the corpse by the head, while Liputin and Virginsky took the feet, and so they carried it away. With the 2 stones, it was a heavy burden, and the distance was more than 200 paces. Tolkachenko was the strongest of them. He advised them to keep in step, but no one answered him and they all walked anyhow. Fyodor Stepanovitch walked on the right and, bending forward, carried the dead man's head on his shoulder, while with the left hand he supported the stone. As Tolkachenko walked more than half the way without thinking of helping him with the stone, Fyodor Stepanovitch at last shouted at him with an oath. It was a single, sudden shout. They all went on carrying the body in silence, and it was only when they reached the pond that Virginsky, stooping under his burden and seeming to be exhausted by the weight of it, cried out again in the same loud and wailing voice. "It's not the right thing, no, it's not the right thing." The place to which they carried the dead man at the extreme end of the rather large pond, which was the farthest of the 3 from the house, was one of the most solitary and unfrequented spots in the park, especially at this late season of the year. At that end the pond was overgrown with weeds by the banks. They put down the lantern, swung the corpse, and threw it into the pond. They heard a muffled and prolonged splash. Fyodor Stepanovitch raised the lantern, and everyone followed his example, peering curiously to see the body sink, but nothing could be seen. Weighted with the 2 stones, the body sank at once. The big ripples spread over the surface of the water and quickly passed away. It was over. Virginsky went off with Urkel, who before giving up Lyamshin to Tolkachenko brought him to Fyodor Stepanovitch, reporting to the latter that Lyamshin had come to his senses, was penitent and begged forgiveness, and indeed had no recollection of what had happened to him. Fyodor Stepanovitch walked off alone, going round by the farther side of the pond, skirting the park. This was the longest way. To his surprise, Liputin overtook him before he got halfway home. Fyodor Stepanovitch, Lyamshin will give information." "No, he will come to his senses and realize that he will be the first to go to Siberia if he did. No one will betray us now. Even you won't." "What about you?" "No fear, I'll get you all out of the way the minute you attempt to turn traitors, and you know that. But you won't turn traitors. Have you run a mile and a half to tell me that? Pyotr Stepanovitch, perhaps we shall never meet again. What's put that into your head? Only tell me one thing. Well, what, though I want you to take yourself off. One question, but answer it truly. Are we the only quintet in the world, or is it true that there are hundreds of others? It's a question of the utmost importance to me, Pyotr Stepanovitch. I see that from the frantic state you are in. But do you know, Liputin, you are more dangerous than Lyamshin. I know, but the answer your answer. You are a stupid fellow. I should have thought it could make no difference to you now whether it's the only quintet or one of 1,000. That means it's the only one. I was sure of it, cried Liputin. I always knew it was the only one. I knew it all along. And without waiting for any reply, he turned and quickly vanished into the darkness. Pyotr Stepanovitch pondered a little. No one will turn traitor, he concluded with decision, but the group must remain a group and obey, or I'll. What a wretched set they are, though. 2. He first went home, and carefully, without haste, packed his trunk. At 6 o'clock in the morning there was a special train from the town. This early morning express only ran once a week, and was only a recent experiment. Though Pyotr Stepanovitch had told the members of the quintet that he was only going to be away for a short time in the neighborhood, his intentions, as appeared later, were in reality very different. Having finished packing, he settled accounts with his landlady to whom he had previously given notice of his departure, and drove in a cab to Urkel's lodgings, near the station. And then just upon 1 o'clock at night, he walked to Kirilov's, approaching as before by Fedka's secret way. Pyotr Stepanovitch was in a painful state of mind. Apart from other extremely grave reasons for dissatisfaction, he was still unable to learn anything of Stavrogin. He had, it seems, for I cannot assert it for a fact received in the course of that day, probably from Petersburg, secret information of a danger awaiting him in the immediate future. There are, of course, many legends in the town relating to this period, but if any facts were known, it was only to those immediately concerned. I can only surmise as my own conjecture that Pyotr Stepanovitch may well have had affairs going on in other neighborhoods as well as in our town, so that he really may have received such a warning. I am convinced, indeed, in spite of Liputin's cynical and despairing doubts, that he really had 2 or 3 other quintets, for instance, in Petersburg and Moscow, and if not quintets at least colleagues and correspondents, and possibly was in very curious relations with them. Not more than 3 days after his departure, an order for his immediate arrest arrived from Petersburg, whether in connection with what had happened among us, or elsewhere, I don't know. This order only served to increase the overwhelming, almost panic terror which suddenly came upon our local authorities and the society of the town, till then so persistently frivolous in its attitude. On the discovery of the mysterious and portentous murder of the student Shatov, the climax of the long series of senseless actions in our midst, as well as the extremely mysterious circumstances that accompanied that murder. But the order came too late. Pyotr Stepanovitch was already in Petersburg, living under another name, and, learning what was going on, he made haste to make his escape abroad. But I am anticipating in a shocking way. He went in to Kirilov, looking ill-humored and quarrelsome. Apart from the real task before him, he felt, as it were, tempted to satisfy some personal grudge, to avenge himself on Kirilov for something. Kirilov seemed pleased to see him. He had evidently been expecting him a long time with painful impatience. His face was paler than usual. There was a fixed and heavy look in his black eyes. "I thought you weren't coming," he brought out drearily from his corner of the sofa, from which he had not, however, moved to greet him. Pyotr Stepanovitch stood before him, and before uttering a word, looked intently at his face. "Everything is in order, then, and we are not drawing back from our resolution. Bravo!" He smiled an offensively patronizing smile. "But, after all," he added with unpleasant jocosity, "if I am behind my time, it's not for you to complain. I made you a present of 3 hours. I don't want extra hours as a present from you, and you can't make me a present. You fool." "What?" Pyotr Stepanovitch was startled, but instantly controlled himself. "What huffiness! So we are in a savage temper?" he rapped out, still with the same offensive superciliousness. At such a moment, composure is what you need. The best thing you can do is to consider yourself a Columbus and me a mouse and not to take offense at anything I say. I gave you that advice yesterday. I don't want to look upon you as a mouse. What's that, a compliment? But the tea is cold and that shows that everything is topsy-turvy. Bah, but I see something in the window, on a plate. He went to the window. Oh, boiled chicken and rice? But why haven't you begun upon it yet? So we are in such a state of mind that even chicken. I've dined and it's not your business. Hold your tongue. Oh, of course. Besides, it's no consequence though for me at the moment it is of consequence. Only fancy, I scarcely had any dinner, and so if, as I suppose, that chicken is not wanted now. Eat it if you can. Thank you, and then I'll have tea. He instantly settled himself at the other end of the sofa and fell upon the chicken with extraordinary greediness. At the same time, he kept a constant watch on his victim. Kirillov looked at him fixedly with angry aversion, as though unable to tear himself away. I say, though, Fyodor Stepanovitch fired off suddenly, while he still went on eating, what about our business? We are not crying off, are we? How about that document? I've decided in the night that it's nothing to me. I'll write it, about the manifestos. Yes, about the manifestos too, but I'll dictate it. Of course, that's nothing to you. Can you possibly mind what's in the letter at such a moment? That's not your business. It's not mine, of course. It need only be a few lines, though, that you and Shatov distributed the manifestos and with the help of Fedka, who hid in your lodgings. This last point about Fedka and your lodgings is very important, the most important of all, indeed. You see, I am talking to you quite openly. Shatov, why Shatov? I won't mention Shatov for anything. What next? What is it to you? You can't hurt him now. His wife has come back to him. She has waked up and has sent to ask me where he is. She has sent to ask you where he is? That's unfortunate. She may send again, no one ought to know I am here. Fyodor Stepanovitch was uneasy. She won't know, she's gone to sleep again. There's a midwife with her, Irina Virginsky. So that's how it was. She won't overhear, I suppose. I say you'd better shut the front door. She won't overhear anything, and if Shatov comes, I'll hide you in another room. Shatov won't come, and you must write that you quarreled with him because he turned traitor and informed the police. This evening, and caused his death. He is dead, cried Kirillov, jumping up from the sofa. He died at 7 o'clock this evening, or rather, at 7 o'clock yesterday evening, and now it's 1 o'clock. You have killed him, and I foresaw it yesterday. No doubt you did, with this revolver here. He drew out his revolver as though to show it, but did not put it back again and still held it in his right hand as though in readiness. You are a strange man, though, Kirillov. You knew yourself that the stupid fellow was bound to end like this. What was there to foresee in that? I made that as plain as possible over and over again. Shatov was meaning to betray us. I was watching him, and it could not be left like that. And you, too, had instructions to watch him. You told me so yourself 3 weeks ago. Hold your tongue. You've done this because he spat in your face in Geneva. For that and for other things too, for many other things, not from spite, however. Why do you jump up? Why look like that? Oh, so that's it, is it? He jumped up and held out his revolver before him. Kirillov had suddenly snatched up from the window his revolver, which had been loaded and put ready since the morning. Fyodor Stepanovitch took up his position and aimed his weapon at Kirillov. The latter laughed angrily. Confess, you scoundrel, that you brought your revolver because I might shoot you, but I shan't shoot you, though. And again he turned his revolver upon Fyodor Stepanovitch, as it were rehearsing, as though unable to deny himself the pleasure of imagining how he would shoot him. Fyodor Stepanovitch, holding his ground, waited for him till the last minute without pulling the trigger, at the risk of being the first to get a bullet in his head. It might well be expected of the maniac. But at last, the maniac dropped his hand, gasping and trembling and unable to speak. You've played your little game, and that's enough. Fyodor Stepanovitch, too, dropped his weapon. I knew it was only a game, only you ran a risk, let me tell you. I might have fired. And he sat down on the sofa with a fair show of composure and poured himself out some tea, though his hand trembled a little. Kirillov laid his revolver on the table and began walking up and down. I won't write that I killed Shatov, and I won't write anything now. You won't have a document. I shan't. No, you won't. What meanness and what stupidity. Pyotr Stepanovitch turned green with resentment. I foresaw it, though. You've not taken me by surprise, let me tell you, as you please, however. If I could make you do it by force, I would. You are a scoundrel, though. Pyotr Stepanovitch was more and more carried away and unable to restrain himself. You asked us for money out there and promised us no end of things. I won't go away with nothing, however. I'll see you put the bullet through your brains first, anyway. I want you to go away at once. Kirillov stood firmly before him. No, that's impossible. Pyotr Stepanovitch took up his revolver again. Now in your spite and cowardice you may think fit to put it off and to turn traitor tomorrow, so as to get money again. They'll pay you for that, of course. Damn it all, fellows like you are capable of anything. Only don't trouble yourself. I've provided for all contingencies. I am not going till I've dashed your brains out with this revolver, as I did to that scoundrel Shadov. If you are afraid to do it yourself and put off your intention, damn you. You are set on seeing my blood, too. I am not acting from spite. Let me tell you, it's nothing to me. I am doing it to be at ease about the cause. One can't rely on men, you see that for yourself. I don't understand what fancy possesses you to put yourself to death. It wasn't my idea. You thought of it yourself before I appeared, and talked of your intention to the committee abroad before you said anything to me. And you know, no one has forced it out of you, no one of them knew you, but you came to confide in them yourself from sentimentalism. And what's to be done if a plan of action here, which can't be altered now, was founded upon that with your consent and upon your suggestion? Your suggestion, mind that. You have put yourself in a position in which you know too much. If you are an ass and go off tomorrow to inform the police, that would be rather a disadvantage to us. What do you think about it? Yes, you've bound yourself, you've given your word, you've taken money. That you can't deny. Pyotr Stepanovitch was much excited, but for some time past Kirillov had not been listening. He paced up and down the room, lost in thought again. I am sorry for Shadov, he said, stopping before Pyotr Stepanovitch again. Why so? I am sorry if that's all, and do you suppose? Hold your tongue, you scoundrel, roared Kirillov, making an alarming and unmistakable movement. I'll kill you. There. I told a lie, I admit it. I am not sorry at all. Come, that's enough, that's enough. Pyotr Stepanovitch started up apprehensively, putting out his hand. Kirillov subsided and began walking up and down again. I won't put it off. I want to kill myself now. All are scoundrels. Well, that's an idea. Of course all are scoundrels, and since life is a beastly thing for a decent man. Fool, I am just such a scoundrel as you, as all, not a decent man. There's never been a decent man anywhere. He's guessed the truth at last. Can you, Kirillov, with your sense, have failed to see till now that all men are alike, that there are none better or worse, only some are stupider than others, and that if all are scoundrels, which is nonsense, though, there oughtn't to be any people that are not. Ah, why, you are really in earnest. Kirillov looked at him with some wonder. You speak with heat and simply. Can it be that even fellows like you have convictions? Kirillov, I've never been able to understand why you mean to kill yourself. I only know it's from conviction. Strong conviction. But if you feel a yearning to express yourself, so to say, I am at your service. Only you must think of the time. What time is it? Oh, just 2. Pyotr Stepanovitch looked at his watch and lighted a cigarette. It seems we can come to terms after all, he reflected. I've nothing to say to you, muttered Kirillov. I remember that something about God comes into it. You explained it to me twice, in fact. If you stopped yourself, you become God, that's it, isn't it? Yes, I become God. Pyotr Stepanovitch did not even smile, he waited. Kirillov looked at him subtly. You are a political impostor and intriguer. You want to lead me on into philosophy and enthusiasm, and to bring about a reconciliation so as to disperse my anger. And then, when I am reconciled with you, beg from me a note to say I killed Shadov. Pyotr Stepanovitch answered with almost natural frankness. Well, supposing I am such a scoundrel. But at the last moments does that matter to you, Kirillov? What are we quarreling about? Tell me, please. You are one sort of man and I am another one of it. And what's more, we are both of us. Scoundrels. Yes, scoundrels if you like, but you know that that's only words. All my life I wanted it not to be only words. I lived because I did not want it to be. Even now every day I want it to be not words. Well, everyone seeks to be where he is best off. The fish, that is, everyone seeks his own comfort, that's all. That's been a commonplace for ages and ages. Comfort, do you say? Oh, it's not worth while quarreling over words. No, you were right in what you said. Let it be comfort. God is necessary and so must exist. Well, that's all right then. But I know he doesn't and can't. That's more likely. Surely you must understand that a man with two such ideas can't go on living. Must shoot himself, you mean? Surely you must understand that one might shoot oneself for that alone? You don't understand that there may be a man, one man out of your thousands of millions, one man who won't bear it and does not want to. All I understand is that you seem to be hesitating. That's very bad. Stavrogin, too, is consumed by an idea, Kirillov said gloomily, pacing up and down the room. He had not noticed the previous remark. What? Fyodor Stepanovitch pricked up his ears. What idea? Did he tell you something himself? No, I guessed it myself. If Stavrogin has faith, he does not believe that he has faith. If he hasn't faith, he does not believe that he hasn't. Well, Stavrogin has got something else worse than that in his head, Fyodor Stepanovitch muttered peevishly, uneasily watching the turn the conversation had taken and the pallor of Kirillov. Damn it all, he won't shoot himself, he was thinking. I always suspected it. It's a maggot in the brain and nothing more. What a rotten lot of people. You are the last to be with me. I shouldn't like to part on bad terms with you, Kirillov vouchsafed suddenly. Fyodor Stepanovitch did not answer at once. Damn it all, what is it now? He thought again. I assure you, Kirillov, I have nothing against you personally as a man, and always. You are a scoundrel and a false intellect. But I am just the same as you are, and I will shoot myself while you will remain living. You mean to say, I am so abject that I want to go on living? He could not make up his mind whether it was judicious to keep up such a conversation at such a moment or not, and resolved to be guided by circumstances. But the tone of superiority and of contempt for him, which Kirillov had never disguised, had always irritated him. And now for some reason it irritated him more than ever possibly because Kirillov, who was to die within an hour or so, Fyodor Stepanovitch still reckoned upon this, seemed to him, as it were, already only half a man, some creature whom he could not allow to be haughty. You seem to be boasting to me of your shooting yourself. I've always been surprised at everyone's going on living, said Kirillov, not hearing his remark. Admitting that's an idea, but... You ape, you assent to get the better of me. Hold your tongue, you won't understand anything. If there is no God, then I am God. There, I could never understand that point of yours. Why are you God? If God exists, all is his will, and from his will I cannot escape. If not, it's all my will and I am bound to show self-will. Self-will, but why are you bound? Because all will has become mine. Can it be that no one in the whole planet, after making an end of God and believing in his own will dare to express his self-will on the most vital point? It's like a beggar inheriting a fortune and being afraid of it and not daring to approach the bag of gold, thinking himself too weak to own it. I want to manifest my self-will. I may be the only one, but I'll do it. Do it by all means. I am bound to shoot myself, because the highest point of my self-will is to kill myself with my own hands. But you won't be the only one to kill yourself. There are lots of suicides. With good cause, but to do it without any cause at all, simply for self-will, I am the only one. He won't shoot himself, flashed across Fyodor Stepanovitch's mind again. Do you know, he observed irritably, if I were in your place I should kill someone else to show my self-will, not myself. You might be of use. I'll tell you whom, if you are not afraid. Then you needn't shoot yourself today, perhaps. We may come to terms. To kill someone would be the lowest point of self-will, and you show your whole soul in that. I am not you. I want the highest point, and I'll kill myself. He's come to it of himself, Fyodor Stepanovitch muttered malignantly. I am bound to show my unbelief, said Kirillov, walking about the room. I have no higher idea than disbelief in God. I have all the history of mankind on my side. Man has done nothing but invent God so as to go on living and not kill himself. That's the whole of universal history up till now. I am the first one in the whole history of mankind who would not invent God. Let them know it once for all. He won't shoot himself, Fyodor Stepanovitch thought anxiously. Let whom know it, he said, egging him on. It's only you and me here, you mean Liputin. Let everyone know, all will know. There is nothing secret that will not be made known. He said so. And he pointed with feverish enthusiasm to the image of the Savior, before which a lamp was burning. Fyodor Stepanovitch lost his temper completely. So you still believe in him and you've lighted the lamp. To be on the safe side, I suppose. The other did not speak. Do you know, to my thinking, you believe perhaps more thoroughly than any priest. Believe in whom? In him? Listen. Kirillov stood still, gazing before him with fixed and ecstatic look. Listen to a great idea. There was a day on earth, and in the midst of the earth there stood 3 crosses. One on the cross had such faith that he said to another, "Today thou shalt be with me in paradise." The day ended. Both died and passed away and found neither paradise nor resurrection. His words did not come true. Listen, that man was the loftiest of all on earth. He was that which gave meaning to life. The whole planet, with everything on it, is mere madness without that man. There has never been any like him before or since, never, up to a miracle. For that is the miracle, that there never was or never will be another like him. And if that is so, if the laws of nature did not spare even him, have not spared even their miracle and made even him live in a lie and die for a lie, then all the planet is a lie and rests on a lie and on mockery. So then, the very laws of the planet are a lie and the vaudeville of devils. What is there to live for? Answer, if you are a man. That's a different matter. It seems to me you've mixed up 2 different causes, and that's a very unsafe thing to do. But excuse me, if you are God, if the lie were ended, and if you realized that all the falsity comes from the belief in that former God. Oh, at last you understand, cried Kirillov rapturously. So it can be understood if even a fellow like you understands. Do you understand now that the salvation for all consists in proving this idea to everyone? Who will prove it? I can't understand how an atheist could know that there is no God and not kill himself on the spot. To recognize that there is no God and not to recognize at the same instant that one is God oneself is an absurdity, else one would certainly kill oneself. If you recognize it, you are sovereign, and then you won't kill yourself but will live in the greatest glory. But one, the first, must kill himself, for else who will begin and prove it? So I must certainly kill myself, to begin and prove it. Now I am only a God against my will, and I am unhappy, because I am bound to assert my will. All are unhappy because all are afraid to express their will. Man has hitherto been so unhappy and so poor because he has been afraid to assert his will in the highest point and has shown his self-will only in little things, like a schoolboy. I am awfully unhappy, for I am awfully afraid. Terror is the curse of man, but I will assert my will. I am bound to believe that I don't believe. I will begin and will make an end of it and open the door and will save. That's the only thing that will save mankind and will recreate the next generation physically. For with his present physical nature, man can't get on without his former God, I believe. For 3 years I've been seeking for the attribute of my Godhead, and I've found it. The attribute of my Godhead is self-will. That's all I can do to prove in the highest point my independence and my new terrible freedom. For it is very terrible. I am killing myself to prove my independence and my new terrible freedom. His face was unnaturally pale, and there was a terribly heavy look in his eyes. He was like a man in delirium. Fyodor Stepanovitch thought he would drop onto the floor. "Give me the pen," Kirillov cried suddenly, quite unexpectedly, in a positive frenzy. "Dictate, I'll sign anything. I'll sign that I killed Shadov even. Dictate while it amuses me. I am not afraid of what the haughty slaves will think. You will see for yourself that all that is secret shall be made manifest, and you will be crushed. I believe, I believe." Fyodor Stepanovitch jumped up from his seat and instantly handed him an inkstand and paper, and began dictating, seizing the moment, quivering with anxiety. "I, Alexei Kirillov, declare." "Stay, I won't. To whom am I declaring it?" Kirillov was shaking as though he were in a fever. This declaration and the sudden strange idea of it seemed to absorb him entirely, as though it were a means of escape by which his tortured spirit strove for a moment's relief. To whom am I declaring it? I want to know to whom. To no one, everyone, the first person who reads it. Why define it? The whole world. The whole world, bravo, and I won't have any repentance. I don't want penitence, and I don't want it for the police. No, of course, there's no need of it, damn the police. Right, if you are in earnest. Pyotr Stepanovitch cried hysterically. Stay, I want to put at the top a face with the tongue out. Etch, what nonsense, cried Pyotr Stepanovitch crossly. You can express all that without the drawing, by the tone. By the tone, that's true. Yes, by the tone of it. Dictate the tone. I, Alexei Kirillov, Pyotr Stepanovitch dictated firmly and peremptorily, bending over Kirillov's shoulder and following every letter which the latter formed with a hand trembling with excitement. I, Kirillov, declare that today, the th October, at about 8 o'clock in the evening, I killed the student Shatov in the park for turning traitor and giving information of the manifestos and of Fedka, who has been lodging with us for 10 days in Filipov's house. I am shooting myself today with my revolver, not because I repent and am afraid of you, but because when I was abroad I made up my mind to put an end to my life. Is that all? Cried Kirillov with surprise and indignation. Not another word, cried Pyotr Stepanovitch, waving his hand, attempting to snatch the document from him. Stay, Kirillov put his hand firmly on the paper. Stay, it's nonsense. I want to say with whom I killed him. Why Fedka? And what about the fire? I want it all, and I want to be abusive in tone, too, in tone. Enough, Kirillov, I assure you it's enough, cried Pyotr Stepanovitch almost imploringly, trembling lest he should tear up the paper. That they may believe you, you must say it as obscurely as possible, just like that, simply in hints. You must only give them a peep of the truth, just enough to tantalize them. They'll tell a story better than ours, and of course they'll believe themselves more than they would us. And you know, it's better than anything better than anything. Let me have it, it's splendid as it is. Give it to me, give it to me. And he kept trying to snatch the paper. Kirillov listened open-eyed and appeared to be trying to reflect, but he seemed beyond understanding now. Damn it all, Pyotr Stepanovitch cried all at once, ill-humoredly. He hasn't signed it. Why are you staring like that? Sign. I want to abuse them, muttered Kirillov. He took the pen, however, and signed. I want to abuse them. Write Vive la République, and that will be enough. Bravo, Kirillov almost bellowed with delight. Vive la République démocratique sociale et universelle au la mort. No, that's not it. Libert, Egalite, Fraternite au la mort. There, that's better, that's better. He wrote it gleefully under his signature. Enough, repeated Pyotr Stepanovitch. Stay a little more, I'll sign it again in French, you know. De Kirillov, gentilhomme Russet citoyen du monde. Ha, he went off in a peal of laughter. No, stay, I've found something better than all. Eureka! Gentilhomme seminariste Russ et citoyen du monde civilise. That's better than any. He jumped up from the sofa and suddenly, with a rapid gesture, snatched up the revolver from the window, ran with it into the next room, and closed the door behind him. Pyotr Stepanovitch stood for a moment, pondering and gazing at the door. If he does it at once, perhaps he'll do it, but if he begins thinking, nothing will come of it. Meanwhile, he took up the paper, sat down, and looked at it again. The wording of the document pleased him again. What's needed for the moment? What's wanted is to throw them all off the scent and keep them busy for a time. The park? There's no park in the town, and they'll guess it's a Vorschnicki of themselves. But while they are arriving at that, time will be passing. Then the search will take time too. Then when they find the body, it will prove that the story is true, and it will follow that's it all true, that it's true about Fedka too. And Fedka explains the fire, the Lebyadkins, so that it was all being hatched here, at Filipov's, while they overlooked it and saw nothing that will quite turn their heads. They will never think of the quintet, Shatov and Kirillov and Fedka and Lebyadkin, and why they killed each other. That will be another question for them. Oh, damn it all, I don't hear the shot. Though he had been reading and admiring the wording of it, he had been listening anxiously all the time, and he suddenly flew into a rage. He looked anxiously at his watch. It was getting late, and it was fully 10 minutes since Kirillov had gone out. Snatching up the candle, he went to the door of the room where Kirillov had shut himself up. He was just at the door when the thought struck him that the candle had burnt out, that it would not last another 20 minutes, and that there was no other in the room. He took hold of the handle and listened warily. He did not hear the slightest sound. He suddenly opened the door and lifted up the candle. Something uttered a roar and rushed at him. He slammed the door with all his might and pressed his weight against it, but all sounds died away, and again there was death-like stillness. He stood for a long while irresolute, with the candle in his hand. He had been able to see very little in the second he held the door open, but he had caught a glimpse of the face of Kirillov standing at the other end of the room by the window, and the savage fury with which the latter had rushed upon him. Fyodor Stepanovitch started, rapidly set the candle on the table, made ready his revolver, and retreated on tiptoe to the farthest corner of the room, so that if Kirillov opened the door and rushed up to the table with the revolver, he would still have time to be the first to aim and fire. Fyodor Stepanovitch had by now lost all faith in the suicide. He was standing in the middle of the room, thinking, flashed like a whirlwind through Fyodor Stepanovitch's mind, and the room was dark and horrible too. He roared and rushed at me. There are two possibilities. Either I interrupted him at the very second when he was pulling the trigger, or he was standing planning how to kill me. Yes, that's it, he was planning it. He knows I won't go away without killing him if he funks it himself, so that he would have to kill me first to prevent my killing him. And again there is silence. I am really frightened. He may open the door all of a sudden. The nuisance of it is that he believes in God like any priest. He won't shoot himself for anything. There are lots of these people nowadays who have come to it of themselves. A rotten lot. Oh, damn it, the candle. It'll go out within a quarter of an hour for cert. I must put a stop to it. Come what may, I must put a stop to it. Now I can kill him. With that document here, no one would think of my killing him. I can put him in such an attitude on the floor with an unloaded revolver in his hand that they'd be certain he'd done it himself. Ach, damn it, how is one to kill him? If I open the door, he'll rush out again and shoot me first. Damn it all, he'll be sure to miss. He was in agonies, trembling at the necessity of action and his own indecision. At last he took up the candle and again approached the door with the revolver held up in readiness. He put his left hand, in which he held the candle, on the door handle. But he managed awkwardly. The handle clanked, there was a rattle and a creak. He will fire straightway, flashed through Fyodor Stepanovitch's mind. With his foot he flung the door open violently, raised the candle, and held out the revolver. But no shot nor cry came from within. There was no one in the room. He started. The room led nowhere. There was no exit, no means of escape from it. He lifted the candle higher and looked about him more attentively. There was certainly no one. He called Kirillov's name in a low voice, then again louder. No one answered. Can he have got out by the window? The casement in one window was, in fact, open. Absurd, he couldn't have got away through the casement. Fyodor Stepanovitch crossed the room and went up to the window. He couldn't possibly. All at once he turned round quickly and was aghast at something extraordinary. Against the wall facing the windows on the right of the door stood a cupboard. On the right side of this cupboard, in the corner formed by the cupboard and the wall, stood Kirillov, and he was standing in a very strange way. Motionless, perfectly erect, with his arms held stiffly at his sides, his head raised and pressed tightly back against the wall in the very corner, he seemed to be trying to conceal and efface himself. Everything seemed to show that he was hiding, yet somehow it was not easy to believe it. Fyodor Stepanovitch was standing a little sideways to the corner, and could only see the projecting parts of the figure. He could not bring himself to move to the left to get a full view of Kirillov and solve the mystery. His heart began beating violently, and he felt a sudden rush of blind fury. He started from where he stood, and shouting and stamping with his feet, he rushed to the horrible place. But when he reached Kirillov, he stopped short again, still more overcome, horror-stricken. What struck him most was that, in spite of his shout and his furious rush, the figure did not stir, did not move in a single limb as though it were of stone or of wax. The pallor of the face was unnatural. The black eyes were quite unmoving and were staring away at a point in the distance. Fyodor Stepanovitch lowered the candle and raised it again, lighting up the figure from all points of view and scrutinizing it. He suddenly noticed that, although Kirillov was looking straight before him, he could see him and was perhaps watching him out of the corner of his eye. Then the idea occurred to him to hold the candle right up to the wretch's face, to scorch him and see what he would do. He suddenly fancied that Kirillov's chin twitched, and that something like a mocking smile passed over his lips as though he had guessed Fyodor Stepanovitch's thought. He shuddered, and beside himself, clutched violently at Kirillov's shoulder. Then something happened so hideous, and so soon over that Fyodor Stepanovitch could never afterwards recover a coherent impression of it. He had hardly touched Kirillov when the latter bent down quickly, and with his head knocked the candle out of Fyodor Stepanovitch's hand. The candlestick fell with a clang on the ground, and the candle went out. At the same moment, he was conscious of a fearful pain in the little finger of his left hand. He cried out, and all that he could remember was that, beside himself, he hit out with all his might and struck 3 blows with the revolver on the head of Kirillov, who had bent down to him and had bitten his finger. At last, he tore away his finger and rushed headlong to get out of the house, feeling his way in the dark. He was pursued by terrible shouts from the room. Directly, 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 directly. 10 times. But he still ran on and was running into the porch when he suddenly heard a loud shot. Then he stopped short in the dark porch and stood deliberating for 5 minutes. At last, he made his way back into the house. But he had to get the candle. He had only to feel on the floor on the right of the cupboard for the candlestick, but how was he to light the candle? There suddenly came into his mind a vague recollection. He recalled that when he had run into the kitchen the day before to attack Fedka, he had noticed in passing a large red box of matches in a corner on a shelf. Feeling with his hands, he made his way to the door on the left leading to the kitchen, found it, crossed the passage, and went down the steps. On the shelf, on the very spot where he had just recalled seeing it, he felt in the dark a full, unopened box of matches. He hurriedly went up the steps again without striking a light, and it was only when he was near the cupboard, at the spot where he had struck Kirillov with the revolver and been bitten by him, that he remembered his bitten finger, and at the same instant was conscious that it was unbearably painful. Clenching his teeth, he managed somehow to light the candle end, set it in the candlestick again, and looked about him. Near the open casement, with his feet towards the right-hand corner, lay the dead body of Kirillov. The shot had been fired at the right temple and the bullet had come out at the top on the left, shattering the skull. There were splashes of blood and brains. The revolver was still in the suicide's hand on the floor. Death must have been instantaneous. After a careful look round, Fyodor Stepanovitch got up and went out on tiptoe, closed the door, left the candle on the table in the outer room, thought a moment, and resolved not to put it out, reflecting that it could not possibly set fire to anything. Looking once more at the document left on the table, he smiled mechanically and then went out of the house, still for some reason walking on tiptoe. He crept through Fedka's hole again and carefully replaced the posts after him. 3. Precisely at 10 minutes to 6, Fyodor Stepanovitch and Urkel were walking up and down the platform at the railway station beside a rather long train. Fyodor Stepanovitch was setting off and Urkel was saying goodbye to him. The luggage was in, and his bag was in the seat he had taken in a second-class carriage. The first bell had rung already. They were waiting for the second. Fyodor Stepanovitch looked about him, openly watching the passengers as they got into the train. But he did not meet anyone he knew well. Only twice he nodded to acquaintances, a merchant whom he knew slightly, and then a young village priest who was going to his parish 2 stations away. Urkel evidently wanted to speak of something of importance in the last moments, though possibly he did not himself know exactly of what, but he could not bring himself to begin. He kept fancying that Fyodor Stepanovitch seemed anxious to get rid of him and was impatient for the last bell. "You look at everyone so openly," he observed with some timidity, as though he would have warned him. "Why not? It would not do for me to conceal myself at present. It's too soon. Don't be uneasy. All I am afraid of is that the devil might send Liputin this way. He might send me out and race off here." "Fyodor Stepanovitch, they are not to be trusted," Urkel brought out resolutely. "Liputin." "None of them, Fyodor Stepanovitch." "Nonsense. They are all bound by what happened yesterday. There isn't one who would turn traitor. People won't go to certain destruction unless they've lost their reason." "Fyodor Stepanovitch, but they will lose their reason." Evidently, that idea had already occurred to Fyodor Stepanovitch too, and so Urkel's observation irritated him the more. "You are not in a funk too, are you, Urkel? I rely on you more than on any of them. I've seen now what each of them is worth. Tell them today all I've told you. I leave them in your charge. Go round to each of them this morning. Read them my written instructions tomorrow or the day after when you are all together and they are capable of listening again. And believe me, they will be by tomorrow, for they'll be in an awful funk, and that will make them as soft as wax. The great thing is that you shouldn't be downhearted. Ach, Fyodor Stepanovitch, it would be better if you weren't going away." "But I am only going for a few days. I shall be back in no time." "Fyodor Stepanovitch," Urkel brought out warily but resolutely, "what if you were going to Petersburg? Of course, I understand that you are only doing what's necessary for the cause." "I expected as much from you, Urkel." If you have guessed that I am going to Petersburg, you can realize that I couldn't tell them yesterday, at that moment, that I was going so far for fear of frightening them. You saw for yourself what a state they were in. But you understand that I am going for the cause, for work of the first importance, for the common cause, and not to save my skin, as Liputin imagines. Pyotr Stepanovitch, what if you were going abroad? I should understand. I should understand that you must be careful of yourself because you are everything and we are nothing. I shall understand, Pyotr Stepanovitch. The poor boy's voice actually quivered. Thank you, Urkel. Aya, you've touched my bad finger. Urkel had pressed his hand awkwardly. The bad finger was discreetly bound up in black silk. But I tell you positively again that I am going to Petersburg only to sniff round, and perhaps shall only be there for 24 hours and then back here again at once. When I come back, I shall stay at Gaganov's country place for the sake of appearances. If there is any notion of danger, I should be the first to take the lead and share it. If I stay longer in Petersburg, I'll let you know at once, in the way we've arranged, and you'll tell them. The second bell rang. Ah, then there's only 5 minutes before the train starts. I don't want the group here to break up, you know. I am not afraid, don't be anxious about me. I have plenty of such centers, and it's not much consequence, but there's no harm in having as many centers as possible. But I am quite at ease about you, though I am leaving you almost alone with those idiots. Don't be uneasy, they won't turn traitor, they won't have the pluck. Ha ha, you going today too? He cried suddenly in a quite different, cheerful voice to a very young man who came up gaily to greet him. I didn't know you were going by the express too. Where are you off to? Your mother's. The mother of the young man was a very wealthy landowner in a neighboring province, and the young man was a distant relation of Yulia Mihailovna's and had been staying about a fortnight in our town. No, I am going farther to R. I've 8 hours to live through in the train. Off to Petersburg, laughed the young man. What makes you suppose I must be going to Petersburg? Said Pyotr Stepanovitch, laughing even more openly. The young man shook his gloved finger at him. Well, you've guessed right, Pyotr Stepanovitch whispered to him mysteriously. I am going with letters from Yulia Mihailovna and have to call on 3 or 4 personages, as you can imagine bother them all to speak candidly. It's a beastly job. But why is she in such a panic? Tell me, the young man whispered too. She wouldn't see even me yesterday. I don't think she has anything to fear for her husband, quite the contrary. He fell down so creditably at the fire ready to sacrifice his life, so to speak. Well, there it is, laughed Pyotr Stepanovitch. You see, she is afraid that people may have written from here already. That is, some gentleman. The fact is, Stavrogin is at the bottom of it, or rather Prince K.H. It's a long story. I'll tell you something about it on the journey if you like, as far as my chivalrous feelings will allow me, at least. This is my relation, Lieutenant Urkel, who lives down here. The young man, who had been stealthily glancing at Urkel, touched his hat. Urkel made a bow. But I say, Verhovensky, 8 hours in the train is an awful ordeal. Berestov, the colonel, an awfully funny fellow, is traveling with me in the first class. He is a neighbor of ours in the country, and his wife is a Garin, Nida Garin, and you know he is a very decent fellow. He's got ideas, too. He's only been here a couple of days. He's passionately fond of whist. Couldn't we get up a game, eh? I've already fixed on a 4th Pripulov, our merchant from Tea with a Beard, a millionaire, I mean it, a real millionaire, you can take my word for it. I'll introduce you, he is a very interesting money bag. We shall have a laugh. I shall be delighted, and I am awfully fond of cards in the train, but I am going 2nd class. Nonsense, that's no matter, get in with us. I'll tell them directly to move you to the 1st class. The chief guard would do anything I tell him. What have you got? A bag, a rug. First rate, come along. Pyotr Stepanovitch took his bag, his rug, and his book, and at once and with alacrity transferred himself to the 1st class. Urkel helped him. The 3rd bell rang. Well, Urkel. Hurriedly, and with a preoccupied air, Pyotr Stepanovitch held out his hand from the window for the last time. You see, I am sitting down to cards with them. Why explain, Pyotr Stepanovitch? I understand it all. Well, au revoir. Pyotr Stepanovitch turned away suddenly on his name being called by the young man, who wanted to introduce him to his partners. And Urkel saw nothing more of Pyotr Stepanovitch. He returned home very sad. Not that he was alarmed at Pyotr Stepanovitch's leaving them so suddenly, but he had turned away from him so quickly when that young swell had called to him, and he might have said something different to him, not au revoir, or at least have pressed his hand more warmly. That last was bitterest of all. Something else was beginning to gnaw in his poor little heart, something which he could not understand himself yet, something connected with the evening before.